All right. Hello, sports fans. Welcome back to the 19th installment of 200-400 action between Pug Dolk and Manuel Negreanu. Doug has had a great week, booking 3 six-figure wins on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Those wins bring his overall total to around 957K, less than a buy-in away from that $1 million threshold. Will he cross that mark today? Stay tuned to find out. My name is Mike Brady. I am the VP of Upswing Poker, and I'll be calling the action for you today alongside Irish Tournament Pro and Unibet Poker Ambassador, David Lappin. Welcome to the stream, Lappin. It should be a fun one, eh?
Really looking forward to this, Mike. I've been an observer of, I want to say, about 80% of the stream so far. It's great to have a front row seat finally.
Hell yeah. Well, right off the bat, we got a couple pots going. Daniel 3-betting on the right, Doug 3-betting on the left, then Doug C-bet the flop on the left, so we've got 20K in the middle already over there. Ten of hearts on the turn completes the flush draw. Doug goes for another small bet, setting up about 2/3 pot river jam, a little less actually. Maybe more like half pot. Daniel's all in. Quick action today.
Are we about to see it cross the $1 million mark on the first hand?
Yeah, it could happen if Doug calls and wins here. Doug in a tough spot here with a hand like an overpair with no heart. Seems like he's probably going to call it off if he has something like that. Be curious to know what he's tanking with. Looks like on the right, Doug bet when checked to on the turn. He bet about 5,500 into 8,200. Daniel called. Whew. Didn't expect the action to be this fast so quick. You know, I like to warm up a little bit, and then all of a sudden we're just right. They throw us right in the deep end, huh?
Indeed, they've picked up exactly where they left off last night. I wonder if the smaller gaps between streams makes a difference. If you know, obviously it's an illusory thing, but that sense of momentum or that sense of oh, here we go, the all in. We've got the 1.5x from Doug.
Yeah, big overbet. Daniel dragged that pot on the left a moment ago when his shove on the turn got through. Nice pot for Daniel there. Keep in mind, guys, Daniel's redeposit on WSOP.com has yet to go through. That's official word from Doug. So should Daniel lose a couple buy-ins quick today, we could be done in a half an hour. As we could be done in a few hands, honestly. Could be the shortest session yet if Doug continues to run well and play well, and wins a couple stacks from Negreanu, because he's only got I don't know the exact number, but it's got to be roughly 4 or 3 buy-ins left. So if he gets stacked once, he'll be down to his last 1 or 2.
Yeah, I want to say as play, Daniel's probably got to find calls with a 10 here. So maybe in the tank there with a 9 or maybe pocket pair.
Yeah, maybe something like 7s or something like that. I could see that.
Yeah, thinking that as well. I'm very disappointed you didn't introduce me by my new nickname, Mike.
Well, I didn't want to lead with that. I knew we were going to talk about it, but I didn't want a bunch of people who are for the first time being introduced to you to know you as that. But to give some background, Daniel Negreanu, one of the competitors in this grudge match, not a huge fan of my co-host today. When David's podcast, the Chip Race podcast, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So when the Chip Race podcast won an award for best podcast to the GPIs, Daniel was not happy. Voiced his displeasure at someone else winning an award.
He went a bit further than that. He not just voiced his displeasure. He suggested that there was some jury tampering.
Oh God, yeah, that sounds like you. Well, so anyway, the reason I launched into that story is they have more history than that. I'm sure we'll get into it, assuming this stream isn't only 15 or 20 minutes today. But Daniel, when he went on his customary post-losing match tirade over on another channel, looks like Daniel's going to win a nice one there with just a 6. Nice hand for Daniel. Daniel decided to refer to David Lappin with a new little nickname that he came up with, Dick Napkin.
Pretty good, in fairness. You got to give him that. Like, we may not see eye to eye, but pretty good nickname, in fairness.
I agree. It's a good needle. Like he's actually been kind of, sorry to cut you off there, but he's been very, very good at sort of banter in general. Like his banter game has been taken up several levels since the start of this, which That's good. That's good. A deed eggs that can do banter is much nicer for sure.
I've been consoling myself all day, Mike, with the fact that I'd rather be a dick napkin than a kid poker.
Yeah, very reasonable. Very reasonable. You do not want to be that last one. Whew. All right. One other thing for you guys, for those of you tuning in, we've got a giveaway going today. We haven't mentioned it yet, but we are right now. We're giving away
Making it rain. Making it rain.
15 prizes, 15 unique, well, not unique prizes, but 15 total prizes. All of them aim to help you improve your skills as Doug wins a nice little pot on the right with a 9. We're giving away one Upswing advanced course that's worth $1,000. You know, Canu's course, Nick Petrangelo's course, whatever. We're giving away 4 monthly Upswing Lab subscriptions. That's our kind of Nolan Hold'em main course that we have over 6,000 members. It's our most popular. And then we're giving away 10 ebook copies of Dara O'Kearney and forgive me, Barry Carter. Their
Boom.
book, yeah, nice. Their book, Progressive Knockouts. It's about progressive knockout strategy. The title's kind of long, but the gist is how to beat progressive knockout tournaments. So 10 of those, 4 Upswing Lab subscriptions, 1 course. If you want to check that out, go ahead and join the giveaway. If you go in the description of YouTube or the panels below the Twitch stream, you'll see a button or a link to enter the giveaway. I'll also drop it in chat right now. If you just type !giveaway, command giveaway, whatever you guys say, you will see it. And yeah, go. You just have to do some stuff on social media to join. Free to join. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, huge thank you there to Dara and Barry, obviously, and the generosity of yourselves with that one. We're doing what on my side of the pond they would call an old-fashioned gushy, which is where you just get a bag of sweets and you just throw them up in the air, and whoever catches them get the prizes.
Yeah, perfect. Gonna be a random draw. Whoever's the luckiest wins. So we got 13K in the middle on the left.
Nice little pot for Doug.
Yeah, did you happen to see the bit.ly link name for this giveaway? It's bit.ly/D napkin. First 4-bet of the day on the left here from Daniel. 11K over 4.
I've been reliably informed that on Irish Twitter tonight, Dick Napkin was actually trending, so that's good to see.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
And before you make a similar mistake to the one you made last night, Mike, and I'm being a bit mean to you here, there are 4.5 million people in Ireland, not like 27 or whatever you would have guessed.
Well, I mean, I wonder how good my guess on Ireland would have been. I was surprised by how many people took that as a guess, like an actual guess. Like I was firing it out there. What I should have done is said like 500,000 people are in the UK, because then that's like a clear, very clear. Like I'm just joking about it being a small country, blah blah blah. Because for those who weren't here, someone from the UK trolled me just so good, and yeah, they got me really good, really good. And I just wanted to get them back a little bit, insulting their country, saying it doesn't have a lot of people.
Big pot on the left.
Yeah, 35K in the middle on the left now. So this is a 4-bet pot with Doug betting the turn. Flop went check. Doug bet really small in the turn, about 6K into what, 23?
That's exactly right.
Let's see.
Here we go, all in.
Quick fold from Danny Boy. Doug's going to drag that one.
Tops back up. Of course, as you said there earlier, Mike, Daniel is in a precarious spot where at some point, if Doug was to get maybe probably just 2.73 buy-ins up, we'll suddenly see Daniel not able to reload anymore, or at least not for the full amount. Now, they may continue on if Daniel has 35, 36K in front of him, but we don't really want to see them not play 100 bigs deep. So I don't know what their plan is in that situation. Maybe just call it a break for Christmas.
Yeah, I mean that's actually the plan regardless. As we see a 3-bet pot on the left with Daniel C betting small. The big, as you know, the world's biggest tournament of the year, the World Series of Poker main event is next week. The one World Series of Poker main event is next week online. There's only one. 2-pair for Daniel on the left, won a pot, or 2-pair for Daniel on the right, won a nice little pot a moment ago. It's that one for about 8,500. Yeah, so Daniel, of course, big fan of the tournaments, so he's going to be playing that one, and they're going to be taking a break next week. Our
The
next
people at
session.
GT have set fire to that photograph of Stoyan. He's been forgotten. He's been cast away to ancient history. He will not be the World Series of Poker main event champion this year. We've all forgotten about him.
Yeah,
And
well, because he only won the first World Series of Poker main event of the year, and you have to know when you join one of those tournaments that if it's not the last one, I mean it's not the real one. Daniel winning 13K on the left with a turned second pair of queens, king queen in that 3-bet pot. So yeah, just to reiterate that after this stream, there's going to be a 10-day break. The next stream is going to be Monday, December 21st. And it's going to be me and Gazzy B123, Gary Blackwood, in the box for that one. So I'm excited to see you guys then. I'm also, kind of looking forward to the break, but kind of not. I enjoy these.
Really enjoyed Gary's commentary there. Was it maybe 3 nights ago? It's very
Something.
good.
Yeah, I think Monday, right? Not positive though. Yeah, I really liked having him too. A lot of people liked his commentary, so he will definitely be back.
Yeah, you guys have found a fantastic mix. Obviously, you're now scraping the bottom of the barrel, but you previously found a fantastic mix of
Right.
co-commentators for your roster.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, basically, we just cast the net in one of the first streams. I was like, hey, if you're interested in commentary, or you want to request a person do commentary, get in touch with us. And a lot of people got in touch. It's been great.
Yeah, well, clearly Jamie and Olivier were, just far too partisan. We had to bring in someone of my caliber to be balanced and fair and unbiased.
Exactly. Check down pot on the left. Daniel wins. No bets going post flop on that one. He takes it down with ace high. Shout out to Jay Farber in the chat. Good to see you here again, man. Sweating these games as Daniel turns top pair there and wins a nice little 8K pot. Isaacberg. We got a bit of a lull in the action anyway as Doug C bets the left and gets called. He asks, can we get a short intro of David? You want to take that over?
Introduce myself? Yeah, more than happy to. David Lappin. I am a professional poker player of, I want to say 14 years. This year has been very strange. I don't know really whether this year counts as a year in anyone's life, but including this year, 14 years. I was a online sit and go player really for the first three and a half, built up a role from scratch in that lovely low variance format of the late noughties, and mainly playing the 45-man and 90-man circuit, and then transferred over to MTTs and satellites maybe 2011, and have been grinding that kind of stuff since. Probably played more live in the last 7 or 8 years than the first 6.
I'm gonna cut you off real quick because and I'll let you continue in a moment. But on the left, Doug rivered 2-pair with queen 4 after checking back the turn with top pair. Daniel had a flopped set, so Daniel probed the river for about 2K. Doug made a big raise with his river 2-pair to about 13K, I believe, and Daniel, of course, calls with a set. So nice pot for Daniel there. Yeah, again, sorry to cut you off.
From Daniel. A nice little inducer. Yeah, so in the last 4 years, I have been a Unibet ambassador. That's been a fantastic additional role. And I suppose with that role came the ability to make more content. So I sort of segued from full-time poker, 50-hour-a-week grinding, to being able to play maybe 25, 30 hours and then, make some content 20 hours a week, which is really fun. Myself and Dara O'Carney started the Chip Race podcast 5 years ago. It sort of disappeared for a year and then came back, and we've been going all of the last 4 years. That's been really great, and has built an audience of a pretty significant number now. So we're very proud of that. This year, being locked in our homes, we decided to make a bit of extra content. So we have a web show on YouTube called The Lock-In. Do check that out if you can, guys. And we put strategy videos on that YouTube channel as well as the lock-in, and maybe some hand history reviews, that kind of stuff. There's lots of great content there, free of charge. All you have to do is pop on and click the links, and you can find those free strategy videos. So enjoy them.
Good stuff. Couple missed draws on the left a moment ago. Doug missed his ace high flush draw and gut shot. Daniel missed his open ender, but Doug's was ace high. Daniel's was 6 high, and Daniel let him win with that one. So Doug drags a nice little, roughly 20, what was it, 10K pot there? Yeah, good stuff. By the way, guys, if you join that giveaway, is it a 4-bet pot on the right? Yes, we do have a 4-bet pot, so I'm going to pause for a sec. Doug, the 4-better. Check on the flop. Daniel checks over to him on the turn as well. Doug's going to put in a delayed c-bet in this 4-bet pot, about a third pot. All in from Daniel.
Here we
Quick
go.
call. That's set over
set. Over set. Wow.
Oh, God. It's crazy how bad Daniel's running. Interesting 3-bet from the 4s there. You don't see those low pocket pairs do much 4-betting. Or we got the truck coming out in David's. Yep.
I was very jealous of Joe Ingram's, very fancy animation. So I thought I'd do like a stock motion version here live. How'd you like that, guys? And then look, there's just the money. The money's just, it's just going into Doug's bank account there. That's nice.
Very good. That's the kind of special effects you get here at Upswing Poker. We really pull out all the stops to give you guys the nicest graphics, the most advanced technology being used. But in reality, David's son is just a big fan of trucks.
There's a lot of trucks in this house. He's a total fan. Shout out to Simple Mind there in the chat. Oh, sorry.
Sorry to cut you off. Overbet on the left from Doug here.
Quite all right. Yeah, no, always cut across me for the action here. That is of primary importance.
For sure.
Get back to my nonsense in a minute. So
gets through. So who are you shouting out?
So shout out there to Simple Minds, who said that he remembers fondly all the Norwegian Poker Championship events. He's tuning in, I think, for the first time to the stream. And that, of course, takes place in City West in Dublin, where I'm from. I've played that every single year. It's been on going back almost a decade now. And, of course, it didn't happen this year. So he was disappointed not to have his annual pilgrimage to Dublin's Fair City. But he'll be back probably not next year, unfortunately. Probably be the year after before we can do that one again.
Indeed. A lot of plans put on hold this year or delayed.
I love you too, Mad Cat Attack 89.
Yeah, who doesn't love Mad Cat Attack? Quick thing on that 4s. So
Okay, Arky says it looks like I live with my parents, given the curtains look behind him. Bear in mind, I'm quite old. I'm old enough to have curtains like that. So, I don't need parents.
You do have to show an ID that you're over 35 when you buy curtains with that pattern. So, yeah. So, yeah, we saw Daniel a few hands ago in that set over set. We saw him 3-bet 4s, which I'm pretty certain if that's a 3-bet, it's like a very low frequency 3-bet heads up. You typically do a lot of calling with the lowest pairs. I know 6s 3-bets quite a bit, but like I think 4s and 5s 4s don't 3-bet too much. Once you face a 4-bet, you're probably supposed to call at least most of the time, if not all of the time, with the 4s. I could be wrong about that. It could be like a reasonable fold or something. But against Doug, it's especially reasonable. Daniel getting a nice value bet there on the right with 2-pair. But yeah, I mean, if it was a bad play, he certainly got maximally punished for it there with flopping the old Jack 4X with 4s versus Jacks. Regardless of how the pre-flop play goes, that is very unlucky for Daniel.
Yeah, I'm gutted as Daniel's run bad continues here. How long can his run bad go on? Who knows? Maybe forever.
Couple c-bets in single raise pots here. Doug c-betting on both. On the left, he's going a third on that ace 4-3, a little bit more of a dry board, disconnected. And then on the king queen 9, high board that's a little more connected, favorable for his range. He goes bigger, 1200, takes it down on both.
I have to say, throughout this challenge, I have very much tested positive for Schadenfreude. It's been a it's been a fun rail. We see turn bet go in there. Quick call from DNX. Something. It's interesting to see that, and this is a point that I want to pick up at Mike in a moment, that Daniel's timings are a bit faster generally, or, Doug seems to be very regimented in his timings. It's a kind of an old pro or an old online pro trick. Daniel may be a little newer to online, I feel, it's definitely more erratic. And in that erratic nature, I'm wondering, and I know this is picking up on a point from yesterday, I'm wondering if this is something that maybe Doug's crack team of online poker tell analysts have figured. Maybe there's situations where he's more likely to be polarized, situations where he's more likely to have draws or be merged. But yeah, his timings are just a lot more immediate at times.
Yeah, it could certainly be something like that. Sorry, I cut out for a second there, guys. By the way,
We missed
David,
you, Mike.
yeah, I missed you too. There's something happening with your mic where it's like it sometimes sounds a little louder. Can you just do a quick test? So say like test far away, and then get closer and say test. I think that might be what's happening.
Testing 1 2.
Okay.
Testing 1 2.
Oh yeah, can you just make it a little closer to your face, and then I think it'll be a little more consistent. Like maybe.
See that? Yeah, absolutely, I will. And thank you for the tip. I am a terrible man for bouncing around. I'm a very jittery person, so I will do my best to stay in my box here.
That might
Like a
not
pro.
have been what it was. I'm just speculating because it was like you'd say a sentence and you would say like he might be, and then you'd say merged, but he might be would be like half the volume of the merged a moment ago. So yeah, I know that's going to be something where they
As somebody who edits my own podcast, I can confirm that my levels go up and down crazily. So I have no doubt you picked up on something accurate there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fredries47 asks, how do the giveaways work? We are going to let you guys enter the giveaway for the duration of the stream. If this ends up being a short stream, because Daniel busts his roll or whatever, because he's down to his last few buy-ins in his account at this point, waiting on a deposit to go through, we will let it go a little longer. We'll tweet it out and stuff. But assuming this is a normal session where we play for a couple hours, few hours, we're just going to run it throughout the session. Then at the very end of the session, we're going to roll, draw some winners, rather, I should say, to see who wins the 15 prizes. Go ahead and type exclamation point giveaway in the chat if you want the details for that. Giving away some good stuff. I'll talk about it more later, but we've talked about it recently, so I'll give it a little break.
There's been a great deal of speculation on Twitter today, and I know there has been generally this speculation for a few days, whether Daniel will continue to 25k. He seemed pretty adamant, I must say, that there was no way he was going to quit. In fact, he sort of threw out a number of 100k hands that he would be willing to play just to see if he eventually reclaimed all that all-in EV. But
right.
On a more serious note, I just don't see Daniel's mindset as being the quitting type. I just, if he was doing well, he's not going to quit. If he was doing average and maybe he was only down like sub 10 buy-ins, he's never going to quit there. He's got side bets on this. But even if he's down a hideous amount, it's not in his nature. It's just not in his nature to want to ever be seen as a quitter, even if he's getting pummeled. And like
right.
He's being pummeled by a better player, and he's being pummeled by the deck in many ways for the last week or more. But it's almost like he's the it's anathema to him to not get up off the canvas, if that makes sense. He won't throw in the towel, and I really strongly feel like that's his psychology.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way he's quitting personally. I think he's got plenty of money, and he's willing to sort of put himself to the test, maybe lose some money, and of course with a chance to win, all to avoid quitting. He's not going to do that. Could you try? Some people in chat are saying that it might be because your mic is not plugged in enough. Can you double check that it's like plugged in all the way?
Oh, okay. So it's almost like a loose connection. I'm tightening everything now.
Perhaps.
I hope that helps.
Maybe something to do with noise cancellation, our tech guy is saying. Yeah, we're going to continue to troubleshoot that, guys. It's not mistakes happen. We'll be on it though. Bear with us in the meantime. If you're wearing headphones and when every few words from David is hurting your ears a little bit, turn it down for just a little while. We'll figure it out.
For you guys,
I think it's your mic, so I don't think the headphones matters.
Okay. Let me just check my settings here. Just in case something has.
Yeah, one of our tech guys says that maybe it's something to do with noise cancellation. It's really not that bad. It's just like, might as well see if we can make it better.
I want it to be good for the viewers if I can.
2,400 from Daniel on the right in this 3-bet pot. 8 of clubs on the turn. After Doug calls, 13k in the middle now. Let's see if Daniel puts in a second barrel. 5,200 gets through. Nice efficient bet from him there.
And the input slightly in the hope that maybe that will help.
Cool. Yeah, you do sound a little bit. I mean, this might not be the right way to describe
the gain.
audio, but
okay. So I've done a couple of things there to tinker with it. Let me know. I know we
yeah,
have to wait probably about a minute for the stream to catch up, or maybe it's not even that long.
Yeah, not even. We'll see. Someone in chat saying, "Did you try unplugging and plugging back in?" Thank you, Bob Hatter. Good classic, truly classic advice. It is still doing it. If you do want to try that, screw it.
Okay. Okay, let's do it.
Ooh, Doug going for this overbet double barrel on the right. High board, well, the ace and the queen are high, so ace queen x, that's going to be pretty favorable for him. He's going to have more ace queen, queens, aces, ace king. And then it's also somewhat dynamic board with 2 clubs, a bunch of gut shots. Some double gutters even, yeah, handful, or open-enders, I should say, though they're not likely. So it makes sense that he goes for that large overbet size.
Okay. That's all been turned off and turned on.
I will let you know how it goes. Worst case scenario, we could always like switch to your webcam mic. I doubt the issue will persist there. All in from Doug. That's a large bet. That's like 4 times the pot.
4x, yeah.
Large bet.
So I guess in this spot, Doug can have the 6-9 and Daniel can't.
Right,
he can
for
have
sure.
The
aces,
6-4
queens.
And Daniel can't, so he can put
as well
max pressure on.
Plus aces, queens, ace king, ace queen, all those hands. Even ace king, like, I mean, I think ace king's probably not taking this size, but like Daniel could conceivably call with the hand worse than ace king, believe it or not. Probably not super likely, but possible. More than likely when Doug's jamming here, it's the old ace queen plus, basically. I guess like ace 8.
Such a gross spot because you stack off here to win 12k. You're sitting there, as you say, with like an ace jack. You don't love life. King queen. It's an amazing spot, and it's what Doug does time and time again. He puts Daniel in these spots. We rarely see Daniel put Doug in these types of spots.
Yeah, for sure. It reminds me of something Doug said early in the match in one of the interviews, maybe last week or so. As Daniel folds, Doug takes that one down. He was saying how basically in poker, in heads-up poker specifically, but I'm sure it's all forms of poker that you could sort of say this. You sort of build your game around certain weapons, certain spots where you're like really maximizing EV, and then in a lot of other spots, you're sort of, it's the other spots are more at the margins, like are sort of breaking even in this spot, or making a marginal defense in that spot. But then you have your weapons that you like really like maximize your EV, and for Doug, and for if you're playing theoretically correct, like a lot of it is doing overbets when you have a huge range and nut advantage and things of that nature. And Doug just seems to have so many more of those weapons at his disposal than Daniel does. So it's really just like, I mean, it's a big disadvantage for Daniel to not have those things that like allow him to really, really increase his EV.
Well, I'll wait for this river bet, obviously, in from, and it's been called. So caught with his hand the cookie jar that time. Daniel makes the call with Jack 8.
That's a straight. Flop straight.
Yeah,
Gonna be good.
Straight. So, Can you pull that one up?
Yeah, I can. So that one went flop c-bet from Daniel, 800 into 2000. Turn check on the 8, which makes sense. Daniel should definitely check back some straights on that turn. I'd probably lean towards betting the one with an 8 because I know it actually makes sense to check it because you block like the 2 pairs that call. So yeah, very reasonable check blocking the pair, and then the river. Doug just overbet bluffs, and Daniel obviously looks them up.
Yeah, I was
3
going to
bet
say,
pot on the right.
we actually had the pleasure of Olivier Bousquet on the last episode of the Chip Race. In fact, he's sort of on the next one as well. He gave us so much great content that we split up his interview. But I made sure that the first part covered the Daniel stuff. I'll continue that in a moment here because again, whenever you see 7 or 8K in the middle, we should really give it our attention.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing with telling like stories that are longer than like 2 sentences on these
Yeah,
streams because like it's just so likely that you know just
You'll be
out of
cutting it
nowhere there's
halfway.
8K in the middle at some point.
No, chop it up.
All right, so I think I got some good advice for your mic because you're still a little quiet and it is still or now you're a little quiet and it's still doing that thing. So thank you for bearing with us on this live troubleshooting, guys. But we're just trying to make sure the audio is good for you for the remainder of the stream. So can you go into your Discord settings? And I have someone saying that it's likely some kind of voice cancellation or auto noise reduction in Discord voice settings. So if you have anything like that checked, uncheck it. Make sure if there's one
I
about
have something
echo
called
though.
voice activity.
I have no idea what that is. Voice activity.
No, maybe not that. I have echo cancellation turned on.
That one
Noise
we need for
reduction
sure.
turned on.
Oh, turn off noise. Yeah, try turning off noise reduction.
Noise reduction is now off.
Okay, let's
Does
see how
that make
that
a
goes.
difference? Okay, we'll give that one a go.
Yeah, the problem's not happening now, but you are a little quiet. So if you could, are you able to turn yourself
kind of
off a smidge?
that was my first thing was that I actually lowered myself. So okay, that's perfect. Looks like we have solved it. Thank you very much, guys.
Yeah, good stuff.
And we'll put the input back up again. So we should be back to normal, are we?
Yeah, sounds good.
Great.
Good. Great. Okay, so on the right here, while you were fiddling with that, you missed a 3-bet from Daniel, and then I believe he c-bet on the flop. Yep, c-bet for 2,400 on the flop. Doug called, check, turn. Now we're on the river. Daniel checks to him for a second time. Unknown Prodigy. Doug is going to win that one with bottom pair. Nice one for him. Unknown Prodigy, thanks for being here again, man. You've been at a lot of these streams. Appreciate it. He says on YouTube, can you fix his accent as well? It is hard to understand. I'm gonna take offense to that myself as someone with Irish heritage. I was
waiting for that.
As someone with Irish heritage, I think it's a lovely accent. How dare you?
How very dare you? Okay. Sounds like you have used your mic as a baseball bat, says Dino Deans. It's probably fallen a few times. That's probably fair. Too loud now, says Doke. I don't know if he's trolling or being serious.
I don't know either. You do sound a little loud to me, but I can't tell if it's me or the stream. Oh, Jimmy's got it. Don't worry about it, David.
Okay, thanks, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy's got it.
Okay, yes, there's the 2 very small pots in progress. So I'll go into my story. So yeah, Olivier Bousquet was on the show, and he just made a very clear-cut point. And obviously, Olivier, one of the greatest ever, if not the greatest ever, heads-up sit-and-go player. And yes, he doesn't play 100 deep, 200 deep quite so often, but his knowledge or his ability to discern this stuff is going to be so much better than most people's. And he basically said, I got to play with Daniel. And I got to play with Doug in the prelude to this match. So I guess they were both in their month of training, their month of practicing. He's probably a very good person for them both to square off against. And at the end of it, Olivier just said, look, Daniel is basically a 2-5 pro. And Doug is a 200-400 pro. And it's as simple as that. And he was just trying to explain that, for a lot of people, understanding the gap there, understanding the amount of levels you have to go through to get, to level up there until you get to 200, 400 from 2.5 or 5.10 or whatever, maybe being generous to Daniel is just so huge. Olivier just felt like, despite Daniel's undoubted good poker brain and years of experience and ability to learn fast and great coaching team behind him, which I've no doubt he has, he's paying top dollar, I imagine, for some of the best guys. He just felt like, Daniel could spend a lifetime potentially trying to learn heads-up poker and just never reach the elite level that Doug proved himself to be at. So he's basically in a game where he is hoping that variance is kind. And if variance is kind, he could win over a small sample like 12,500 or 25,000. Now, variance is being additionally unkind to him, which of course it equally can be. And that's meaning a sort of a whitewash here. We're basically seeing him get absolutely annihilated. But
he's running real bad.
but the contention from Olivier was that this was just a huge mismatch, and that there was a certain arrogance, which I guess is probably at the root of this challenge at some level. You can go all the way back to the Daniel flippantly saying I could jump in the 2550 online streets as he did, 5 years ago, whatever it was. And that being the initial insult to these great players who play millions of hands a year and who are the absolute best at what they do. And for somebody who is ostensibly an old school live pro, again, one of the best of them, to be able to jump into that player pool and have any chance is not really possible at all.
Very tough. Very tough. Overbet from Daniel on the right here. Pretty dynamic board. A lot of straight draws, a flush draw. I threw on this flannel, and I'm already hot, so I'm taking it right off. Overbet again from Daniel. Quick call from Doug. Top 2 is good for Daniel. He's going to drag 80K there. Pretty simple one. That's just Daniel triple barreling. Open the button, triple barreled. Overbet turn and river. Prints the value. Wins about a full stack there.
Yeah, and with Daniel getting the rub of the green here early on, it is fair to say that we are looking like a longer night, which I suppose is great from a content point of view.
Yeah, most certainly. Three bet from Daniel on the right now. Call from Doug. Jack 8-3.
Queens will take it down on the left.
So was that check down? One bet went in. Oh, Doug called the turn bet, then check river. Yeah, with queens on ace king high. Not the flop you want to see with queens. The classical ace king X with the queens. $14.6 in the middle now. Action on Doug, who bets 10K.
Yeah, so having called, and here we go, all in.
And fold from Doug, quick fold. Daniel, taking another nice pot there.
Yeah, it's all Daniel in the last 10 or 15 minutes. Shout out there in the chat to Dark Angel 709, Donna Morton, one of the great moderators in Twitch and one of the nicest people you'll meet in poker. She says, get Doug on the chip race. We've been trying for years. He's just too big time. He's too big time. Maybe after he's won a couple million here, he'll have time for us.
Yeah, perhaps. Check raise from Doug on the left. Gets called. By the way, I just wanted to amend one thing you said because I saw that stream with Olivier. He didn't say Daniel was a 2-5 player. He said Olivier had the unique opportunity to play both of them in the run up to the match when both of them were just practicing. Doug goes for that small bet on the turn on the left. It gets through. He drags 11K there. He had said he was a little less specific than you were. He said Daniel plays like a low stakes pro. Doug plays like a high stakes pro. That was just very similar to what you said, but yeah.
No, but what I was referring to was his interview with me on the chip race, and he was specific.
Oh, he said 2-5 straight up?
Yeah.
Wow, that's strong. Olivier saying, wow. I mean, just to be fair to everyone in the chat, he's talking 2-5 heads up. Very different game from what Daniel's usually used to. He doesn't normally play heads up at all, let alone, 100 blind heads up, this kind of situation. But yeah, I mean, that does make sense. I mean, 500 NL heads up on PokerStars is extremely difficult. I doubt Daniel could beat that even with a fair bit of work. Like it's a really tough game most of the time. I guess it depends on the pool, of course. Doug going for a double barrel on the right, gets called. I believe he overbet c-bet the flop. Oh no, sorry, he faced the check raise on the flop. Then Daniel checked to him on the turn. Doug bet. Daniel called. My mistake there. River 2-pair for Daniel with that backdoor 2-pair draw. Check raises the flop. And then, hits that old ace-8 runner.
Arlie Shuban's cat here says that you're a much better booking for the chip race, Mike. I agree with that. I think we'd have you on any day.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I'll do a chip race podcast. That sounds fun. You guys have like 3 guests on all of them, right? Don't you? 2 or 3
4
guests?
sometimes, yeah.
All at the same time, or is it like you switch?
No, we don't do the sort of couch format. We pick them off one at a time.
Gotcha. Yeah,
We can't
that's
have them ganging up on us. You see, that's the worry.
yeah, or like someone not being able to get a word in edgewise too. 1104 Hunglo. We get this question a lot, but I got you. Are there any reports of DNegs wanting to quit at 12.5K? Now, we were talking about that earlier. We think he's going on, man. It's all signs point to Daniel's going to keep battling.
Isaac Berg asking me, what is the history between myself and Daniel the Beef? Something about a podcast, or it actually goes further back than that. I might have to tell this one in installments, given the fast action that we're witnessing at the tables here. But it all began with a very poorly worded tweet of Daniel's going back maybe 5 years now, where he more or less referred to tight players as cancer. That was his analogy. Pretty rough. And yeah, I wrote a little blog, just sort of, bit unhappy with his delineation of all the bad people in poker as he saw them. I didn't think most of those descriptions were necessarily bad people. And he sort of cleaned up his tweet in the days following, but the blog had gone out and got a bit of traction, and he wasn't happy. And then my co-host Dara also wrote a sort of companion blog almost a day or two later, coming at it from it was a better blog. It came at it from a more emotional place, where Daniel was basically one of those people who sort of picks on people below him in the pecking order, which I think is something, unfortunately, we've seen a lot from Daniel in the last few years. And and those two blogs galvanized public opinion to a huge degree, and I think probably that upset Mr. Negreanu.
Yeah, for sure. Well, when you throw one of those tweets out that's kind of incendiary, you kind of got to expect, some sort of reckoning. I mean, it's kind of similar to. I was thinking about this the other day. It's like, don't want to go too far down the PokerStars Supernova Elite scam rabbit hole, but it's one of those things like Daniel, like 7 years ago, whatever that happened 5 years ago, he could, it's tough to have this kind of foresight, but he could have had the foresight to think, if I do stick by this company, I'm signing up for decades of getting trolled and hate from people. Whether he thinks it's justified or not, it's almost irrelevant. You have to know that that's going to happen. And like, if he didn't do that, he wouldn't have like sort of what I don't want to call you enemies, but people like you who are like kind of stand in opposition to him a lot. People like Doug, like those people wouldn't be on Daniel Negreanu's case all the time if he didn't, choose to benefit from a company that did something unethical. So it's like, he's sort of just paying the price for continuing to get paid a bunch of money. I'm sure, honestly, he might even be fine with it. It's possible. Like he got paid a lot of money in those years, I'm sure. Maybe it's worth all the what I'm sure he feels is unfair criticisms. But I would disagree with that.
I think your point is very valid, and actually very of the moment too, because Daniel has a history, as you pointed out, of siding with his paymaster, which is something people do from time to time. Sponsors, demand things of you maybe, and potentially put you in an uncomfortable position with. Oh, here we go, big pot.
Overbet from Doug on the left there. Daniel's looking him up with trips. So I'll just recap that one for you guys real quick. So Doug check raised the flop versus a minimum C bet with the Jack 4. So he just had basically squad douche, just backdoor flush draw and Jack high. Daniel with trip 9s is, obviously counting his money already. Turn 10. Doug goes for the double barrel. River brick. I believe it was, a queen or something like that. Well, relative brick 2, actually, even more of a brick. And Doug goes for the 11K into 8K overbet. And of course, Daniel's not mucking the 3 9s, so he's going to take that one down for about 30K. And then on the right, 3-bet pot with a bet went in on the flop, but I'm trying to see who made the bet. Doug c-bet the flop. Turn Doug check calls. And now we're on the river. Doug's going to drag a nice one with 7s. Bet he's glad he didn't have to face a bet there.
For sure.
Chris Vod, it wasn't just that he associated with PokerStars, it was that he actively defended what they were doing. Good point, man.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point, which is that, if you are put in that spot by your sponsor, you can do two things. You can probably do three things. You can side with them and go out and bat for them hard. You can disagree with them and be vocal in your disagreement with them, and I think there can be that tension. I think that can exist between a sponsor and a sponsored player, and you can resign, I suppose, as Ike did, and others did. So and credit to those guys, by the way, for showing that there's more to life than money. But Daniel definitely did the former. He went out and batted hard. And why I don't think it's irrelevant to drag that up, even though people might go, oh, God, that's 5 years ago, it's in the past, is he's doing it again right now. Daniel is on record for years having been a sort of principled lefty feminist, where he feels as though, obviously he has these, modern liberal beliefs, or at least he thinks he does. But as soon as Bilzerian was signed, his interpretation of feminism was, girls, you can suck a Bilzerian dick for 500 if you want. Now that's incredibly crass. And that's not, you can probably burrow down into feminism and try and defend a comment like that.
Wait one sec, because we got an overbet, 15K overbet into 10K on the right. I hate to interrupt that impassioned discussion, because that was good. Ooh,
it's an overbet and a shove. Wow.
You don't see that too often.
No, we don't. So given how Daniel normally plays, it's almost hard to believe that this isn't 6-8. Because I think he may just called with 6-3.
That's almost downright disrespectful to Daniel, but you have to imagine he jams in the 6-3 too, but who knows?
Maybe not the ace-3 then.
And so this flop was this situation is just Doug triple barreling. So he c-bet the flop, bet big on the turn, and now he overbet the river.
So this is an amazing situation. So like Doug is basically ace-3 feels really tough, and 6-3 feels excruciating.
Like, yeah, I mean, you just got to call them both. If you have a straight,
you got to call ace-3 here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even like I was actually gonna say, like, even a set, it's really tough to fold. I think like 2-pair might kind of be the spot, and I would imagine Doug. So Daniel dragged a 108K pot there, guys.
How many times though, Mike? How many times in this challenge have you seen a 1.5x overbet met with a very big shove? In my mind, not to be critical of Dove, because it's no doubt it's GTO or approximating GTO or whatever, we're in the realm of that. But wow, I couldn't have imagined a hand worse than 6-3. I would have thought ace-3 was borderline.
Yeah, I mean, straight's a good hand. It's hard to hit it, It was, and it was also, Daniel hadn't put in any raise to that point, so his range is still like somewhat wide in a way. I mean, not that wide. He's calling 2 barrels and then facing a river overbet and playing against it, so it's certainly not a wide range, but perhaps a little wider than one might intuit.
Well, huge rally from Daniel. We've only been watching for about 45 minutes, and he's up. I'm going to guess he must be up over 100K at this point.
Approximately 100K, yeah, by our count. Good start for Daniel. 3-bet from him on the right, or on the left, rather. See a lot of the chat saying there's no way Daniel bluffs there. I don't know how you can possibly have the evidence to say something like that. He never bluffs. That's so strong to say. You could say, very rarely, maybe it's like 5, 10%, 20, 15% bluffing or something when he has just like the best bluff combo, but crazy to think he wouldn't bluff. Come on, guys. He's studying. He like knows you have to bluff in, oh God, the chat sometimes, man. They're so good at poker. It's hard to. They're just like so.
Yeah, I'm sitting here on my couch saying the same stuff. So what do I know either?
Yeah, fair, but 14.6 in the middle on the left.
I thought Doug was tanking ace-3 actually. That was my line where I was putting it.
Jax is going to take down a nice one for Daniel there.
Some people feel like I've got stopped mid-rant. It happens, guys. Sometimes I get all worked up and then we have to move away.
Yeah, we see a big pot. What are you going to do?
And it was a big pot. It was well worth it. Look, I suppose to summarize that, I just think Daniel will do what his sponsors want. I think he's a corporate shill. I think he's proven that time and time again. I think his beliefs can be bought. I think he will advocate for, whatever, really. I'm not sure where the line is for him. And I think it's very fair to bring up that old stuff when we're having, it very much echo in present day conversations about Bilzerian and the like.
History repeats itself, as they say.
Yeah.
Bob the four bet. So I'll pause on that answer from Bob the Hobo about the giveaway. Cover that in a sec. We got the monotone flop. Doug's going to still have an advantage as the 4-better, but Daniel is going to have more suited hands that 3-bet and then call a 4-bet, because a lot of suited hands 3-bet, and then when you face a 4-bet with those suited hands, you very rarely fold. So in general, Daniel's going to have a higher concentration of flopped flushes here. Definitely going to inform Doug's strategy a little bit, or impact Doug's strategy, I should say.
So we went check there.
8 on the
Board
turn.
pairs now.
Berger asked with a good point about that hand where Daniel had the straight and Doug had the set. Give Daniel 6-6 there, and he'll likely find a bluff. Very good point, as Daniel shoves for 1.5x pot on the right. So it's just a 4-bet pot that checked down to river. So Doug likely mulling a call here with a hand like ace king, ace queen. Those are kind of near the top of his range in these situations. It's pretty uncomfortable, but those are types of hands you're going to have to call at some frequency if you want to play, correct, and you think your opponent, isn't a huge nit. We've seen him make several of these ace high calls if he does choose to make it. Couple have went really poorly where Daniel had it, but one went really well, and Daniel was kind of bluffing with a hand that's probably not supposed to be bluffed with. So it was a good read from him there, but he does fold that one. On the left, Daniel opts to flat the 4s. We saw him 3-bet those earlier and then get set over setted in a 4-bet pot. So that's confirmation that he's not always 3-betting 4s, which didn't really need confirmation for that. It was kind of obvious, but still good to see. So Bob the Hobo asks, if someone wins the grand prize in the giveaway we're doing, which is a $1,000 Upswing course, but doesn't feel they can get the full value out of a 1K course, can they change it to 10 months of the lab or something? Sure, we'll work with you, man. Whoever wins, we'll be in touch over email, and we can work something out for the same value. It's fine.
Very cool.
So yeah, guys, we're giving away $1,000 Upswing course, 4 $99 subscriptions to the Upswing Lab, 1 month subscription, and then 10 Progressive Knockout tournament books written by Dara O'Kearney and Barry Carter. If you want to join that giveaway, check out the link in the description or in the panels below the Twitch stream, description on YouTube, or you could just type command giveaway, !giveaway into the chat, and you will see the info. Good luck in the giveaway, y'all. Overbet from Daniel on the left. He's going to win a nice little 9K pot on the right with just an 8. Things going Daniel's way today.
They sure are. Great question here, actually, from my co-host, Dara O'Kearney. He asks, how do you think... Sorry, I've lost the question. Hang on. There we go.
While you're finding it, Doug wins with 2 pair there on the left. Daniel not betting the river.
He says, how do you think Doug would be coping if he was the one running hundreds of thousands of dollars under EV? This is something Daniel kind of alluded to last night, actually, in his post-match analysis, or his post-match, whatever you call those, usually tirades. He said, I wonder how Doug would be coping if he'd met the adversity that Daniel has met in terms of run bad, or that he had met in terms of run bad. There's a lot of sound and fury around this challenge, but the truth actually is, and I think it's the bottom line in so many ways too, is Doug is a really hard worker. I think that's what comes out. He's a grinder. He sees the wood from the trees. He understands the variables at work, and he focuses on the things he can control. So my answer there is, Daniel may not realize he's being trolled there when Doug made some offhand comment about oh, you got a chop there with king 2 or whatever that hand was. That's Doug saying exactly what he thinks will annoy Daniel. And if Daniel doesn't realize that, he's an idiot. Because Doug is completely in control. And if Doug was met with 200, 300, 400k below EV, he wouldn't be loving it. I'm sure he'd be finding it, mentally, difficult like anyone would. But he's a pro and he's been there before and he's done this before and he's been in that spot many times. So I don't think it would be affecting him. I certainly don't think he'd be going on these nutso tirades.
No, certainly not. I mean, Doug lost $1.1 million to Isildur 1 on full tilt like 7 years ago. He's lost a lot of money playing heads up poker before, like he's used to it. That was 400, 800 they were playing, by the way. So double the stakes they're playing right now that you're watching. That's what he was playing versus Isildur, 400, 800. So he only lost like 13 buy-ins in like a 10-hour session or something like that, but it was like 1.2 million. Pretty sick. There's an article up on High Stakes DB about that if you want to if you Google search like Doug Polk versus Isildur, I'm sure it'll come up.
Raise here from Daniel on the left. Doug goes for a sort of 80% sizing, and Daniel has actually gone for quite a small raise. Takes it down. After the success of Doak's books, have I considered doing a book on podcasting, commentating, and growing beers? Thank you for that question, man. Are you saying that's all? There's no poker skills or talents that's I could maybe reveal. I'm the king of stalling. I could probably do a book on stalling as well. How about that?
Stalling, yeah. We actually had a video. No, go on.
Famously regarded as the great staller of European poker.
A wonderful title to have.
Some people will tune into a live stream just to watch me approaching the bubble of a main event with the short stack.
Just masterful stuff. Masterful stuff. 3-bet pot on the right. Check down. Ace, king, queen on the board now. He does go for the double delay c-bet. And he's got a king on the left. He, being Daniel, gets the value bet through. Yeah, 3/4 pot, as you were just about to say on the right.
Read my mind, Mike. I'm so impressed by how you spin plates the way you do. It's very impressive skill.
Thanks, man.
It seems impressive when you're watching as a viewer. As a co-commentator, it's mind-blowing how you do it. Because I'm really not keeping up to the same extent.
Well, nice to stay. Yeah, really nice hero call from Doug there with just the 7. Check down pot. Daniel's going to put in the river bluff, which very reasonable line from Daniel. Could maybe see bet the flop, but fine. The way he played it is perfectly fine. Doug with a nice hero call. Catch the old man speed. Bit of a lull in the action, as there often is, guys. Maybe it's a good time to ask them a question. Maybe we should ask them. I've saved this one. It's a fine question. Okay, so if you guys could play, I'm talking to you, chat, just in case that's not clear. If you could play poker, cash or tournament, whatever, anywhere, any casino, any like country, city, whatever, where would it be? Where would you play poker? You could take like a poker vacation somewhere. Say it's normal times, just so things are open and it's not confusing. C-bet on the right from Doug gets through. On the left, Daniel C-bets, checks back turn. Macau, that's a good answer. Aruba, 3-bet pot on the right now. Pair of 4s for Daniel on the left is going to drag it. Doug not opting to bluff with his queen high, a little bit too much showdown value, which is fair enough.
My bedroom has been thrown there. My bedroom has been thrown in as an option.
It's a good spot. I hear. Sorry, I hear.
Well, Mike, now's a good time to tell them. Go on.
Roz Rozvadov, isn't that that's the Czech Republic place where they have tournaments in the middle of nowhere, right? Have you been there?
I have. I've been there. I've actually only been there once. I was going to say. I was about to say I've been there twice, but no, I've been there once. I don't plan on going back, to be honest. It's pretty grim. There's a casino. There's a couple of knocking shops. I think there might be a petrol station. By knocking shops, I mean brothel. I don't know if that translates.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought it was like you get knickknacks or souvenirs or something.
No. So it's yeah, one horse town with a super casino.
Right.
Weather was very poor when I was there. It was snowing, I remember. But they put on some big tournaments, so people flock to it from time to time.
For sure. I have heard a lot of complaints about it, but I'm sure the tournaments are great. Doug with a nice value bet with second pair on the left there. He just called the c-bet with that 7 of hearts flush draw on the 3 heart board, and then probed the river when Daniel checked back the turn. A bet in that spot is called a probe.
Nice pickup here from Hero Value. He says, there might be a petrol station, a rousing recommendation.
Williams Poker in the chat. It's not David Williams, is it? If it is, shout out to David Williams. If it's not, shout out to you anyway.
No, it's actually Williams is a good pal of mine. He's a grinder on the European circuit. He plays a little bit UK based. Good pal, actually. I have him in a very entertaining chat group as well. So we have the banter from time to time. I'd be pretty sure it's him.
The sick bants. Check raise from Daniel on the left, 8 on the turn. Both players are definitely going to have some 8s.
Actually, Williams has some history with Daniel as well. That is fair to say. I've only just remembered.
Williams, if you want to drop in the chat your 2-sentence version of that drama, and then I'll read it just verbatim, you got it. Just drop your drama with Daniel in the chat. I'll read it out loud. Full house for Doug on the right. Daniel's not falling into the trap. Doug's going to win the minimum. Daniel with a little block sizing here on the left. Interesting. Could see a hand like pocket 7s, something like that, if he did choose to play the hand this way up to this point, wanting to do a size like this. Maybe even a hand like a 4 that check raise the flop. And then probably should mix in some 8s into this small betting range as well. Doug does raise, of course, representing an 8, which he does have.
Oh, which he has. Wow.
It's a 50k pot to Dougie. Ooh, another truck.
We've got lots of trucks here just in case we need to. It's not been a very trucky kind of evening so far, but maybe the night is young.
It is young. And it's kind of a good thing, I would say, because I was excited for this session. I was excited to do some commentary with you. And like, for those who weren't here earlier, because we've had people funneling in the whole time, Daniel is down to his, I don't know the exact number, but he's down to his last handful of buy-ins in his WSOP account. He initially deposited $1 million or so, and now he was down to, I want to say under 200k, so under 5 buy-ins going into the session. So if Daniel had a quick loss and didn't have enough money to top up on the tables up to the 40k that they've agreed to top up to, if you fall below, then we would have to just call it. Could have been a 30-minute session today if Doug ran super hot out of the gate, but did not happen. We're an hour in, and Daniel's up about 100. We haven't updated the thing, but I imagine it's about 90 or 100k that he's up. So yeah, we're gonna get some hands. Overbet from Doug on the left.
Takes it down.
Straight for Doug on the right. Gets the value bet on the river.
Mm-hmm.
What do you got planned for the rest of the year with the holidays and everything?
Yeah, it's been a very kind of interesting couple of weeks because Unibet, the site who sponsor me, have had their Unibet Online series, which culminates this weekend in the Unibet Open, a 1k buy-in, actually 1,100, 1050 plus 50 online buy-in. That's this Sunday, 2-day event, probably the softest 1,100 on the internet, to be honest.
Who can play on that site? What countries? What countries can play on that site?
Canada and then most of Europe, except the center bit of Europe that's ring-fenced.
Right, like France, right? Aren't they?
France, Spain, Italy, and Portugal are ring-fenced away. There may be some small issues with one or two other countries. I can't be exact on that. But yeah, Canada, definitely, UK, Ireland, Scandi countries, Eastern European countries, and then I'm in Malta. That's fine as well. But it's yeah, it's a really juicy. If there's anyone out there who is in that particular .com region, it's a really juicy 1100 this Sunday. Hop in.
Doug gonna win a 10K pot on the left there with that rivered pair of sevens. Picks off Daniel's river bet.
Apart from playing that, I am trying to take maybe a week or 10 days off towards the end of the year. So sort of trying to front load my month making the content. Sort of Darren and I, who, and I know Darren's in the chat here, my Chip Race co-host, we recorded a Christmas special episode of the Lock-In back in mid-November. I put up my Christmas tree, I put out some lights, I made it look Christmassy. We recorded a show and then I took them all down again. And we have that banked, so I don't do any work, but we have a fake Christmas episode which can go out with our really good pal Neil Channing, who's a bit of a legend of UK poker. So I'm sure there's plenty of people out there in the chat, big fans of Sensei Channing.
Yeah, he's done some commentary on some big broadcasts, hasn't he, Neil Channing? I feel like he has.
Oh, for sure, over the years he would have. He very famously won the biggest ever Irish Open. He came second in a WSOP event and second in a couple of other very big things. More so the last decade, this decade, or maybe, sorry, more early this decade. Are we still technically in this decade? We kind of are. Yeah, so sort of, but yeah, 2020 is the end of one, or is it the beginning of the next one? I don't know. I never know the answer to that.
Yeah.
But Neil is the ambassador for Sky Poker. And I know he does an awful lot of great work, grassroots poker for those guys. And yeah, and he's our great friend in poker. So we were delighted to have him on the show.
Good stuff.
It's always so nice when you can have the collaboration between
you ended that just in time. You ended that just in time. Turnover bet from Doug. And then you just had to start talking.
See, I'll get good eventually.
Yeah, the timing was so pro. And then you just had one more thought. You're like, I got to get this out. But no, overbet from Doug. 6K to 3K on the right. Gets called. Sorry to cut you off in all seriousness.
I blew it, Mike. I blew it.
You did. You really did. Rivered 2-pair for Daniel. It's going to win. More than likely had the best hand anyway with the Queen Jack. If Doug didn't bet the river.
He did indeed. No, I was just going to say, isn't it so nice when ambassadors from rival sites can all be friends? It's lovely.
It's a beautiful thing.
Doesn't always happen, but when it happens, it can be very nice.
Gemini 666. What are the cash games like at Unibet? Soft? Just to give you a little volleyball for your site promotion here.
Yeah, they are good. They're good and soft, that's for sure. It's a great site. The software is really good, and yeah, the cash games are pretty juicy. It's probably more cash games than tournaments, but the tournaments have grown exponentially in the last couple of years. So it's great to have these marquee events. The Unibet Opens are big live events, which we have 4 times a year. Obviously can't do it live this year. We usually go to Dublin, Bucharest, Malta, London, these kinds of venues. Copenhagen's been in the mix a few times. This year it's had to be all online, of course.
Makes sense. There's the first one of the day, guys. The first makes sense. Take a shot.
There we go. Yeah, no, it's your catchphrase now.
Yeah, apparently. Or are you drinking an alcoholic beverage over there? What do we got? Or is this just water?
No. What number alcoholic beverage am I on, Mike?
It's funny how for a second when you were answering that, you almost slurred your words. Very to go with
a drunk answer. No, I'm drinking a gin and tonic. It's an Indian gin. It's very nice. Opier gin with a little bit of elderflower. Some tonic water, and I've put a little bit of ginger in there with some lemon. It's very nice.
That sounds good. Daniel got paid off on the left a moment ago with trip 5s that he flopped. He just check called a flop bet and then probed the river. Got called for a 7K pot. Another nice 1-2. I was going to say your boy Daniel, just in case there are some people who feel that way. But whoever you are out there who's watching this, who's a big fan of Daniel, 7K pot to your boy Daniel.
7K pot to your boy.
To everyone else, condolences.
I'm like you see, I'm on the gin because I've got the same affliction as you.
Oh yeah, you can't have that devilish wheat.
No.
Dude, I can't have grains like really at all. Like even rice makes me feel pretty shitty. Corn doesn't make me feel great. I kind of just still shovel rice and corn though. Just what are you gonna do? 2 pair for
It's hard
Daniel
not to
on the
eat tortilla
left.
chips. Like,
Picks off a bluff from Doug for a 20K pot. Doug overbet the river for 7K into 4,600. Of course, river 2 pair. Daniel's not going anywhere. He looks him up.
you're absolutely right. You start when everything makes you feel a bit sick. You have to start picking off the things that make you slightly less sick and go, okay, I guess I eat that now.
Yeah, indeed, exactly. A lot of people in chat will say, like, man, that sounds like a miserable existence. And I said in the last stream, like, man, if you think that's a miserable existence, not being able to eat a certain food, imagine waking up with terrible stomach pain every morning because you're eating foods that you aren't supposed to eat.
So I literally vomited every day for about 9 months of my life before I realized what was wrong, and it was that I was eating bread every day.
That's crazy. Yeah, that sounds very similar to me. I wasn't vomiting every day, but for like 5 years, I was waking up with moderate to severe stomach pain. I would usually just like we had a weed vaporizer. Like the only way to really like soothe it was with that, but obviously can't really just be like ripping weed every morning. It's tough to get things done, so it wasn't a long-term solution.
Can I just say, Mike, that it really reflects poorly on both of us, and maybe it's a poker player thing that it took you woke up with horrendous pain for 5 years, and I vomited every day for 9 months before we realized maybe we should get ourselves checked out. What was going on for both of us there?
It's a long story. I was pretty dejected for a little while, unfortunately. Doug hitting a very good card on the river on the right there. He had a lower 1 card flush draw than Daniel and was dominated, but he hit his side card that Daniel did not share, and then picked off a bluff from Daniel. So that one, once they got into that turn spot, that was about as good as it could have run out for Doug with that 4 on the river. He takes down that, what was it, a 7K pot? Nice one for him.
Very nice. Shout out to Donna again. She's just telling me, reminding me about the time for my birthday, she made me some gluten-free brownies and they were really good. Thank you, Donna. Much love.
Do you know what sort of flour she used?
No, but put it in the chat there. Put your recipe in the chat there for people. There might be some other poor old gluten intolerance in this chat.
Yeah, there might be.
I'm being asked some gin questions now. There's a shout out for gunpowder gin. That is a really good gin. Picked that up in the I was about to say I picked that up in the duty free every time I travel, but you know who's travelled in the last year? So I have no gunpowder gin in my cabinet. I have some good Tanqueray 10. I have that up here, which I particularly like. It's not too expensive, but it's one that I like. It's got a little kind of coriander, lemony vibe to it. It's very nice. And then the usual, guff, Bombay and all that stuff too. House gins. When I'm not feeling fancy.
Good stuff. If there's any alcohol I can drink, it's gin. Maybe white rum I prefer actually, but similar. Someone said above, I think it was your boy Dara, said a lot of people say, Daniel can afford any loss really that this challenge could give him. He has a lot of money, and then said, do you agree? I do. I think more than likely Daniel has, as we chop the pot on the right with a pair of 10-6s. Yeah, I think both of them. Yeah, I mean, really, both of them could afford like the max loss that you could take in this challenge. Maybe 2.5 million is kind of the top end expectation of what you could possibly lose if you run as bad as possible, basically. And I think they both. I think it would probably hurt Doug a bit more, but in terms of the dollar amount. But honestly, I think both of them, it wouldn't affect their life too much, other than the pain of losing, which of course might actually dwarf the actual dollar amount. It really seems like all the peanut gallery who's hitting Daniel up all the time. I'm sure he's getting infinite tweets or messages or whatever that are like, why'd you take this? You're such a fish. Why'd you play this hand like this? Why'd you play that hand like that? I mean, it's hard for that stuff to not get to if it's just coming at you from all angles. So I think that might even be the sort of bigger thing at stake here in a way. I mean, of course, the money matters more to both of them if you were to ask, but in terms of what affects them more day to day, I really think it's the chatter.
Yeah, no, I think you've tapped into something really important there. Like, it may very well be true that he's lost, tons of money and he can afford to lose that kind of money. It mightn't make any meaningful difference to his financial situation, but I do think that misses the point completely in a way. Like, this is clearly affecting him now. He's tilted, he's upset, he feels like the universe is against him. The choice center gobbledygook he espouses and loves so much is all about being in control. Well, he's completely out of control right now. He's cracking up at the seams and we're watching it in real time. And also, when money isn't a motivator, then you get your value from other stuff. You get your value from pride or ego or a sense of like, I'm great at something. Like, Daniel has cast himself as Rocky in this like underdog story of his own creation now. The problem is it's Rocky 4 and he's Apollo Creed.
Indeed. Basically exactly that situation, which is appropriate for Daniel. He loves his Rocky.
Yeah. Cue the if he dies, he dies in the chat.
Couple 3-bet pots just went down, but no bets went in post flop. It looks like Daniel won, or Doug won one of them. Oh, the other one wasn't a 3-bet pot; it was just a 6K pot. But either way, Doug won that one as well. Nothing super interesting though. No showdowns or anything. All right, I guess I'll grab a drink real quick.
What are you gonna have, Mikey?
I'll let you know. We got some options. I gotta figure it out.
Oh, will it be the kombucha? Will it be the San Francisco juice cleanser? It's exciting. We're gonna find out.
All right, today I got another local seltzer.
A seltzer. Oh, nice.
Yeah, orange pineapple flavor.
Nice. What's the alcohol in those? 4%,
5%. 5% in this one. It's usually around there.
Cheeky 5. Nice.
Yeah, exactly. I like the hard kombuchas for that reason because a lot of times they're like 7. It's like a sneaky 7. It's good stuff.
Oh, they almost brew up like a wheat beer. They're dense.
Right, for sure. They remind me of beer in some ways. Obviously not in flavor by any means, but
for sure.
Yeah. Texture, I suppose.
I have to say, I am a big fan of the pink drinks, the girly drinks, so you get no judgment here.
Oh yeah, I mean, people who judge for that are just like, I don't even want to get into that. It's just like, what are you worried about? Relax. Just because I don't like the taste of alcohol and I needed to have some pink shit in it, so I don't taste it. What are you gonna do?
I've been asked what's the best tonics. Like, to be honest, I have a lot of Schweppes in there, and I have occasionally a couple of the fancier tonics. Do you know what I really like is, I don't know if everybody will know this one. So one of the gin mixers I really like is ginger ale. Now that seems counterintuitive to some people, but it's actually a lovely drink. And if you can get a Fentiman's ginger, it's a really nice ginger. I associate it with Christmas time because my dad always bought a big case of it. He'd bring like 12 or 24 little mini bottles of it home for Christmas. But yeah, Fentiman's ginger ale with a bit of gin is actually a really good mixer.
How on brand is it just for Ireland in general that you're like, you come on the stream and you've probably, I would say maybe 10% of what you said has been related to alcohol. It's like that's about right.
Have I underdone it? Does it need to be 20%? Was that what you're saying?
I think it's pretty appropriate. So far. So Doug went for that small c-bet on the right a moment ago in the 3-bet pot, got through. We also saw an interesting one on the left, like about 5 hands ago, where Daniel check called the flop with 7-4 on, let me make sure I get the board right. He check called the flop with 7-4 on 10-5-4. So he has bottom pair, check calls, turn ace of hearts, putting a backdoor flush draw, check. River 7 of hearts, completing that backdoor flush draw as Daniel gets a c-bet through on the left there for 8K, 3-bet pot. So the river completes that backdoor flush 7, but it gives Daniel 2 pair. He goes for the check. Of course, not a hand strong enough to check raise for value, but it's a strong hand. So it's kind of interesting because you usually see people opt to go for the check bluff catch sort of trap with more hands that aren't worth more. Because like a 2-pair hand, like strong enough to like bet himself, maybe even call a raise or bet big himself. Whereas like once you face the bet, you obviously can just call. So it's kind of indicative of maybe him thinking Doug is going to overbluff when checked to there or something like that, because that really seems like just like the perfect hand to bet the river with.
I love that analysis. Nice.
Could be approaching it a different way. Like maybe he thinks this, like blocking the 7 is bad because you need Doug to have a 7 to like call a little bit. That could be some calculus going in there. But in any case, interesting nonetheless. And thank you for that compliment also.
How long ago is it since you played full time?
I stopped at the end of 2015. I was a heads up cash player myself, and Poker Stars switched over from the bum. I was what I called myself a bum hunter.
Oh.
Straight from Daniel on the right there, getting paid off for a nice little pot, and on the left, Daniel's getting picked off. Doug winning with the pair of fives. Yeah, I was a bum hunter in the old, like, some sites still have it like this, but in the heads up lobbies, there would just be like, say, like, take like 3-6 or 5-10. There would be like
Mhm.
50 5-10 tables basically, and every single 5-10 table was one of two. Like, so one player was sitting waiting for action.
Yeah.
By and large, like half of those, oftentimes or more, were very, very weak heads up players. Oftentimes they're just playing on the side. They're like a tournament player or a six max cash game player, and they just have it open in case a fish sits them and then they can play them heads up. So I would try
Oh.
to get those guys to play me. And I would do so by buying in for weird amounts, doing some weird mixed strategies pre-flop to make it look like I'm doing silly stuff, but I actually had some calculus behind it. But anyway, when they got rid of those tables, that format, it became Zoom only. Those guys
Yeah.
no longer had lobbies to sit in, so it's just like overnight, it was just like, oh, okay, the thing I was doing isn't the thing anymore. And then at the
Yeah.
same time, Doug and Fee and Matt Coletta were starting Upswing Poker, and they offered me a part-time job, so it sort of just evolved into more and more over the years. And yeah, now I'm a recreational poker player, and it worked out pretty well.
Now, if you don't mind me digging down it and putting my little interviewer's hat on it, well, actually, hang on. We'll watch
Yep.
this kind of
Uh,
blocker here from
yeah, we see a
Doug here, the left.
small bet from Doug. I believe this was a single C bet going in the flop from Doug in a 3-bet pot. I will confirm that. Yep. Doug C bet 3,400 into 8K on the flop. Check, check, turn, and it gets through. So what was your
Tell me the story of Upswing Poker since you joined us. I'm interested to know sort of the role you took on and what your objectives were, and maybe your job specifics, and where did that go?
Sure. Yeah. So after I was kind of done playing heads up, I was playing some stuff on the side. They offered me a job to just run the social media pages. They said, like, I want 20 posts a week on Instagram, 20 posts a week on Facebook, and 60 tweets or something like that.
Mhm.
Something along those lines. And yeah, I was paid like $500 a month or something, very part-time gig, just to kind of learn it. I didn't go to college. I had never had a real job, so makes sense to start me at that sort of low level. And then, as often happens in companies, I guess I provided enough value in certain ways and just helped the company enough that I kept getting more and more responsibilities. We kept, growing as a company. We launched the lab, then eventually we started launching advanced courses. And yeah, before you know it, I'm the VP and I'm in charge of all the content. I work with the coaches like Nick Petrangelo on coming up with the curriculum for their courses, quality checking all the content. I manage the blog, kind of manage the social media pages, the person who runs them. Shout out to Patrick Harvey. He's doing a great job. He took over the socials from me about a year ago or so. He's doing a great job. And yeah, that's the gist of it.
And tell me now, since Doug retired from poker, and then also, sorry, since he retired from content creation, which was obviously a great way to push people towards Upswing, have you noticed a difference in the way you guys have to do business?
That's a great question. I'll answer it in one moment. As Doug bets the river here, 6,100 into 9,200. Does get through.
Oh,
Yeah,
river.
it's interesting. Oh yeah, did he pick off a river bluff there? Oh no, he just got paid
Yeah,
off.
no, it was Doug turned river to pair.
Backdoor 2-pair draw, classic. Yeah. So what was I saying? Oh, so you were asking, like, sort of, if I may sum up your question a little bit. It was like, how has the business changed since Doug stopped being so active?
Yeah.
So you might be surprised to hear that it hasn't made as much of a difference as you'd expect.
Okay.
We, like, just going off the numbers, I'm not going to go super deep into them. It's kind of, behind closed door info, but we didn't see like a big drop in sales by any means. In fact, we've seen some gains from certain years, even from like the heyday of when Doug was making content. Traffic is still going up. That's kind of a credit to our SEO efforts and stuff, though, because we bring in like 200,000 people a month or more from Google. So that has nothing to do with Doug at all, basically. But yeah, I mean, everything's still firing pretty well. And I mean, we've still been hiring like amazing coaches. I mean, we signed Nick Petrangelo since Doug kind of quit. Alex Miller made his course that was amazing. Canu 7, few others.
Brilliant.
Yes. So yeah, it hasn't been too big of a deal. There's one other interesting thing as Doug drags that $7,600 pot on the right. So you'd think that Doug stopping making videos means that like Upswing is reaching a lot fewer people, because he was making a video every day. They were getting tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, there's still, even though he stopped making new videos, there's still hundreds of videos on Doug's channel, and they're still bringing in tens of millions of views per year. Like Doug is, not a lot of people know this, but Doug is the #1 most watched YouTuber, or poker YouTuber, I should say, even in the years he doesn't make content. So like last year, he was the most watched poker YouTuber. This year, I'm pretty sure he's the most watched poker YouTuber, just because he has so many videos. The search optimization for his videos are so good. The packaging is so good. They really did a great job. Thomas Keeling, aka Seriously Serious, and Doug Polk, they were just like, the way they analyzed the analytics of all the YouTube videos and just continued to tailor the strategy until they just like came up with what was like, if you will, GTO YouTube poker strategy, which you might notice almost every other channel has kind of copied their strategy with the clickbait and the arrows and the thumbnails that stand out, blah, blah, blah. Like, I mean, it really changed the game over there, as we see Daniel...
Guilty as charged. We had Tom
wait, hold
on
on one sec, because we just saw Daniel raise the river with the 4s. He had pocket 4s on a 10-5-2 Jack Queen board. He faced a river bet from Doug, and he raised. Take that, all you people in chat who said Daniel never bluffs. Though granted, that was a different spot. To your credit, that was a different spot. Yeah, interesting one. So Doug just called the flop c-bet there. Check on the turn. River Queen. So 10-5-2 Jack Queen. Doug Rivers 2-pair. He bets. Daniel raises with the 4s. Doug calls.
No, I was just going to say, guilty as charged. We had Thomas Keeling on the show. Great pleasure to have him on. I've always been a fan of his, going way back, like his music videos and stuff like that. I was just a huge fan. Always enamored with the guy. Always thought he was a great person. And then, you know, kind of befriended him online as a virtual pal now in the last few years. And we had him on the show. He's such a good person, but he was great with his advice to us with our YouTube channel. Shout out to the Chip Race YouTube channel. Smaller than Doug's one, but you know, we're growing every day, and we're trying to make strategy videos. Probably not exactly in the same format as Doug, but with our own little animations and whatnot. And when it came to the thumbnail and the optimization, like you described, yeah, Thomas was the boss. He was definitely the person to ask advice from.
Yeah, he knows his stuff. Dylan Birch on YouTube asks, "What company does your SEO?" I do it. We don't need a company at Upswing Poker. 17K going over to Doug on the right with a pair of 10s. That's a 3-bet pot. Checked down to river, I believe, and then Doug went for the value bet on the river, got called. Yep. Forgive me if that sounded cocky when I answered that question a moment ago, but it is a fact.
No. Well, it is a fact, and we're on a little break now, which is nice. We get a little pause in the action. We get to breathe. You get to breathe. You've been doing all the heavy lifting here. What have I been doing? Drinking.
Well, I'm drinking too, to be fair.
Yeah, ding. No, it's really. I'm really glad I got the opportunity to ask you those questions, because I'm always interested in how these, particularly the training sites, operate, because it's a challenging marketplace these days. There's a lot of training sites out there. There's a lot of content you can watch, and they're pushing you towards different places, and you know, staying competitive in that environment. Obviously, poker, you know, is pretty much stagnated. People talk about its decline in some ways over the last decade, but really it declined a little bit after Black Friday and then stayed level from 2015 onwards. When you look at all of poker combined, and when you do that properly, when you do that search properly, you have to factor in ring fencing, the fact that some countries were forced to come offline. You know, you've obviously got this kind of pseudo other industry with the app poker, the kind of unregulated markets. You've got grey market stuff going on with GG. So it's become a much more complicated marketplace and much harder then to do the analytics on. But actually, poker hasn't shrunk. It's pretty much stayed still from 2015 to 2019 and actually grown in 2020. So you guys obviously have that sort of competitive environment to deal with, and more and more people coming online with their coaching courses and different things. You're obviously one of the early adapters, but you know, it's a competitive marketplace. I'm sure you guys have challenges every week.
Yeah, for sure. Of course. But we feel good about our position, to put it lightly. Shout out to Seriously Serious in the chat. Yes, thank you. He said he loves us too. It's unreal. Truly, we've said this before, but it's truly unreal. When we started Upswing Poker, he was just available, like no job. Like you could argue like not single-handedly quite, but like approaching single-handedly. Like Thomas has brought in like so much business for us just by virtue of making Doug's videos what they are, amazing.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I can't imagine what it's hard to think what the difference of the company would be right now without Doug's channel. But
Hmm.
I mean, it
He's a,
certainly would
he's
be
a,
smaller.
he's a superstar, and to take nothing away from Doug and his exceptional performances, he delivers that. It's very hard to be the talent delivering. I know that. I've worked with a lot of talent in the past. I see his value, but taking nothing away from him, I see it as a team. I see it very much as a team of people who are putting content together. You have to view it that way, and what Thomas brings is hugely valuable.
Yeah, no doubt. Again, like it's just unreal he was available. That was a huge blunder from every poker media site, poker training site, poker in anything site. You punted by not having Thomas on your team. You should have snatched him up when you could have. Probably still can, honestly, if you want. No training sites though, but if anyone who doesn't directly compete with Upswing want to hit up Thomas for some video editing work, he'll almost certainly help your business, and he'll be worth whatever he costs.
Yeah. Hard worker, talented, and very cute. He's a cute whore, as they say in Ireland. He's a clever man. He sees the angles.
He's a cute whore. That
He's
is
a cute whore.
incredible. Yep, that's just a casual thing they say in Ireland, by the way, guys.
As a casual thing.
If you're an American,
It's a compliment. I want to make sure that nobody doesn't understand that.
Don't go to Vaughn's or whatever grocery store and call someone a cute whore if you're in America, guys. Just so you know, I don't know how many people. I know a lot of us haven't been outside a lot this year. Maybe you're forgetting basic social skills. Just in case, cute whore, not a normal thing to say to someone here in the States. But in Ireland, have at it.
If you're in a pub in Dublin, you can call someone a cute whore. It's totally fine.
Hopefully someone doesn't get punched because of that advice at some point. We'll see. I'm sure you'll get tweeted about it. Poker Bro, I see you asking for some non-poker related tips for optimizing SEO. I can't do that on stream, man, but I'm happy to chat SEO. It's one of my main interests. So if you want to tweet at me, I'll be happy to have a chat with you at some point, answer some questions you have, give you some advice. But yeah, I'm not gonna bore 6,000 people who mostly don't care about search engine optimization with a spiel about it. 3-bet from Doug gets through on the right.
Another question for you, Mikey. So obviously we're not going to be sending anyone in this direction, but this content has allowed a myriad of streamers and a myriad of different people to cover this gargantuan event where, the eyeballs of poker are very much on it. How do the participants feel, I suppose, from Doug's point of view? Obviously, this is Doug's site, this is Doug's stream in every way, really. How do they feel about other people piggybacking?
Piggybacking. Oh, it's whatever. What are you gonna do?
It's whatever.
It's fine. Yeah.
So
Bit of a
we've got
lonely
a
action
fun table
there.
on the right now, where Doug is the effective stack now with 90k. So they're playing more than 200 bigs deep, which is always more fun to watch. We have the potential for some real carnage.
Carnage would be nice. Nice little 190k pot. We could see, or 180k rather. Would almost be the biggest of the challenge if they were to get all in on the right. Doug would actually have to add a little bit to his stack to beat the biggest of the challenge so far, which was 180k pot flush over flush. Daniel taking it down. There's this interesting phenomena in the chat. Oh, sorry, 14k pot on the left, so I'll pause. Chop on the right, on the left rather. So Doug potted the turn after c-betting the flop on the left. Very dynamic board, so it makes sense that he'd put in a large bet, which he did. And river 9 of clubs completes obviously a lot of draws. 9.6k from Doug. Bottom is value betting range, more than likely a straight here. Can't really imagine something like a set betting for value here on this scary run out. Gets through. Yeah, what I was gonna say is there's this interesting thing in chat where people will say like a screen name, faceless person will say something like mean, but then they like pepper in the mean comments, specific mean comments, in between questions that they're asking in earnest. Like I'm gonna answer their questions when you know what I mean? Like can you imagine? Like it's only chat. You could never in real life like insult someone and then like 5 seconds later or whatever, or 5 seconds earlier had asked them like a question in earnest that you actually like want their like opinion or insight or whatever on whatever you want to call it. You guys are just too much sometimes. Most of you, again, fantastic. Just some, scourge of the earth. Some of you, honestly.
Yeah. Collectively, you're wonderful. Individually, you can be a nightmare, though.
Yeah, no doubt. The 40% C bet on the left here. Four straight now. You guys are this is why I love you guys. Now they're being funny. I'll talk about that in a sec. 5k from Doug on the left. So again, this is a 3-bet pot. Daniel C betting on the flop. Doug calling, turn, Daniel check calls. And now we got this straight on the board. Daniel's just got about 1.25 pots left, a little less.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting spot where a shove would make a lot of sense. Flush got there, obviously 8, 9, 8, all possible. There it is.
All in.
So Daniel, in most worlds, they're obviously calling for the chop, and he decides not to. Can't imagine he had anything that beats the board. I think that has to call.
Oh yeah, so just real quick, what they were saying on the oh yeah, and anything that beats the board certainly calling. By the way, I agree. People are doing something pretty funny now. So I said that thing where people will ask a question in earnest, then insult, then like go back to asking questions like nothing happened.
They're all doing it now.
I'm trying to find the best example. All right, All by Durer says, Mike, what is the best place to learn about SEO? I wish a curse upon you and your family. How has COVID impacted Upswing's business? Perfect. I wish it was more rigid like that. HM Quadros asks, why is Daniel using these strange 40% size flop c-bets so much? That's a great question. You have to imagine
it's just question.
You have to imagine it's just what his like coaches or whatever, as he gets paid with trips on the left. It's what his coaches or whoever he's working with recommend, or however he's choosing to train. It is an unusual bet size in general. I'm not super well studied on the modern solver strategies and such, but a lot of the people who have commentated on this match, as Doug has a straight, looks up Daniel's bluff to win a 12k pot on the right. A lot of people we've had on, Olivier Bousquet, Gazzy B123, a few other people have talked about, and Doug even in the post-game interviews have talked about 40% not really being a size that's used too much by both tools, solvers, etc., and top players. You don't see, like, if you bring up a high stakes game on PokerStars and watch say 100,000 hands like over the course of however many months, you'll very rarely see that bet size, just to sort of as a benchmark. So yeah, it is an unusual bet size to see him using so much. We see Doug lead here on the right. He check called a c-bet, board paired on the turn, and he leads. That is something we see a lot in heads-up poker. Kind of just poker in general, when the bottom or middle card pairs on the turn after you call a c-bet out of position, you get to do a lot of leading, or a relative lot of leading.
Daniel just win that one with a queen on the right. still in action here on the left.
To quickly finish that thought, Dominic Niche, great tournament player, said in chat a moment ago, medium-sized bets, such as the 40%, don't make too much sense in most spots, which is a great point.
And this is something I want to pick up now, and I can because we don't have significant pots. What I kept coming up with when I was struggling to understand that bet size was, is it possible, and maybe Dominic could chime in here as well, that it's like a utility bet, that it's like a catch-all bet, that it's an error in all spots or most spots maybe, but it's not a big one, and his coaches are trying to simplify Daniel's game in a way. And that maybe this is their way of doing it. If he's restricted to maybe that sizing and the 70% or whatever it is, then they can sort of more easily coach him, because he is coming from the ground up in many ways. Whereas you say, Dominic, it seems strange. We should be seeing more 20%ers and some bigger ones, and a lot of board textures would dictate a far greater range of sizes. So that is something I've been, just from watching this challenge, been curious about the whole time.
Yeah, for sure. Doug picked up no, he didn't pick up a bluff. He won a small showdown on the right a moment ago, and now we've got 13.8K in the middle on the left. Doug 3-bet, then check called a bet from Daniel, small bet. And Dominic did respond to us in chat. He said, no idea. It kind of depends how he uses it, which is a great point for sure. A lot of different bet sizes can be good if it's accompanied by the right range and the right frequencies and all that stuff. Just generally speaking, it's not a size you see very often. And then he also, to finish Dominic's thought, but he's also betting 20%, 70%, and 150%. So who knows? And yeah, I agree. Who knows? It's possible what you said is true, as Doug bets pot on the left for 14K, that Daniel's coaches are trying to simplify the game for them. But I also really think there's a possibility that Daniel and his team thinks he's playing super optimally and just crushing it, and he's just running bad. I really think that that's possible right now, that they think he's just playing great.
It will be interesting if and when we finally get to hear who those players are. Obviously, you would imagine them to be the elite online players of the day, possibly more than one. You would expect maybe it's a group of 2 or 3. That would make the most sense. And to, get their afterthoughts, because in a way we'll have a post-game interview with them that's much more comprehensive. It's not going to be, the night of poker. It's going to be the 12,500 hands or the 25,000 hands.
Yeah, for sure. People are asking who's Daniel's coaches. I only know of one. MJ Poker is like all his screen names, and I think his name is MJ Gonzalez. I don't know much about him, so I can't really tell you anything besides that. And then there's talk that he's working with some app or something. That's a trainer app that I would probably fade that app if this is what it's coming up with for heads up strategy, but who knows? Tiny c-bet from Doug on the right in this 3-bet pot. Yeah, tiny c-bet.
And it's often the case that the 1/7 or 1/6 c-bet is followed up with a chunkier 2/3, 3/4 on the turn. That's what we see here. Obviously, that 1/7 bet forces most of Daniel's range to stick around, or at least an awful lot of anything but his air. And now this bet really does test him on the turn. He sticks around again.
Daniel does bet when checked to here. Quick call. That's the nut queen for Daniel. He's going to win a really nice sized 54K pot there. Nice uptick for Daniel there.
Yeah, a nice flat by Daniel on the flop. You often feel like when very little goes in, it's almost like a check, that he could have gone much bigger on the flop and polarized himself while having it, which is kind of fun. But he actually had the patience to just sort of set the trap there. 4-bet from Doug. And all in. We could have a big one here, guys. No, not this time.
Could have been 133K pot or so, but not this time. You guys need to try to channel those big hands to Doug a little bit better.
What's our biggest pot of the challenge so far, Mike?
180K. It was
okay.
It involved a questionable play from Doug as well. That I would be interested to know if he's. I'm sure he looked it up since, or like studied the spot since, and would have a better answer now. But he floated very deep, obviously, in a 3-bet pot. He floated 6-3 of clubs on, I want to say, Jack 8-5 2 clubs. So he had like a backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw kind of thing. And then he did backdoor flush. It was like turn ace of clubs, maybe river club. So like 2 high clubs were out there, maybe even 3 high clubs. So a lot of the nut flushes and stuff weren't possible. And Daniel had the 7-5 of clubs, which was a pair on the flop, turn the backdoor flush draw, river the slightly better flush, 7 high flush for 6 high flush. The river, Daniel triple barreled, Doug jammed. Daniel, of course, quickly called. 180K pot going to Daniel for that one. Couple medium-sized pots here going. Pot size bet from Doug on the left. Daniel's going to win that small showdown on the right with the 2s. King on the river after Daniel calls. Daniel's going to win that one with ace high, missed double gutter. Yeah, missed double gutter.
Yeah.
Sick one.
You had the belly buster there.
Looks like Doug's giving up with maybe a hand like 8-9, perhaps, something that doesn't have great blockers to the continue range, or rather it blocks the hands that are auto folding from Daniel's range. Doesn't really block the folds too much. Perhaps that's what he had. Hard to know for sure. Skills that kills in chat, shout out to you. It says the flop play was mildly losing, was what Doug had said about that hand where he floated the flop. Oh yeah, he did say it. He said, oh no, that was a different one where he said he floated and said it lost him $160 on Twitter. My mistake. That was the 7-5
yeah,
float yesterday.
That was the 7-5 today. I saw that tweet.
Yeah, that was funny.
Oh.
2.8K in the middle on the left here, double paired board. By the way, guys, we do have... I'm going to wait a second to make sure there's no showdown. We're going to flash something on the screen. I don't want you guys to miss the cards. Doug does bet 2K. Daniel looks him up with queen high. Nice call from Daniel there. Yeah, so we do have a giveaway going, guys. If you want to try to win an Upswing poker advanced course worth $999, or one of 4 Upswing Lab subscriptions, or one of 10 progressive knockout tournament strategy books by Dara O'Kearney and Barry Carter, go ahead and hit up that giveaway. You could type !giveaway in chat to get the link, or you could just go to bit.ly/d-napkin, d-napkin. That'll get you there.
And here's the book. You'll be getting a digital copy, so you'll get all the stuff that's inside this book in the form of small pieces of data on your phone or a Kindle or device. It won't be real paper. It won't be really part of the real world, but it will be accessible by you. And thank you very much to Dara and Barry and Unibet for throwing in those. It's great to have something to give away on stream, and it is a fantastic book. I highly recommend it. PKOs have kind of become the in vogue form of tournament poker. They're sort of taken over. Half the lobby looks like PKOs these days on most sites. So if you can sharpen up your game there and understand the intricacies of how the bounty factor changes things in the early game, in the mid game, and maybe most importantly on the final table, where sometimes it levels out a bit. It's really interesting, and yeah, Barry and Dara have done a fantastic job at putting their thoughts down and really giving you a sort of a user guide to that format.
Nice. Overbet from Doug on the right got called 1.5x pot on the river. I'm gathering that he check called the flop here for a minimum bet, check turn, and then he overbet river, got called. Yeah, just one quick thing about PKOs. I have this friend, he kind of like, I think of him as a bit of an advisor for Upswing Poker sometimes. Like if we have an article going out and maybe like there's a strategy segment that I'm not like fresh on, I'll send it to him and be like, hey, is this correct? Or is this phrased right or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
He's a really good player. He's like a 500 NL and then high stakes tournament player, plays both. And he actually told me he's one of the best players I know in terms of just everyday grinders. And he said, I don't play PKOs because like the difference in PKO to a regular tournament is so great in terms of what you're supposed to do. He's done some studying and he's like, the stuff you're supposed to do that if you don't do, you're losing a lot of EV. It's like crazy and it's super counterintuitive, making super loose calls, super loose rejams, bunch of stuff like that. That like if you just hop into a PKO and expect to just like your poker intuition to work it out, you're gonna have a bad time probably because it's just a very different, complicated game. So yeah, hopefully that book.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that a lot of players do like the vanilla format. They do like the classic no limit hold'em tournament. But I have to say, given how close to being soft solved so many shorter stack situations are in poker, obviously ICM hugely complicates that. But for a lot of the tournament, you can be in situations which everyone is familiar with. Everyone's getting good. The barrier to entry is very low. Having a new format, it may not be your cup of tea today, but having something that's so unsolved, that's so unique and different, and a whole new challenge for people to figure out is really healthy for the ecosystem. So take this as an opportunity to get good at a new format and get ahead of the curve in a whole new form of the game. That would be what I would say.
Yeah, great point. It's kind of a similar thing with short deck, though that might be expiring soon. We had one member. This is going to sound like such a shill, but it really is an unreal story. One of our members took, he was like a long time lab member, 3-bet pot on the right, by the way, AK in the middle. Check down so far. He took Kane Callis's short deck course that Kane made for us. And he won, I want to say, God, it was like March of this year. He was up like 150K playing just short deck because everyone was so bad. And like the short deck really is the correct strategy in short deck is like so, well, to me at least, super counterintuitive. A lot of pre-flop 3-bet shoving, a lot of just open shoving in some spots, very little non-all-in 3-betting. If not, I think there's like no non-all-in 3-betting. It's a very unique game. And yeah, I mean, he's just been crushing it because no one else knows what's going on. And Kane made a great course. So yeah, if you guys want to check that one out, Kane Callis' course on Upswing for short deck. Good stuff. But how much did he lose? Great question, Haba. I think it was included. I think Poker Tracker includes the losses in the graphs, but who knows? Maybe technology hasn't caught up.
Spotted a question from Darrow Carney further up there. He asked, why do I make those videos of Daniel's meltdowns? It's a good question, actually, in fairness, because this is something that a few people have said to me. Why are you bothering? Why are you putting that kind of out there? And I suppose in many ways, and I said this to Jamie actually on her excellent podcast, The Rake with Marley, I said the reason I do it is because I think there's an awful lot of inaccuracy, and we call them, I think you have a game called Telephone in America, where people will sort of say something and then someone else will repeat it and it will change over different iterations. And I think in poker, we're very susceptible to that. Like maybe some person listened to the podcast or some person watched the post-match thing, but not everyone did. And then everyone kind of voiced an opinion, and people's opinions are really other people's opinions or bastardized versions of other people's opinions. And what I sort of felt was, well, in the modern world, people will consume a couple of minutes. They won't watch like 20-minute interviews. It's not that important to their day, but they might watch 2 minutes on Twitter on their cigarette break or whatever it is. And, if they do that, they'll consume what really happened. I never put those posts out with any description or any judgment. In fact, I would
wait hold on one sec, because we have an overbet from Daniel on the turn here after the flop went check. Then Daniel bet the river for 3/4 when Doug called the turnover bet, and now Doug's check raising.
So a reverse of what we saw earlier.
Shout out to Burberry in chat. Thanks for being here.
Oh, Melissa Burr, fantastic.
Yeah, she seems cool. I don't never cross paths, but yeah, seems like a
The
good,
coolest.
cool
The
lady.
nut cool. Yeah. Daniel's still in the tank here. Probably approaching a minute now.
He did win a nice little 10K pot on the left a moment ago with, top pair on a pair board.
What kind of time banks do they have here?
That's a good question. I want to say, just based on how slowly it's going down, 120 seconds for the time bank. Just kind of taking a shot in the dark there.
Mm-hmm. And would it be legit to reload that if you were to run out on a big spot like this, for example? Could he just go, I want to have more time banks, so can we start a new table? Not really, if they've got big stacks out, I guess.
That's a good question. I don't think either of these players is the type of person to care too much about it. Doug's raise does get through. He drags that 21K pot.
Nice.
But yeah, I don't think either of these players would be like kind of nitty about that. That said,
Sure.
that is a thing for sure, where people playing a heads-up match say, "Hey, I'm out of time bank. Would you mind opening a new table?" That's totally normal etiquette. In this case,
Yeah, I
though,
wouldn't think so.
they agreed to not split stacks already, so it's like that would be splitting stacks and going back to 100 big blinds. So that would sort of be against the spirit of the strat of
That's
how
what I
this
was
challenge is
thinking.
going. So
Yeah. Yeah, so while we don't have a particularly big pot, to go back to what I was saying there, yeah, so I just feel like people will watch 2 minutes and then make up their own mind. I offer no commentary on those takes. In fact, I would actually go as far as to say is I find Daniel more human in those moments. Like a genuine feeling of frustration is something we can understand. I've certainly swore at my computer when I've lost a hand or had a really bad Sunday or whatever it is. So I don't necessarily put those out there feeling like I'm getting at him. He felt very needled last night. I could see that in his post match. But really, in a weird kind of way, that makes him the most likable at some level for me. It's the ugly comments he makes about people from time to time that I have more issue with. And him just going motherfuck cocksuck is like, yeah, whatever. But it is funny and it's entertaining, and people will watch it and kind of wonder what's going on. I also think it's interesting that he got bothered by it, because all I'm really doing is holding up a mirror to him. If he's upset by that, he's just watching himself back and getting annoyed. And that's interesting that he rather choose to break the mirror than maybe soul search and think about what he's doing.
For sure. All right, Mumble Chum. I saw you complaining that you were unable to access the lab, the Upswing lab. You're a member, you're a paying member, and I just fixed your issue. So go try it again. Log in and out, or log out and in. You just got customer support while I'm streaming, so I hope you're appreciative of that. Should be fixed.
Nice. Melissa says, "Don't dare stop doing those videos." Yeah, it's almost like a public service at this point. I did them for Pearl Mike Mattisau as well when he was losing his biscuits as well. And there was a lot of other videos out there. Whenever there's a fun piece of poker content, if I can capture it and edit it quickly on my phone, I'll try and lash it out there. And yeah, people seem to enjoy them.
Daniel making a hero call on the right a moment ago for a chop pot on Ace 6622. Nice call from Daniel. First that pot size bet. The 3-bet from Daniel on the left. He checks and gets a bet from Doug. Quarter pot call. Queen turn, second flush draw.
Thank you so much for stopping by, Melissa. Very kind of you. I'm sure you were taking time out of your busy day. She actually spoke to me earlier today. She's going on a date. I don't know if maybe the boyfriend has gone to the bathroom at the dinner table and now she's on her phone having a little check of Twitch, or maybe she hasn't gone on her date yet. But I appreciate you stopping by. Melissa, one of my absolute favourite guests we've ever had in the chip race. She's a superstar.
Nice, I'll have to check that one out. Lead from Daniel here now. Or not a lead the way I actually meant to say that there. Just a bet when after the turn went check. Gets through. Habajack asked any speculations as to why Daniel passed on the high stakes poker new season. I actually think it was because he was preparing for this. And ironically enough, Doug
played
Doug played the high stakes poker, but it was just one day. I mean, it wasn't a big deal.
Yeah, I don't see how a day of filming would have mattered, but well, whatever. Slow Dog says, hopefully her date is with her boyfriend after I leaked that. Yeah, sorry. I doubt Melissa's playing the field, but yeah, I don't think I got her in any trouble there. Hopefully not. Yeah, Leaky Lappin, as I'm known to some of my colleagues, because I tend to find out the inside secrets whenever Unibet tournaments or things are coming up, and they're like, okay, so we're planning to release this now on Monday, and then I'll just like tell people on a stream or something on Friday. They're like, really? Like we have set release dates for a reason, Dave. It's a promotional plan thing, and I'm like, meh.
Mumble Chum confirmed. Issue has been fixed. Might be the first customer support ticket in the history of Upswing Poker fixed on stream. Luckily, it's just
Nice.
It's a 2-click fix, so just have to know what to do. Lucky for you, Mumble Chum, that you complained at the right stream here. Just kidding. I didn't see it. I didn't see it as complaining. Bit of a lull in the action, ladies and gents. Couple single raise pots.
Yeah, as the card distribution sort of dulls the game slightly for a few minutes, I guess it is a kind of an opportunity to take a breath. But the game has matured nicely now. Like we've no starting stacks anymore. The least we're playing is about 160, 170 bigs deep. So there's interesting dynamics at work here.
Yeah, for sure. Interesting question from Jacob Sotins on Twitter. Thank you for the question. If you guys do have questions for us, Twitter is a really good strategy because we'll see those for sure. The chat goes so fast, sometimes we're watching the action. So we'll miss those sometimes, as Doug bets here on both tables. One on the turn, one on the river. He asks, oh, by the way, our Twitter handles, at MBradyCF, at DK Lappin, over wherever he is, walk down, left, right, I don't know, in relation to me. So Jacob asks, Doug got paid on the right there. Nice one for Doug. Hey, Mike, do you think Daniel's strategy could be intentionally or even unintentionally changed today due to having limited buy-ins? Intentionally, I think that's very unlikely. I don't think he's like doing any sort of adjustment to protect or something like that. That would be crazy. And to do so, if he did do that, he would be giving away expected value. So he shouldn't do it. And he's also, him and his team are more than smart enough to not do that. Unintentionally, that's a much more complicated question. Maybe. I don't know. Could see it being a psychological factor, though, as his check raise gets through on the left there. Habit Jack. Good one, man. Chat moving so fast and no one will notice me seeking attention from strangers on the internet because my parents didn't give me any. It's cold, cold, but potentially true. Oh, was that a copy pasta and I was reading the second? No, good. Got the right credit. I hate when there's a copy pasta going and I read it and I read like the second or third person to say it, so the person who started it doesn't get the adequate credit. But this time we're good. We're clear. So we've just crossed the 2-hour mark, David. I was not sure we were going to make it here. I'm glad, I'm not thrilled Doug's losing as usual, but I'm glad we're getting to hang out for a little longer than was possible.
Oh, for sure. This is a marathon, and this 2 hours for me has flown by anyway, much faster than when I rail it. I was railing last night. I was doing a bit of editing on the chip race, and I kind of had you to the side. But it's much more fun doing it this way, and yeah, the time has flown by. I can't believe it's 2 hours. Last night you played for like 4.5 hours, was it? That was the biggest ever, I think.
That was a good one. Shout out to Jacob Dalla J Llama, our Upswing mix game coach, for sticking in there for that whole session, 4.5 hours of commentary.
See Casson on Twitter asking, what's it like to be a poker player in Malta? Do I play much live? Well, in normal circumstances, I play a lot live. I would play a decent amount here in Malta because Malta is a really popular poker destination in Europe. Almost all of the major tours will have at least one stop here every year. And then I would travel maybe 16 to 20 trips a year as well. So I'm probably abroad maybe 120 days, 100 days of the year playing live poker. Live scene here is quiet when it's not festival time because it is quite a small island. There's only well, not even 450,000 people here, really.
Wow.
So, but it is a very popular little island for poker players because taxation in different parts of Europe has meant that people have left their home countries, and Malta is a particularly favourable place for those people to go. It doesn't matter to me as an Irishman. It's very favourable in Ireland. I'm just here for the weather.
Doug check raised the flop on the left, bet the turn small. Now he's betting the river for about 2/3. On the right, a moment ago, Daniel won a 3-bet pot where it just checked down. He had a pair of queens. Doug had ace high. Both players just elected to take their showdown value. Daniel maybe could have put in a value bet with the queen, but I probably could have, but didn't.
How much roughly is Daniel in for right now? I think that's an important question because, again, it mightn't take that much for us to suddenly see him all in. Like with 150k on one table, he might have a lot of his remaining rolls sitting there. So if he was to bust the other table, are we probably talking about maybe 2 more bullets, 2.5 more bullets?
Yeah, I mean, it could be as little as I mean, honestly, he could get, again, I'm just speculating, but he could get stacked on the left and then like not be able to continue playing because the right stack has like basically the majority of his roll or whatever. He doesn't have 40k more. Very possible.
Yeah.
He couldn't have gone into the session with more than like 200k, and he's up about 60, so he's probably got about 260 in his account. Again, just estimating, speculating. So that on what he's got on the table, that's 210. So that would leak, if my numbers are correct, that would be 50k he's got behind. So actually, that would be one buy-in if those numbers are, if that guess is correct. But so yeah, it's close. He's definitely close. Doug with a nice value bet on the right with the 10.
Yeah, nice. It's actually possible for him to be having a very good session overall, but still go broke.
Right, definitely. Yeah, he could be up. I mean, if extreme example, but he could have a 400k stack on the right table, but then on the left table get stacked a bunch, and all of a sudden he's up 200k, but he's out of money. It's interesting. Gotta turn on a light. No, doggy. I know you guys are going to want to see her after that.
It's almost compulsory. We have to see her now. Oh.
She's saying hi. She's saying hi to everyone. Very feisty.
That's a hello.
Good girl, Emmy. Good girl. She'll be here for a sec.
Needs a bit of company. These long streams.
Yeah, she's, she wants attention.
That's fair.
6k in the middle on the right. Doug goes for 4k. Sorry for all those people whose dogs are barking now because of that one. Raised to 9,600 from Daniel with the Nutter Butters. Doug does look him up with an insuperior hand.
Yeah, he went very small there. Sort of forcing a lot of Doug's range to call.
Two plus two Trollcat says that is his child. Closer than you would think to that being true. Daniel winning another one on the left there with ace 4. Nice little run for Daniel in the past 5 minutes.
Just on a point of strategy there, what do you think of Daniel's sort of 2.2x to Doug's bet there? It does feel like maybe he should be going larger. Obviously, you're getting more of Doug's range to call on that sizing, but is that good?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible having two sizes there is good. I have to imagine a big size has to be in there.
Like heads up is far from my speciality. I played a lot of heads up poker in my life, but it's always very short stacked in a sit and go format, or obviously at the end of an MTT. So my skill sets as it pertains to heads up is not this depth. But that just felt funny to me. But anyway, I'm not gonna pretend to know more than these guys. I'm just gonna ask a question once in a while.
Happy to do my best to answer. Maybe pull something out of my ass if I can. By the way, shout out to Mike Gale, watching at home in Nevada. Thanks for sweating the streams. A couple single raise pots here. Doug on the button in both. He gets the value bet on the left for a 5.6k pot with that river top pair of aces. Hero Value says, sick brag getting heads up in an MTT, Lappin. He does it all the time, guys. He's a tournament poker professional. Professionals win tournaments. That's just a fact.
And to be fair, Unibet is a smaller site. So a lot of our big sort of 50 quid, 100 quid MTTs at night only get like 100, 120 runners or whatever it is. So when you get to the final table, you get heads up a fair amount.
Those are my favorite types of tournaments. Mainly because they only take like 4 hours or 5 hours to get deep. I cannot stand these the way tournaments have gone on a lot of sites where like if you want to you register something like in level 2, there's like 22 levels of late registration remaining. It's like, what are we doing here? I mean, I understand that they want to juice the prize pools, but like I want to do other stuff on my Sunday. I'm not trying to just like play poker the whole time.
Really? You want to do something else on a Sunday? What?
I do, yeah. I want to have a nice morning and then I want to have a nice night. I'll do poker in the middle, but I don't want the poker to take up the morning and the night. If you're professional,
you want the night off as well. Wow, that's greedy.
Well, to be clear, if it's a big tournament that I'm playing, I do not want the night off. I would like to have to play poker. but it's a nice silver lining if you do bust a big tournament on a Sunday. Ooh, Doug with the trap attempt on the right. Very big flop.
The board crippled, so it's hard to get value when you have the board that crippled.
Yeah, tried to get a bluff for a thin value bet at Daniel there, but no dice. He's going to have to settle for 5 blinds. I don't remember what I was saying, but I think I made the point just roughly. So, yeah, I'll move on.
Albiture says, I look like a local version of Boogie 2988. I don't know who that is. Is that a positive compliment? Is that a horrible slag? I don't know what that is.
Amazing. Overbet C-bet from Doug on the right here in a single race pot. 2,300 into 1,800. These boards are going to be a lot better for the button since since the out of position player, in this case Daniel, did not 3-bet pre-flop. He doesn't have ace king, aces, kings, even sevens is not as present in Daniel's range as Doug's. So big advantage for Doug on this board. He's going to leverage that with a large bet size, try to get max value from his strong hands, and force as much fold equity as possible with his bluffs. And here he goes again, going 1.5x pot.
Boom. I can see Kerstetter and Burberry now having the chats in our Twitch chat box here. They're reminiscing fondly about a story actually that I remember Melissa telling us, where I think Melissa or Jamie, maybe it was Melissa, set fire to a relationship over a game of Scrabble. Basically decided that they had to beat their boyfriends really badly to prove their superior intellect. They had been patronizing them previously, I think, and just letting them win because, men are soft creatures who need to feel like they're better at stuff. Until the men got a bit too cocky, and then they decided, no, let's show them how good we really are. And yeah, I think they set fire to a couple of relationships there, or at least that's the summarized version of the story.
$3,400 into 4,600 on the left here from D-Negs.
Jay Farber says he plays Scrabble for money. Let's go. Okay, Jamie and Burberry, you've got a mark there. Don't say we never did anything for you.
Morton Ostad asked over on YouTube, what book did you recommend 30 to 45 minutes ago? I think we were talking about the Progressive Knockout book by Dara O'Kearney and Barry Carter, which is one of the prizes. Actually, 10 ebook copies of that is one of the prizes in our giveaway that we have going today on this stream. If you want to go join that giveaway, you just got to do some stuff on social media to get your entries. The more things you do, the more entries you get, the higher chance you have of winning. We're also giving away, in addition to 10 of those ebooks, very nice Vanna White presentation style from David Lappin there. We also
used to be a ring girl.
Makes sense. It definitely checks out. $1,000 Upswing course is, I would say, maybe the grand prize, and then probably the prize that's going to be picked first, and then 4 Upswing Poker Lab subscriptions for 1 month. So yeah, go join that giveaway. the links to that giveaway. I did drop them in chat, but you can also go to the link in the description of YouTube or in the panels below the stream on Twitch. There's a link to the giveaway on both those places. Serendipitous Lee asks, what's the worst poker book you've had the displeasure of reading? That's a really good question. I'm going to try to dig deep for that. I haven't read poker books in a long time. So I'll try to think about what I used to read, like when I was a high schooler who was just obsessed with the game and reading a bunch of books. I don't really remember any being like bad even. I remember reading like Phil Helmy's Play Poker Like the Pros, and even that one was like, for the level I was at, it was still helpful. So like it tells you more about the level I was at than the book, I think. But I don't really remember any being like really bad. Is that Mike Matisow Check Raising the Devil book? I don't know. I don't think I read that one, but I might have flipped through it and thought it was a little bit interesting.
I'm not going to answer that question because I've had them as a guest on the show.
Amazing. Daniel won a nice sized pot on the right there with a turn check raise, or was it just a bet? Let me double check that. There's a 3-bet pot. Daniel c-bet the flop, I believe. Oh, and then probably just double barreled. No, he had to have check raise if the pot got to that size. Sorry, guys, I'm just double checking what happened there. Oh no, okay.
I've had them as a guest on the show. It's very unlikely they'll ever come back. So maybe. No. I don't know. I don't know if I could take the exhaustive email exchange that might transpire afterwards.
We could just move on. Like, don't worry about it.
I think I'll save myself that.
Harrington on Hold'em. I see someone shouting out in chat. Yeah,
Ooh, no.
Really I enjoyed that. Yeah, I enjoyed.
Yeah,
No,
if you were like a new,
he liked it. Yeah, he liked it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Because if you were like a new poker player in 2009 or 8, that was great stuff.
Good shit. Really good shit. He had the cash game book too. I remember that one being pretty good. Check down pot on the left in a 3-bet pot. Daniel elects to bet 2/3 on the right. Daniel's picking off Doug again. This has definitely been a session where Daniel's river hero calls, or even just calls, some of them haven't really been hero calls, have really went well. Doug's been bluffing quite a bit, as he often is, and Doug hasn't really had the hands today. Apparently.
Without going into specific detail, because I kind of want to answer the question, but I also kind of don't. I think there are people in poker, who I'm not going to name, have forged phenomenal career, credit to them for it, in dispensing mediocre poker advice, but churning out 1 to 2 books a year and have built a brand around that. And I think those books, for the most part, fucking awful.
That makes sense.
Now, you can decide out there yourselves who I'm talking about.
Yeah, I might have been able to sniff that one out, but I'm gonna just move on. Just gonna move on. Dinger56412 asks, what are books? It's a fair question.
It's a very good question.
In this day and age. There is a Wikipedia page about what books are, though, so you can check that out. I'm not gonna be able to explain it better than them.
Yeah. They're huge kind of lumps of matter originally made by trees that contain almost no information. Except in the case of this one, that while it still contains little information relatively in the universe, it's very good information. So you should try and win the prize right there today. But they're a very inefficient way of collecting information now.
Got an interesting question on Twitter for.
No, it's Jimmy.
They can't see it. No. They can't see that. That's our. They can't see that. Don't say anything.
I know. I knew it was off screen, but I also knew maybe the reflection in my glasses. You never know.
So good. Daniel raises to 13K here on the right. Say this question I got on Twitter that's I find pretty funny from Jeff Compton in a moment. Doug tanking versus this river race on this 4 straight 3 flush super coordinated board. He's got a boat skis on the left, got paid off for a small pot, 5,200 going his way. Excuse me. Doug's still in the tank, more than likely not putting in the raise once he tanks for this long.
What does this feel like to you? Does this feel like a 10?
I think Doug calls a 10 a little bit faster. That is the best possible straight for Daniel. He's going to win another nice pot. He's back to around his peak for the day now. Yeah, so the question on Twitter is pretty funny. Can you ask Doug after the session tonight, because he'll be joining us for an interview, for those of you who don't know. Can you ask Doug if he would take on either Helmuth or Galfond in a similar challenge? What an interesting 2 people to choose. It's like one for sure. The other one, maybe? I don't know, but it's just like they're not even in remotely the same league of like why, whether or not Doug would accept the challenge. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's been nip and tuck. Speaking of Phil, it's been nip and tuck in his challenge. Himself and Chance going back and forth. It seems like a different person has the lead every day this past fortnight. So, not much in it there.
Yeah, trading the lead a bit. Thomas Anderson on Twitter says that I didn't give you a big enough laugh, or a laugh that you deserved for your Rocky 4 joke that you were making earlier, or your bit. Which, in my defense, I think I was reading the chat and stuff, and I kind of just caught a bit of it. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have laughed.
It's okay, Mike. It's okay.
You guys want
find
some
it
more?
funny? It's fine. It's probably my delivery. I probably.
got you. No. Bite your tongue. I got you. I'll get you back right now. Guys, if you want to hear more amazing jokes like that on really a daily basis, delivered to your personal feed on Twitter, go ahead and follow DK Lappin over on Twitter. He's got so many jokes. You don't even know what happened. So many jokes. All right. see.
People don't. People don't realize it, but actually, my Twitter account is just Jamie Christetter's discarded drafts folder jokes. Yeah, Jamie's like, this one isn't elite level. It's probably not even that funny. Dave, you can have this one.
A lot of sense. That really checks out. 3-bet pot on the right a moment ago. Doug called the 3-bet with 10-9. Daniel had 3-bet with 9s. The flop came ace, jack, 10, and then they checked down from there. Both players electing to take their showdown value, which makes a lot of sense with those 2 hands.
How much streaming did you do before this challenge, Mike?
Never.
Never once?
No. Never public eye.
Wow. Well done, sir.
Thanks. I'm more of a behind the scenes fellow. If
yeah.
You will.
I streamed for like almost a year when I first joined Unibet, and I think it sort of broke me as a person.
You were streaming tournaments?
Yeah, I was streaming, just playing like 4 nights a week, probably 4 nights a week whenever I wasn't playing live, and just wasn't for me. I have so much respect. I'm good pals with Finton, and Tonka's a pal, and like there's loads of it. Like, they're just fucking brilliant. Like, fair play if you can do it. I love Spraggy. It's one of my favorite streams. Ian Simpson, of course, streams for Unibet, and he's a trier. He tries really hard. He's good. He's good. But no, it wasn't for me. I think I probably I prefer the podcast. I prefer the more old school mediums, probably. I probably like to be edited.
Yeah,
I think I need a good edit.
It's helpful to have an editor. Everyone can benefit from an editor.
Yeah,
everyone.
But kudos, man. Like aside from the plate spinning aspect to this, dealing with my guff, probably got 3 chats on the go between Twitter DMs and whatnot as well. Just having the composure and having the charm as well to deliver this to the hungry audience. It's impressive stuff that you never did this before. It's especially impressive.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. On the left, we have a nice little pot brewing. Doug check raising the turn, I believe, here. Yeah, check raise the turn versus a double barrel. Got called. He checks the river now. It's going to be bad for him. And indeed, he does have the 9-8. Daniel with the king jack, certainly not folding versus any aggression on the river there, so probably a good give up from Doug. Unless he wanted to just pile in the 3x pot jam or whatever. But he definitely didn't have the hand to do that with, given that he had the 8 of hearts and did not block 8-7 suited.
Okay, we've got a quick sit out here, so I'm going to guess it'll be a sit out on the other one. If you can carry on, I'm going to get a quick drink if that's okay, Mike.
Yeah, no problem. Queen high on the right, gonna win on that double paired board for Dougie. I once called Dougie to him, by the way, and he hated it. He said never. He said please never call me that again, or something like that. It was really funny. Or are we doing that? He said like, are we doing that? So if you want to, well, I don't know if it'll tilt him if you like tweet it at him, but feel free tweet it to call him Dougie in a tweet. Maybe it'll get to him if enough of you do it, it'll definitely be noticed. Well, we have this quick lull in the action, guys. Reminder that we do have a giveaway. I'm not sure we've mentioned it up till now. It's about 2 hours and 24 minutes into the stream. It's like downright neglectful that I haven't mentioned the giveaway up till now. But we're giving away 15 prizes, all of them aimed to help you improve your poker strategy skills, bottom line, etc. We're giving away 1 advanced Upswing poker course worth $1,000. 4 Upswing Lab monthly subscriptions worth $99 for the 1 month, and 10 Progressive Knockout books, ebook version. So yeah, go join that giveaway. bit.ly/d-napkin. bit.ly/d-napkin is the link. You can also find the link below the video. If you're on Twitch, it's in the panels below the video. And then if you're on YouTube, it's in the description. Go join. Just got to do some stuff on social media to get your entries. You could even unfollow after. I don't care. You have to follow people to get your entry. Follow, get the entry. Unfollow if you aren't interested in their content. It's totally fine. Not against the rules. Arlie Shaban's cat asked, when do you announce the winner? I think we'll just do it like at the very end. I'm kind of going to play it by ear because Doug's going to join us for an interview at the end. Maybe they'll hop off and I'll just like do the giveaway really quick on my own or with David. Probably with David. Let Doug hop off after that interview. Just give you guys a little extra time to join for those of you who kind of... I know a lot of people hop over to the stream just to hear the Doug interview, so give those people a chance to join. Queen bluff catch on the left from Daniel, winning a nice little $7,800 pot.
What happened when I was gone?
I mentioned the giveaway we're doing for the very first time in the session because we keep... I don't know how. Did you realize we had forgotten to mention it all the way till now? 2 hours and 20 minutes in. It's crazy. Crazy.
But did no big pots happen? Because I did that trick that my grandmother used to do where when she was waiting for a bus at the bus stop, she'd light a cigarette because that would make the bus come in her mind. She thought, well, that's how the universe works. So I thought, well, I'll leave and Doug will win a huge pot. But it didn't happen.
Yeah, not this time. Though maybe the pot started that you were hoping for, because on the left we have Doug 3-betting and C-betting on that Jack 3-2, 2 hearts. We get the Queen of Hearts on the turn. Peter Welfare on YouTube asked, Mike, would your opinion of D-Negs change if he left PokerStars when the drama happened? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Of course.
It would be night and day. Like that's like literally the number one thing. That's like 90% of the reason that I have a problem with him in general. And really, I have a problem with his public persona. I don't know him personally, so I don't even really know how I feel about him personally. But what I know about him publicly, not a fan. But if he had done what is, in my opinion, the right thing, that like Alex Canu, Seven Miller, and Ike Caxton, and Vicky Corin, all of them did when some shady stuff went down, yeah, for sure. Everything would have been forgiven then. I mean, there would have been nothing to forgive. That was the big thing that he's done.
Yeah. Small point of correction. Vicky left just because they moved into the world of casino gaming.
I remember that, yeah.
Her principal position, fair play to her, one of my favorite guests on the chip race, gave us a wonderful interview about a year ago. One of my favorite people in poker. She's just royalty. But yeah, she was a bit earlier when they sort of moved into the general gaming world. But yeah, and I actually meant to say Alex Miller earlier when I mentioned Ike, because he's got far less press for his equally principled behavior, which in a way is almost more principled because I'm guessing Ike is more well off than Alex. So
value bet from Daniel there on the left, winning a 34K pot with top 2 pair. Nice one for him. He called a 3-bet, called a flop bet on Jack High, turned top 2, and then just bet twice when check 2. Or no, he checked back the turn, actually. My mistake. Check back the turn. Interesting. He was protected on heart rivers with a heart in his hand, so that does make some sense. Someone said something I wanted to answer. Shoot. What are you gonna do? Oh, someone said, "What is the drama? What happened with Poker Stars?" Just go. I don't want to. We've talked about that on stream like 4 or 5 times now. I don't want to repeat it for all the people who have already heard it. But if you just Google search Poker Stars Supernova Elite, let me double check. That'll show up what.
We even have a Poker Stars Supernova Elite player in here. Melissa was one of those people.
She was. Yeah, I remember that. I remember seeing a tweet from her recently. Okay, so you'll actually have to search Poker Stars Supernova Elite Scandal. That'll bring up several articles that will give you the gist of what happened. And the cliff notes are, it wasn't cool. Check raise from Doug on the right. Nice one, Arlie Shaban's chat. Or Arlie Shaban's cat. That's funny. I'm not going to say it though. 6,300 in the middle on the right.
Sorry, Big Steeler. Yeah, you too, pal. Bertie Bailey is in the chat here. I think he's implying he was one of those people too. I think he might have been. Sorry, Bertie. I didn't know you were here. Didn't know we were being, there's a lot of you guys lurking out here. Some high-profile poker superstars just lurking in the background. Is he the real Bertie Bailey? Asked Bowie Effect. Who knows? Will Doug and I be swapping hairstyling tips in the post game? Matt, I used to kind of have Doug's. When my hair is cut short, it is like Doug's, but then I probably let it grow out much more. But I'm pretty much one of those people who's had the same hairstyle since he was 16 years old. So it comes in and out of fashion, mostly out of fashion, but it drifts in and out.
Holes Baby in Twitch chat asked, did the set for a set happen today? Yes, there was a set for a set today in a 4-bet pot, which is... Set for a set is sick enough, but you throw in a 4-bet pot, that's pretty dirty. It was Daniel 3-bet with pocket 4s, Doug 4-bet with pocket jacks, Daniel called, the flop came jack something 4. Of course, Daniel's going to get stacked there, barring a really sticky run out, but it wasn't sticky enough to save him. But Daniel's still up quite a bit of money today, up 135K, his biggest win in quite a while in this challenge. Probably in around 8-9 sessions, maybe more. He hasn't had a win this big, so good for Daniel.
Luke Vrabel's in the chat here, or at least a screen name that could be him. He's asking me if I'm wearing makeup. What do you think, Luke? Think I'm a makeup wearer? Maybe. I did set up my lighting rig much better than I ever did before, so maybe that's just the only thing that's making it look a little bit more professional. I look well manicured. Thank you, Slay. Oh, well, I had to make an effort because I look. I didn't want to be like a dog's dinner sitting next to Mikey here, who's like one of the most dashing, young, handsome people in poker. Didn't want to be over here just looking all like deformed. I have to do my best. Stop blushing, Mike. You know it.
Thanks. Thanks, buddy.
Slay says he's here for me, not the heads up. Ah, well, come on. The heads up is good. I know you probably have beef with everybody, so. Have both of these people paid their dues? That's what I want to know. Mike, you have the best teeth on Twitch. That's nice.
Thanks. Are you reading comments complimenting us?
Yeah, that's all it is now. It's just, do I wear makeup? It's to be honest, it's mostly about you. But you know, I'm getting compliments of the nature of Dave. You normally look like shit. You look a bit better than that today.
Yeah, you do look better than shit today. No doubt.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I wore one of my best shirts. I made an effort because you don't make an effort for anything anymore. Because you just live in your fucking house and you walk to the shop and back. That's life for 2020. So you get to be on a high profile stream with all these sexy people in the chat, handsome co-host, high profile people on the stream. You wear a shirt. I will admit. Now, don't get afraid, everyone. I am wearing pajamas underneath. But it's upstairs for professional, downstairs for fun right now.
Guy in chat, I'm chatting with him over text, and he does not realize that that he's talking to me. That's pretty funny. But based on his comments, that does not surprise me that he wasn't able to sniff that one out. Doesn't seem like the brightest bulb, but maybe I'm wrong. Small c-bet from Daniel on the right.
And little by little, we are inching towards a very big night for Team Negreanu. This is important psychologically for him. We've seen him basically on the ropes for day after day after day, not coping well. Maybe he rebalances himself overnight or whatever, but seems to be steaming away. This is important. This is important for him to come back now in January, perhaps with, you know, some renewed confidence, having studied a bit more, feeling like he's eating into the deficit. It's important, I think, for him. So, you know, session's not over yet. Things could go pear-shaped still, but this is shaping up to be a much better session for Team D-Negs.
Indeed, as he bets 1.5x pot here on the right. Bit of a lull. Doug stacks pretty close to that 40K starting. That's always a very, very good sign for the other player.
A situation he is familiar with. D-Negs in the black, face in Doug here.
Someone asked, thanks for that donation, by the way. Doug really needs that money over on YouTube. So yeah, it's hard times for Doug, so he really needs that $5. Thanks, Dean Meadows. Is Doug the best heads-up player online or live? If not, who is? Is he the best player in the world? That is there. Okay, even if he was, we wouldn't know. Sort of. If that, I know that's an unsatisfying answer, but you know, I think that's the answer. And then that said, no, he's not the best in the world. Very doubtful. Maybe he's up there. Like it's hard, again, that's like so hard to say. He's not in the streets battling people who are the best all the time. So we're not getting the comparison, right? He's only playing Daniel right now. So it's hard to say. That said, he's really good. How's that for an answer? I don't know. Check min raise from Doug on the left. Daniel goes for his larger 3/4 pot c-bet. Doug just makes it the min. He goes for the turn barrel. Daniel's riverbet gets through on that 4 straight backdoor flush completer. Kleps on Twitch asks, is there a date for the next session or is it to be decided? There is a date. They're taking a whole week off next week for the WSOP tournament that is happening. That, obviously Daniel wants to play. Doug, I'm sure, is not playing it. And so since they're taking next week off, the next session after this one is going to be 10 days from now. December 21st. It's a Monday. Hope to see you guys there. Yes Sor on YouTube asks, what determines if they go 12.5 or 25k? Whoever's losing at the 12.5k hand mark has the option to quit. Or they can keep going. Then you have to play to the 25k hand point. The winner has no option to quit. If you want answers to that and other frequently asked questions about the channel, or about the challenge rather, go ahead and check out our FAQ. I'm dropping the command in chat right now. Has a bunch of answers to commonly asked questions. Daniel going to win a nice size pot on the left there with King 4. Yeah, other questions in that FAQ include, are they paying rake? If so, if they're not, then how are they getting the rake back? Because you obviously are seeing rake being subtracted from the tables. Other questions, why is the stream biased? That's another funny one that we get a lot somehow.
Sorry, Mike, how dare you? Me? Biased? I take exception to that.
One of my absolute favorite things is when people are like, people will come into chat and they like have this idea in their minds about anything, but in particular commentary, and they're like, if you're doing commentary, you should really try to be unbiased. It's like, says who? I can do whatever the fuck I want. I've been doing it for like 12 sessions. Doesn't make it nothing's happened. I haven't spontaneously combusted.
And maybe for the record, I have been unbiased. If I was really allowed to say what I think on this stream, my God, we'd have been taken off the air by now. This is as polished and as balanced and as fair as I can be.
Yeah, same here. I could not be more balanced right now. Three bet pot on the right, check on the flop.
I think it's much better actually. Obviously, and I'm sure there are streams out there that are more kind of, they don't have skin in the game, they don't care so much. But I think it's kind of fun to watch a stream where the commentators care a bit. I think that adds a little something to it, and you can go where you like. We're not talking about real news or politics here. We're talking about playing a game, and I think you can go to your own echo chamber and have a good bit of banter with the kind of commentators you like, who like the kind of players you like as well. So it's fine.
Shout out to Garrett Adelstein. If that's really him, I really appreciate this compliment. If it's not, I still appreciate it quite a bit, just maybe a little less than if it was the real Garrett. Been watching some of the streams, want to give you a shout. Consistently both entertaining and knowledgeable. Thanks, man. If that's really Garrett, thanks a lot. If it's, thanks a lot either way.
I assume it's entertaining and knowledgeable. Not sure how much knowledge I've brought to this stream so far. Raise here from Daniel on the flop. Well, we're seeing one of the... Okay.
YouTube chat legit, like for every maybe 10 questions or 10 comments in the YouTube chat, I would say 0.05 is a good question or like worth bringing up. It's pretty unreal. Keep it going over there, guys. Keep that frequency as low as possible.
Backdoor clubs gets there. Queen, definitely an action card here. A lot of draws. Got there, made a pair. There's a lot of possibility. Daniel, remember, check raise flop. He did so with the bad end gutter, and Doug picks him off nicely there with top pair.
Look at that. Look at you calling a hand like a pro. See, it's nothing to it.
I usually do your job, Mike. I'm normally that person on the Unibet streams. Mind you, it's one tabling live, so it's a much slower paced affair. And I sit next to Dara, who is the sort of analyst. So I do the call the action job, and I kind of toss to him for the more deep and meaningful insights. But
yeah, I honestly don't really feel like I have that many deep insights, but you know, I'll do my best. Do my best. Thomas Peebles asks, how much am I being paid to do this? Believe it or not, I'm doing this pro bono. I work for Upswing Poker, have a piece of the company, so you know, the success of Upswing Poker is tied to me, so I'm happy to do it. I'd be sweating these cards anyway, I'll tell you that.
And I'm being paid in we agreed gin and tonics, wasn't it? That was you were gonna Venmo me, you know, 4 gin and tonics, was that right?
Right, and I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not Venmoing you the cost of 4 gin and tonics. I'm Venmoing you 4 gin and tonics. Doug with the overbet c-bet on the right there, 10k into 8. Interesting. OSU Beaver says you guys should do these streams on edibles. Who says I haven't? Who says I haven't? In fact, last stream you might have noticed me tossing some candy in my mouth midway through it. That would have been, that might have been what you're talking about. Might have been, allegedly.
You seem so clear, like just so clean cut. Can't believe that you would be indulging on stream.
Yeah, well, what are you gonna do? It was a long stream. It was like 4.5 hours.
It was a long stream.
my
in fairness,
my girlfriend, power to her, credit to her. She came in here with the edibles. She's doing it right now. Just brought in a tray of them.
It's a little tray of
unreal. What a life. What a life.
Shout out to your missus. Great stuff.
Yeah, she's the best.
My girlfriend is asleep and has been for several hours. I have to make my own drinks.
Nick 33, Mike's high as fuck. I did just eat one. Just ate one right now, and it hits super fast as everyone.
Really quick, straight into the bloodstream.
Yeah, just like everyone who's taken weed edibles knows, they hit immediately.
I'm watching you, Mike.
Daniel up about 160k, about 4 buy-ins today. Good session for him. Nick to Mike, you're very welcome for the content. Thank you for being here.
What does this channel normally stream when not there is a high-profile grudge match?
None. Nothing. This
Doesn't.
was like I was talking about this last stream actually. This was like a placeholder channel. Doug used to stream like when Doug first started streaming, like 2016-ish, he was using the Upswing Poker channel. Then he changed his channel's name to Doug Polk Poker, and we just because it's easier to grow a personal account than a brand account. We found by quite a bit actually, and that's true across the board in like Twitter or YouTube, whatever. And we obviously didn't want someone to snipe the Upswing Poker name, and who knows what they stream on it, right? So we immediately made the Upswing Poker account just as a placeholder. Wasn't used at all. I mean, going into this challenge, it had like 400 followers, and that's just probably the people that randomly went to it and followed it, thinking that maybe we do use it. Yeah, we didn't. And then this stream came up, and we thought it was a good opportunity to use it, break it out. Hopefully, we'll use it in the future, maybe for some guest streams or something like that.
Well, firstly, I'm going to be super polite and not point out the fact that you almost said doo-doo. And secondly, I'm going to ask you the question, which I think is very important, actually, which is that, like, why do you not, I'm sure you have a good answer for this. Why, when you have a successful YouTube channel with a trove of content, do you not do something like some of the other brands and sites do, where you have a rolling channel of that on Twitch? Why the favorability for YouTube only and not a combination of the two?
Just as Doug's overbet gets through on the left there a moment ago. So if you don't mind if I rephrase your question, just like why do we prioritize YouTube?
Well, both. Why do you prioritize it, which you obviously do, but like why not have a channel, an Upswing channel that just shows his videos like almost like a TV show?
We actually did test that once, and
Okay.
the viewer count was like pretty low, and we were just like, rounds down to 0, the value of it. Let's just can it. I believe we did try that for a little while though, and then the reason we prioritize YouTube, pretty simple. Twitch, you have to do a lot of work, a lot of hours have to go into your channel, and you really don't gain that much. It's really about how much you grind Twitch and doing long streams so you can gather viewers throughout the stream, because your view count always goes up throughout the stream. It's more about winning the lobby, like being the #1 poker stream on Twitch. That's how you gain a lot of new followers and stuff like that. And on YouTube, it's not like that at all. There, you make a video. I mean, Doug has videos. I'm just going to pull up Doug's channel real quick, just so I don't pull an example out of my ass, and it's actually a real one. I'm just looking at his videos by popularity. And, obviously Doug is the cream of the crop at the YouTube stuff, but his #1 video, 4 years ago, he put it up. And it's over 4 years ago because it rounds down. So 4 years ago, set over set for 561,800. It's a Patrick Antonius versus Tom Dwan hand. Pretty infamous hand from Poker After Dark.
I remember.
Yeah, they both flop a set, or Patrick flops a set after calling a 3-bet with tens. Durr turns a set of kings and then stacks Antonius for heaps. That video has 2.4 million views right now. 2.4 million views. And when that first went up, the first week that went up probably had like 100K views at the most. So just in the past, like just think about the difference in terms of like the residual views that Doug has gotten on YouTube compared to what would happen on Twitch. There is really almost no such thing as residual views on Twitch. It's basically all about being live. So basically, to sum up that answer, Twitch is a very high touch, very intensive platform that you don't gain that much from. YouTube is the opposite. It's like a pretty low touch, not that intensive platform, and you can, have residual views for years to come. I mean, Doug's videos are going to be catching millions of views on YouTube for years and years and years, maybe a decade.
Nice hand there from D-Negs. King high flush draw pips the 10 high. Yeah, that's really interesting. And obviously you guys gamed the algorithm back when you made those videos. So in a sense, you continue to reap from that clever SEO style approach. No, I'm so impressed by that. I'm interested to know, like, what else do Upswing do in terms of content? Because obviously Doug's content was a huge driver for traffic and a huge add in the window, really, add in the shop window of what you guys do. Has Doug had any kind of inclination to sort of say, okay, well, I'm not going to do that stuff anymore? I know he sort of said, maybe I'll come back and make a couple of videos after this challenge, but I'm not going to do that anymore. maybe I'll try and foster some new talent or kind of create a little lab of
Wait
up
one
and
sec,
comers.
because we all in here.
Oh wow!
5-bet shove from Doug on the
Big
left.
swinging moment here, guys. Huge moment.
Both going to make a flush, but Doug's going to win that pre-flop cooler kings versus jacks. Pretty simple one there. Not too much to talk about. Daniel opened, Doug 3-bet, Daniel 4-bet, Doug 5-bet jammed. They both have good cards. They match. They're high. Of course, they're going to get all in there. Daniel unlucky to have the lower pair. And unlucky that Doug had his suit covered because he did go on to make a flush, but it's no good. So yeah, the gist of your question is basically, has he thought about like having like a replacement, almost like a replacement Doug to like keep making content and stuff like that?
Your reframing of my question is much better. Yeah, has he kind of considered like a protege and bringing someone through using the model that he did for himself? Because obviously, not to take away from him and his specific talent and the specific talent of him and Tom and Jamie and everyone else, you know, the way in which he did that, the sort of the process is a huge part of it, and he could repeat the process with someone new.
Yeah, I think the crux of it is easier said than done to find a person who's capable of doing that. That's really the big thing. We've kicked that idea around a bit for sure. The idea of like maybe even someone taking over Doug's channel. That I don't think would make sense because it literally says Doug Poker. You can't have someone else do it. But in theory, we could start like a different channel. 10.9k bet from Daniel on the left here in this 3-bet pot. Wait on that before I continue that thought. 14k in the middle. Doug folds. Daniel.
So before you continue, does that show? And I'm going to be critical here. And again, I'm just putting my interviewer hat on. Does that show a weakness from you guys as talent spotters, or is it just like Doug is kind of 1 in a million, and you kind of can't, bottle magic again?
It certainly could be a weakness, but I'd say my intuition says that it's more the latter, where Doug is just. I mean, everyone knows it. Everyone on this channel knows it. It doesn't get much better than Doug explaining poker. He's very good at it, very good at explaining it in a very basic, I want to say in a basic way. He's good at explaining complex things in ways that even beginners and casual players can understand. And that's something that not a lot of people can do. And then on top of that, so we'd have to find someone who can do that. And then on top of that, they also have to be willing to take on this massive role. We have to give them resources to do so. We don't really know for sure how much value it would add. So that's kind of the gist of it. I mean, our marketing operation at Upswing looks pretty good. We're still putting out 2 free articles a week. Our traffic is going up basically every month. It's a little bit weird with 2020 and COVID. Everything's going up basically if you're a business online. But the trend was up anyway. So yeah, I'm basically not too worried about it. But if you happen to think you could take Doug's place, if you really think you could take Doug's place, feel free to hit us up. Maybe you could be the next person with 100k YouTube subscriber count in the poker niche. Who knows? If you think you could do what Doug did.
I have to say, picking up on one thing you said there, as somebody who works with somebody who I think does exactly the same thing, I think Dara O'Kearney, in a tremendous fashion, speaks to high concepts, high complex ideas in poker terms, but can distill them in a very user-friendly way. And that's an enormous skill. If you can explain the logic of a complicated hand, but make it something that even a recreational person can understand. And I think Doug certainly does that. Dara certainly does that. And it's an amazing skill. If you can do that, then you're not limiting yourself to the certain tiers of poker, because obviously the lowest tier of poker is the biggest one. So you want to be available to all.
Right. I mean, not that many people compared to the general poker playing population. Not very many people watch poker on Twitch. When you consider considering poker players at 15k pot on the right, by the way, Doug's c-betting in a 3-bet pot, 9 on the turn here. Yeah, when you consider just kitchen table poker players all the way up to serious poker players, the kitchen table poker players, the casual poker players, the people who play in a home game every week, those far and away dwarf the number of people who watch Twitch or whatever. Those are those are the hardcore fans, really. The people watching this right now, those are the more hardcore poker fans in general. I know some of you are casual viewers, and we really appreciate you being here. Doug got that turn bet through on the right.
No, absolutely, because that was not meant in a disrespectful way at all. The point is, poker is a great game. People love it. Even if they're terrible at it, people love it. Even if they just play against their friends over a kitchen table, people love it if they play the micros just on a Sunday. that's not the point. The point is that if you can communicate something of value, and I think what Doug does, and again, working closely with Dar, I see that he can do this as well, is that if you can translate something complicated, interesting, and maybe there's a sexy tagline, maybe there's a big name player in the mix or whatever it is, and that helps selling it. Obviously, it's a name on the tin. But if you can do that and then, push that to a wide audience, you have something really marketable. And I think that's what, like, Doug always, while his analysis is really on point, he also has this ability to, with a wink and a cheeky little smile, keep the humor level high, keep the communication high, and get that message across. And that's a hugely powerful vehicle.
Right. And then also just being willing to like adjust your strategy constantly. That was super key for Doug.
Okay, interesting.
Making those videos shorter and stuff like that, it helps a lot. The YouTube algorithm really likes videos that are between 10 and 20 minutes exactly. Go over that, go under that, you are going to get a little bit punished by the algorithm in general. So you'll notice sometimes Doug's videos, it kind of seems like this could have been maybe a 7-minute analysis, but it went to 12 minutes. That's the reason. So that's the reason sometimes they show the tanks, because that increases the length. And sometimes you need to increase the length to get it to the sort of the optimal length for the YouTube algorithm.
That's on its own, that's a great tip. Because there's a lot of people out there who are fumbling around trying to figure out what will work. That's a great tip. Bertie Bailey says, finally, I'm learning how to increase my length. Nice, Bertie.
8.3K pot on the right. It's a 3-bet pot. Anytime you see about 7 to 8K in the middle, it's usually, and there's a flop, it's usually going to be a 3-bet pot. And that's the case here.
Donna, I see you there in the chat, and I will pass on your love to my missus and my little boy. Thank you very much. You're very kind. It's one of the tragedies of this year is that I haven't seen you. We love having you on the Unibet events and coming to events and getting involved. So hopefully 2021 will be very different. So as per your update there, Mikey, Doug now down 90k. That's a decent chunk less than he was at his worst this session. Of course, we don't want to get too bogged down in session by session, but if Doug could make some inroads here, maybe eat into that lead a little bit, Daniel would be left on the cusp of that $1 million mark again. €1 million, I was about to say, but it's $1 million mark, of course.
Yeah, Doug could still cross the 1 million mark tonight, guys. Getting less and less likely by the moment, but very possible.
Although what it does feel like is with no... Okay, yeah, we did have a huge all in there for 100k a moment ago, but it does feel like a steadier session. It doesn't feel like the action is kind of thickened up and then slow. It's a nicer sort of pace of poker. I would not be surprised, given how long they played yesterday, if it's not in Daniel's mind to play a bit longer today. I know Doug will probably never quit. It would probably be a strange situation, maybe going into a 5th or 6th hour where he would feel like it wasn't especially good for him to continue.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Will be interesting to see what happens. I predict this match is going to go for another good hour. That's my prediction for how long this goes.
That's a good line. Raise here from Daniel on the river. 5-5 queen. 4-6. So
yeah, interesting to see a river raise from Daniel. He does sit out on the other table. Could be GG. You never know.
Could be GG.
Maybe he wants to book the win going into the long break.
Are we going to see the 3 dots twice? Nothing yet.
I'm Teddy KGB. Just asked long break question mark. Yeah, they're taking a long break after this one because, as you might know, there's a poker tournament next week on the internet that Daniel wants to play. So he's going to be playing that while Doug doesn't play it. And yeah, they're not going to play next week. So that means the next session after this one is going to be not this upcoming Monday, but the Monday after that, December 21st, same time as usual. What was the 100K pot a few minutes ago? You missed it, Felix Sheep. You want to recap that one for him, Lappin? Short
it was very, very simple one. It was all in pre jacks against kings. Was that right?
That's right.
They both had a heart, and it did run out 4 hearts, so that was no good. Yeah, that's all she wrote. Jacks against kings. It's going to be a struggle. You know, they'd have to get very, very deep for those not to get in pre in any context. So there's just those kinds of coolers. You know, the ace king suited jacks plus hands that are just always going to sort of get in. There's no avoiding them. They won't come up very often, maybe once a session, but that's just part of it.
For sure. Cannot not go broke with jacks there. Pretty standard. Clear 4-bet, and then once you face a shove, you click call. That's how poker works.
So the fact that a break was taken, I think definitely implies we're here, as Mike said, for another hour. It would be strange to sort of take a break if you felt like you were only going to go another 10 or 15 minutes. So I think we're probably looking at a nice long session tonight, picking up from the nice long session last night, which they played, 1,000 hands last night?
Yeah, they played a lot. That's definitely the biggest one yet, by quite a bit. 3-bet
so we might...
on the right. Doug c-betting the flop, getting called. He used not a small size, but like bigger, not as big a size, not like pot or anything, but he did bet bigger, like 5,500 into 8K. Mike N. Bulinog on YouTube says, will DNegs gain valuable skills and friendship after this is all said and done? Valuable skills, most certainly. I don't know if he's gaining friends, but certainly gaining skills. All right, off of YouTube.
Jay Farber is doing top 10 lists. I'm not exactly sure what they're top 10 lists of, but always love a good list, me, I have to say now. So give your recommendations in the chat there for top 10 whatevers, and we'll try and get some chat going about that. This time, top 10 TV shows or film. People might be scraping the bottom of the barrel for content come this Christmas. There hasn't been much made this year, so maybe that'd be a good public service for us to do here. Get some people recommending some shows or some movies for each other for Christmas.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Someone just had a question. BZ516 asks, honest question, is Jax, thank you for clarifying that it's an honest question. Is Jax always a call for over 200 big, or rather, you put under 200 big blinds? Seems like you're always against ace queen plus and maybe tens plus. I mean, always is a strong term in poker, right? It's probably not. No, but
no, because you got to have a couple of bluffs in there, so you're just going to get your shoved through sometimes, and then I think there's money in there already. That's probably one of the bigger issues too.
Huge factor. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty surprising. Like if you run it in like a simple equity range versus hand equity calculator, like the equity that queens or jacks or whatever has against the range of aces, kings, ace, king, basically the tightest possible range, tightest realistic possible range. It's surprisingly high. Like it's higher than you'd think, considering that you're losing to 2 of the 3 hands, but there's more combinations of ace king, so that's something that plays a big role in that. And then so yeah, it just Daniel c-bet and the 3-bet pot on the right just got through. Yeah, you tend to get it in with 2 jacks when you're playing just one other person. But when you get above 200 blinds, even like in the high, like maybe 190 blinds, you're gonna do a decent amount more flatting versus the 3-bet. You might even do some flatting versus the 4-bet if you were the 3-better. So you're not always going to get it in, but quite a bit. Doug picking up a nice little pot on left with 4s up.
Guessing some spades in Daniel's hand there, maybe.
Shout out to Mike McDonald Poker in the chat. Welcome to the stream, man. You've been a top fan here, Timex. Appreciate you being here. I really appreciate being able to look down and have like a Timex comment. Same with like Dom. I really appreciate you guys being here. It's nice to just get sort of some truth just dropped, you know?
Yeah, and both of those guys are dropping truth bombs on a regular basis. In fairness, there's zero bullshit, which is quite a nice, refreshing thing.
Indeed. The types of guys who know a lot and also know what they don't know. So basically everything they say is signal. Very little noise, if any. $14K pot on the left. Daniel checks over to Doug. Let's see if the Supreme Leader decides to put in a wager. He does, and it's larger than the size of the
chunky
pot.
One.
Yeah, chunky indeed. 1.5x the pot.
And remember, on this left stack, we are eating into a buy-in of Daniel's where we suspect there's only 1.5 behind. He's obviously crushing the table on the right. He's got 5 buy-ins over there, but that's not really important in terms of what's left back in his account. We know from the start he only had, 5 buy-ins. So it is possible that if we eat into this left-hand stack, despite the fact that Daniel's having a profitable night, we could end earlier.
Yeah, that's very true. Daniel could easily book a win and have to quit today. It'd be interesting. I mean, they could just split the stacks, but I'm not sure. Maybe they won't do that. I don't know.
I guess it's kind of like just coming back for a new day. Maybe Doug will be like, yeah, go on.
I mean, I know Doug would be down to split stacks. He mentioned in the last interview yesterday that he would have been down to split stacks for sure. But Daniel was just like, I think Daniel was tilted too, understandably. So he just like called it a sesh.
Big long tank from Daniel here, eating into that time bank we discussed earlier. This is as long a tank as I've seen in this challenge. It's cruel. It's like King Kicker, isn't it? It's something like that.
Yeah, it could be. I gotta recap the action here just so my analysis isn't as much bullshit as it usually is. Yeah, so 3-bet from Daniel does get through. So that was a 3-bet from Daniel. Check on the flop. On the 10 turn, Daniel bet, which is an interesting bet from him. He also bet small. I think that does make sense. Yeah.
So it almost looks like a hero call then. It almost looks like maybe he's got queens or jacks.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I would think, because a king is going to bet the flop quite a bit. Obviously, he doesn't have a 10 because that's trips and he's not folding it. Yeah, queens, jacks, maybe even like nines. I could see it being nines or something like that.
Actually, yeah, nines makes more sense because you'd be more worried about overcards coming out. You more want to, yeah, that makes sense.
Put that protection bet out there, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, better line there.
Andy Moiser on YouTube says probably a king with a bad kicker like king queen. King with a bad kicker that picks the second best kicker. I love that. YOLO low on YouTube. Glad you're enjoying the show, man. Thanks for being here. I'm also enjoying the company of David Lappin. So thanks to you for being here, David.
Oh, my pleasure. It's been lovely. As I told you before the stream, I changed my sleep schedule. I was so excited about the opportunity to hang out with you for an evening. I decided to stay up really late last night and sleep in really late this morning so that I would be fresh. Now, I don't know if I'm fresh, but I'm trying to be fresh.
What time is it where you are right now?
It's now, good question. It's approaching 3 a.m.
Listen to that, guys. Let's give him a round of applause in chat. Like, that is some commitment. Changing a sleep schedule, staying up till 3 a.m. I'm sure a lot of you guys just do. That's just like a Tuesday night for you, especially in 2020. But nonetheless, good shit. 12.8 in the middle on the left.
When my son wakes me up at 6:30 in the morning, I'm going to be screaming, Mike! But, until then, it's all good.
quick bluff and a quick call from Daniel on the left there, or bluff from Doug, call from Daniel, I should say.
Good bluff candidate, in fairness, from Doug. But yeah, picked off.
Yeah, nice one from Daniel there. 36k pot.
He literally can't get to the river with worse, so it's the right one, right?
Your curtains are still getting some hate on YouTube.
It's a rented home in Malta. We had a weird. We myself and my girlfriend have a place in Dublin, but we moved to Malta.
Here come the excuses. Here come the excuses, everyone.
We came to Malta 5 years ago on holidays and we never went home. So we've been renting in Malta for 5 years because every year we thought this would be our last year, but we just keep staying because the weather's too nice. So these are not my curtains. These are my landlord's curtains. But also, okay, no, there's no defense. They are terrible curtains.
Yeah, they're not great.
I was trying to muster up a defense, but I just couldn't. Renting. Ramazani said, "Fuck me, renting it for you." Yeah, but I do own 2 homes. I just rent in Malta.
I was gonna respond to that guy. I was like, when you like move somewhere temporarily, or if you were to move somewhere temporarily, do you buy a house there? Do you also like buy a plane when you want peanuts? Like, what do you like? What?
Well, in fairness to him, you know, we are here 5 years now, and we had 3 apartments in Dublin. We sold one of them last year, or actually at the very beginning of this year in January.
Sick brag, by the way.
With a view to buying here in Malta, probably waiting a little bit longer because I kind of figured it was like timing. I kind of figured the economy might tank for the next couple of years. I figured there's a recession on the horizon. We might be able to get in there with our cash in hand. Hard being a poker player. You have to come cash in hand. No one lends you too much money. So we kind of come in there cash in hand maybe in about a year's time. So I think maybe like next September we might buy here if we're still living here. But and then we can change the curtains. Then we have full control over curtains, drapes, upholstery, everything. You won't see any of this. Tune in 9 months from now. I promise this will not be the situation. When Daniel has finally agreed to play 100,000 hands, and next September we're in like hand 88,000, and I'm invited back because they literally have nobody else to commentate, I promise you won't be seeing these curtains.
All right, well, I'm sure the chat's thrilled to hear that. There was an ironic like series of messages on YouTube where it was like, "Who the fuck cares about curtains?" from one guy, and then but then 5 straight messages of people talking about curtains. So just like that guy just immediately gets wrecked. It's like, who cares about curtains? And then 5 people show that they care enough to type about it. Too good. I gotta sit. It's just a long session, you know? Really long.
Lads, I'm in danger here. Always shave 1, 2, 3. It's just said, guys, let's play a game. What do you think the creepiest thing Lappin has done? I can't believe I'm amplifying this, but I'm game. I'm game. Goes, give it a go, guys. Give it a go. What do you think the creepiest thing? I'm not. I used to be labeled creepy by some friends years ago, but I really don't think I'm creepy.
I don't think you give off creepy vibes at all.
Yeah, right.
All right, poker is still happening. There's just been a bit of a lull in the action, guys. Forgive our aside there. Sometimes, you know, there's no interesting hands happening, just a bunch of single raise pots where like someone has like a pair of 5s and it's not interesting. We're gonna shoot the shit about.
Oh, yeah, no, we'll get back to the poker once someone 3-bets.
But in any case, appreciate that for those of you who are really here just for the poker and don't want to hear us at all. Appreciate you being patient through us talking about curtains or whatever other nonsense. Just trying to keep ourselves entertained here. You got to understand.
Yeah. STA Staler has just cracked open a Guinness in my honor. Cheers. I can't drink Guinness, unfortunately. I used to love it, though, when I was younger and could drink it. Eating and drinking in that pint. I hope you're enjoying it.
Stop barking. Silly dog.
Lappin is one of the creepiest people in poker, to be fair. Oh no, they're piling on. What do you do when they pile on? I feel like I'm about to be bullied here. I heard he made the male dealers deal topless at the female poker event at Battle of Malta last year. I was there, but I didn't do that.
Oh, condolences for being there at that. On the right a moment ago, there was a bet and a raise on the river, but it was a chop. Both players had a straight on a 4-card straight board. On the left, Daniel overbetting the turn, gets through.
Okay.
What do we got there?
So somebody is saying Lappin has a mannequin collection, and that's creepy. So just because it's out of respect, really, out of respect for you, Mike, out of respect for Upswing as a brand, out of respect for this grudge match, I attempted to decorate my backdrop here to make it look some semblance of respectable. 3 hours ago, there was a beside me crib and some children's toys that were selling on eBay sitting piled on top of this bed. And I thought, well, no, let's make it Christmassy and look nice. And my girlfriend came in with this, and I don't know what the fuck this is, to be honest. But she came in with this, and now apparently this is being classified as a part of my mannequin collection, which makes me creepy. I think it's a reindeer, but I'm not really sure. My lighting...
For a mannequin, for something of that nature, it's not so creepy. At least it's like an animal.
And it's festive. It's a festive mannequin.
7K in the middle on the right.
No, I'm not selling my children on eBay. I'm selling his outdated, lightly worn sort of contraptions from when he was like a baby. Which you can buy. But by the way, if there's anyone out there wants one, get on eBay and buy it. My girlfriend loves that shit. She loves selling that shit on eBay.
I'm sure a lot of people are flocking to eBay right now. A moment ago on the left, we saw Daniel hit a backdoor 2-pair draw, get paid on the river in a check down pot. On the right there a moment ago, we saw Doug turn a straight flush draw, 1-card weak straight flush draw though. And Daniel with trips looked him up versus a triple barrel.
If I can do nothing else across this stream, Mike, then give my girlfriend's beside me crib, which I think is retailing at €90, very lightly worn, on eBay, a little bump that she might wake up tomorrow morning and go, oh, it's sold. I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to try.
Yeah, might as well try. 4-bet for Daniel on the right gets called. We have a 4-bet pot. Let's see what happens. Checks over to Daniel, which isn't a given that Doug likes to lead in 4-bet pots sometimes, though this doesn't really seem like a board on which he would do it. Could be wrong about that. Daniel goes for the 5th pot size that he likes in 4-bet pots. That's going to set up about a 2/3. Am I reading that right? 30K in the middle. Little more than a 2/3 pot turn shove here if Daniel decides to do it.
Do it, Daniel. Pull that trigger.
Do it, buddy. Maybe we'll see the old ace something of spades for Daniel and ace jack for Doug. Looks like no ace jack for Doug. That would have been called already. Another 4-bet on the left from Daniel. Doug folds the right and another call. We're playing a...
Yeah, we've got some chunky pots here.
Yeah, deep 4-bet pot now on the left here. They've got 55K behind. Could see a juicy one here. Should they get all in, it would be 140K. Daniel again goes for a 5th pot.
Sizing on these, yeah, well, makes more sense here. Okay, raise from Doug. Interesting line this hand already. Is Doug going to mix in some, like, oh, I don't know, like some weird 5-6 with the backdoor? Well, anyway.
Yeah, it could be a hand like that. Could be a hand like ace-queen, you know, versus that small size. Ace-queen is happy to put more money in the pot.
He's just like, okay, we're getting it in now. Yeah.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, you're supposed to... One thing about 4-bet pots is you have to be... heads up, specifically, you have to be really willing to get stacked. You know, because the stacked pot ratio is really low, so you have to stack off a lot lighter than I think a lot of people's intuition would tell them. So, it might seem like, oh, ace queen on that board, you're going to get stacked by ace king, aces, whatever, but you also gain a lot of value from check raising, and could make sense.
Jay Farber says, "Cool, bro. You had sick brag." I assume that's a reference to owning a beside me crib and having a child. Well, I just had sex once. That's all I've confirmed by that. Just the once, Jay. Jesus, like
anyone can do that. I mean, well, pretty much.
One of my favorite posts of the night now, Mand0411 says Lappin met his girlfriend in the queue at Doak's book signing. It is true that Sharon is a big Doak fan. I didn't meet her there, but she's probably been in a queue for one of Dara's book signings over the years. He has a few books now. But thanks for that. People think I'm getting tipsy. No, I'm just Irish. It's normal. I'm just maintaining my blood alcohol level.
Yeah, very reasonable. Minimum check raise from Doug on the right versus Daniel's minimum bet. 400 to 800. Really juicing that pot on the flop. That's sarcasm in case that's not clear. Now Doug checks over. Check back from Daniel. Looks like Doug had the queen jack bluff on the flop. Daniel floated with the backdoor flush draw on king high. Makes a lot of sense. Turns the king, checks down. Daniel can maybe go for some value on the Turner River there, but reasonable check down. I mean, Doug's going to be maybe somewhat polar. He should have some 3x though. I don't know. Maybe Daniel missed some value there in general, not versus queen jack specifically. I saw someone ask, who was it?
Good pick off from Daniel there with just a 7.
Yeah, nice call from him for that 11k pot on the left. Yeah, I saw, who was it? Kleps asked, you mentioned a few times that Doug uses a randomizer. What's alternative for that in live games? A lot of people like to use the second hand on their watch to randomize. The one potential problem with that is then you have to balance looking at your watch if you're playing against thoughtful opponents, which if you're randomizing, I assume you are. So, you don't want it to be like every single time, like, you have a big decision, a guy bets or whatever, and then you like look at your watch. It's kind of obvious, a bit of a tell. Another option that Nick Petrangelo recommends in one of his Upswing courses, might have even been in just like one of the groups where he was answering questions, but it's to look at the orientation of a chip on your stack as if it was the second hand on a watch. So if the chip is like directly even, like I have one in my hand, not a real 1K chip, FYI. If it's facing just straight up like that, then that would be 12 o'clock, that would be 3 o'clock, that would be 6 o'clock, that would be 9 o'clock. So the idea would be to randomize that way. Clever way to do it. Daniel getting paid off on the right with a second nut flush on a 4 flush board.
Always shave. No, I've never had a Taco Bell, despite looking like someone who's been at the Taco Bells often. And thanks for that. I assume that was you just trying to make me feel bad about being slightly overweight. But I reckon I could probably destroy loads of Taco Bells fast. Fried chicken late at night is my real weakness.
Yeah, that sounds good. Fried chicken. Do you eat it? Do you actually eat fried chicken?
Yeah, and I'm gluten intolerant, so it's when I get drunk enough that I will now eat fried chicken because I already know I'm going to have a bad hangover, so I may as well feel sick as well. So it's just all in. I'm all in at that point. KFC, chicken cottage, whatever's going, just put that breaded, spicy chicken fat skin into my body.
So good. I haven't had fried chicken in a long time.
Same. Smurf said he or she would let Lappin taco his or her bell. Not quite sure what that means, but thanks.
Daniel with a nice stack on the right here, 230k. We missed a 4-bet a couple hands ago on the left, by the way. Sorry we missed that, guys. It was just Doug 4-betting getting through. EZX Real says, great commentary. How many hands will be played today? I assume you meant today, I should say. You didn't say that. It's not a hand limit. It's just when both players want to, well, both players have to want to keep playing past 2 hours, which we're long past 2 hours at this point. So basically, whenever either player wants to quit, that's when the session's over. That's what we're waiting on. I'm also just waiting on fun hands. That's what we're really always waiting on.
Doug Salps now says, I'd like to get a lap in with Lappin. I feel like I'm being overly sexualized on this stream. I feel like I'm being objectified. What do you think, Mike?
Yeah, they tend to objectify people. Yeah.
Is it because I wore my nice shirt? Is it because they saw my, for an ever so slight moment, they saw my pajama bottoms? I don't know why they're doing this.
You are wearing pajama bottoms?
Yeah, we had this conversation earlier. I knew you weren't listening at the time. So I'm all business up here, but I'm wearing pajamas from the bottom half. Because I want to be comfortable, but I also wanted to look like a pro.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed that earlier. Sometimes I'm like reading the chat and I'm just like, oh yeah, David's calling the action or whatever, so it's just tough.
You never need to apologize. You're doing 6 jobs and I'm doing 1 job badly. That's fine.
I can still apologize if I want. You can't tell me what to do. Doug's C-bet and 3-bet pot on the left got through, half pot. And Daniel's check raise on the right got through. Couple single raise pots here. Daniel on the button in both. Pot-sized turn probe from Doug here after Daniel checks back the flop. Daniel does call. We get the straight completing, well, extra straight completing river. Plenty of straights were already there. But the flush draws do brick. Let's see what Doug decides to do.
I do love chat. I do miss chat. This is the one bit of Twitch that I do miss, is when you kind of get just people are on your wavelength and there's a good banter going. It's good fun. So in a very short space of time, I was told to open my curtains. I was told that I type on my keyboard like someone's dad sending a text on his Nokia 5210. Henry Kilban, commentary legend. So let's be honest, you know, if he's here watching me, he must be doing something okay. How am I being so balanced? I was expecting to be more biased. Henry, I'm a pro. What are you talking about? You also should just like listen back to about an hour ago. You can get me going again if you ask questions that will, like, you know, light the fuse. I'll probably go off.
Yeah, no need to light the fuse, guys. The fuse has been lit and extinguished today. We've talked about it. Like, I especially feel for the people watching this like a month from now, because a good chunk of the views come like not live. Like over 75% of the views on YouTube in particular come not live. So it's like those people, if they actually watch the whole stream, they just hear us talk about the same thing like 4 times because chat keeps asking it. But what are you gonna do? They know it's a live stream. You in the future, you know you're watching a live stream. You know you're gonna get some live funkiness. You probably should have just muted by now, honestly. If you haven't muted, I don't know what you've been thinking. Just put on some music, watch the cards fall. You don't need me to tell you what the flop is, right? You could see it. You can see the flop, so you don't need me to tell you. True. But I'm gonna keep doing it.
I take from that a separate person that I don't have in my ear has infiltrated Mike and said, don't make Dave say any more bad things. He was too controversial earlier. We may be pulled from Upswing. Daniel may quit. We don't want any of these things to happen. So just like, let's keep it steady.
Yeah, that makes sense.
See, on the flip side of that,
oh wait,
my inbox
raised from Daniel on the right in this 3-bet pot. All good. Doug's 3-bet got through on the left, and then Daniel's raising on the right here. 6,600 over 2,300. Interesting board for Daniel to be raising. I mean, both players have ace 10. Actually, Daniel probably has an advantage in the ace 10s because Doug is going to just flat ace 10 preflop and not 3-bet it every time. So when it comes to like the nuts and like the second nuts, like 10-9, it's actually going to be a bit of an advantage for Daniel, but Doug's still most certainly going to have more like king queens, suited, things like that, kings, jacks. Daniel is all in. The whole
interesting choice to overbet on this street.
Yeah, it is interesting. I mean, he could have a hand like, I mean, there are a lot of draws he could have, like a 10-8 of diamonds or even like a 10-8 of hearts that raise the flop that now turns a draw. That would make a lot of sense. Maybe even like an ace X of hearts. That should probably just call the flop, but maybe he chooses to raise it. Blocking ace king and some strong hands. Ooh, flush draw.
Oh wow, there it is. And yeah, not surprised to see those two hands, to be honest. Great call there from Doug, who clearly recognized that that was a spot where Daniel sort of did play it the way it was. He played it like a draw. That's what surprised me about the turn bet.
Yeah, it's an interesting spot. I mean, Daniel should probably be shoving with some, straights there on the turn. That's probably what he has to do if he's going to play.
Yeah, if he's going to do that. Yeah.
Right. Because he's going to have loads of draws there. You just imagine all the 10x of diamonds, 10-7 of diamonds, maybe 10-6 if that calls preflop, 10-8. Then all the ace-x of diamonds, there's just a ton of those, basically all of them, unless they did, other than the ones that would 4-bet pre. So interesting hand there.
Yeah, and really well worked out by Doug there, I have to feel, because, while maybe, I don't know, maybe he shows up with like bottom 2 pair sometimes or something like that, or like flop bottom 2 pair. I think Doug worked it out well, and I think Daniel played it a little bit face up almost.
Yeah, potentially. It really depends on the rest of Daniel's strategy. If he really is just like doing that with draws, and very rarely with like a straight or 2 pair or whatever.
Yeah, he has to have the worst straight, doesn't he? It has to be like the bad straight, or else it makes no sense.
I think that's it. This like the solver, for example, would prefer the low straight to raise, especially because you don't block when you have the low straight 10-9. You don't block aces, you don't block ace king, ace queen, hands that are going to call your raise. Doug's going to win a nice 9.5k pot on the left with a top pair. You blow 1. Did Doug 3-bet or flat the aces? Come on, man. You should know the answer to that. Whatever you think happened is what happened. 3-bet pot on the right. Four straight now. 3-bet pot check down. Ooh, my better half is cooking dinner and it smells really good.
Oh, nice. I'm kind of hungry now because I messed around with my sleep schedule, so I haven't really eaten fully today. I kind of just had lunch and dinner, but I skipped breakfast, so now I'm kind of thinking about one more meal.
Yeah, very reasonable. The old midnight snack meal, fourth meal of the day. Check down pot on the right there. Daniel picking off Doug on the river. Ooh, thanks, man. What is that? Cannoli? Damn, dog, you're
cannolis. Oh wow, you're just going straight to dessert.
No, I'm not, but I have a guest in town. And
oh wow.
Yeah, he just went out and did something real dirty. He also just dropped like a piece of pie on my desk.
But you can't eat that.
I can't eat the cannoli, but the pie looked like it might be something I could eat. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sugar makes me feel pretty terrible too, but I kind of just stick it out.
We gotta live, man. We gotta live.
Exactly. Someone said, can you replay the... I don't know what they said, but can you replay the unbalanced shove from Daniel? We're not sure it's unbalanced. That was just us speculating. But I could tell you the hand as Doug folds to 3-bet on the right. Doug 3-bet with pocket aces, as he will. Flop came king, queen, jack, 2 diamonds. Doug c-bet. I want to say he bet like 2,500 in that range into 8K. or 7,600 or whatever. No, 8K. Daniel raises, kind of small, like 7K or something. Call from Doug. Straight for Daniel on the left there, 12K pot to him, hitting that open ender on the river. Turn like a 7 of hearts, putting a second flush draw. So the board is king, queen, jack, 7, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. Check to Daniel, and he shoves all in for 30,000 into 20,000 effective. Doug calls with the aces for the overpair. Daniel has ace 8 of diamonds for the nut flush draw and a straight draw. Did not hit it, so it's going to go to Doug.
Slow Joke is in the chat saying, so you're saying you haven't eaten all day, napkin. So this is a running joke of Dara's where apparently often when I'm lying, I tell people that I haven't eaten. Actually, it's not really about me, but I'm not going to reveal who it's about. But we do have a friend who used to say, oh, this is the first time I ate today, when it clearly wasn't. I just haven't eaten 3 times, Dara.
4-bet from Doug. 10.4K.
The chat is ruthless. Jesus Christ. So now I have the poker baffer, shout out to Cat Arnsby, saying, are the mods deleting comments about David looking fat?
Oh, that's Cat Arnsby. I should know that username. I've seen her on Twitter. Shout out to Cat Arnsby.
She's one of the best follows on Twitter, if anyone hasn't already. One of the funniest people in poker. Industry professional these days, but she plays well, and she has a wicked sense of humor. Be prepared for a lot of C-bombs, F-bombs, and read her blog, because her blog is excellent.
Yeah, we do have a 4-bet pot on the right here.
Wow. Here we go, guys. This is a big moment.
Doug C-bet on the flop for about, I want to say, 6K into the normal 22K. Got called. Now he's betting a 3rd pot on the turn, setting up about an 80% pot-sized river shove. Let's see if we get that river. Daniel does fold. Doug with the efficient 10K to win 30K bet there takes it down. Nice size pot going his way. Profit is profit. Ace 5 in Doug's range. Very true. We have seen Doug have ace 5 offsuit in multiple 4-bet pot showdowns in this match. The challenge, I should say, not today specifically. One of them in particular was real filthy, where he 4-bet ace 5 off. The flop came. I might be a little off here. 8, 7, like 2, something like that with 2 hearts. It goes check, and then the turn was a 6. So it was 2, 7, 8, 6 with 2 hearts from the flop. Daniel just ripped it on the turn for 30K. Doug called with ace high and his straight draw, and he was correct. Daniel had the queen 10 of hearts for the combo draw and 2 overs, and Daniel did miss it. So Doug took that one down. That was like the 3rd or 4th online session, I think. It was a while ago, but very memorable hand.
Good recall there, Mike.
Thank you. Poker hands, I'm good at recalling. Other things, not so much, like names. Things that are more practical usually. Luckily, in this stream, the poker hands is what's important. 20K pot brewing on the left. This is a 3-bet pot. A bet went in on the flop. Doug bet 2/3 on the flop, 5,500 into 8,200. Got called. That's where we're at. Check, turn. Gonna check down. Daniel's gotta be happy.
That's a happy surprise. Yeah,
indeed. Doug choosing not to bluff the river with that missed flush draw, kind of blocking the hands that Daniel's most likely to fold, like an ace jack with a club, or even 2 clubs himself, like jack 9 of clubs, or jack 9 of clubs hits a pair, but like jack 8 of clubs, say. You don't want.
We have a sit out here, Mike.
We do have a sit out. Could be GG.
This would be not an unusual GG. We've played for almost 4 hours. If this isn't a GG, I predict we may go longer than we even went last night. We may enter a 5th hour, because as we said before, it would be unusual to take a break and then only play for a few more moments. So this is likely it. But who knows? Maybe there's an appetite for more.
All right, well, we have a little lull in the action. I don't see why not just ask you guys a question, get your sort of opinion on something. So here's a good one. Who is the most fashionable poker player? The most fashionable player in poker. Male or female? Anything you want. Who is it? Who's just got, what do the kids say? Sick clothes? Tight threads? Is that... Huh?
Oh, we're off. We're off to the races, guys. We might be looking at a record length stream now.
Sam Grafton, that's a good answer. Doug Polk, that is the opposite of the correct answer for sure. He only owns White Sox.
I have a penchant for the people who dress up a little bit, I gotta say.
Yeah, me too. Like a Marcel Lusk.
Yeah, like a 2010 Marcel Lusk or a Bond 18.
Or the late Devilfish.
Nah.
Okay, fair
No
enough.
love there.
I thought he wore suits. I don't really remember.
You're right. No. He would have worn kind of like cufflinks and brass knuckles with his suits.
It's kind of cool, actually. 2x pot overbet from Doug on the right here, 7,200 and a 36. Someone said Maria Ho, but then our auto moderator tried to hide it because it said Ho. That's pretty funny.
That's a fair comment. Maria always does.
I
Very
really
well turned down.
Yeah, she does. I really feel for her with how many stupid comments she has to like read. Like me alone, like getting the Brady Bunch comments. Ooh, that's a boat skis for Daniel in that 3-bet pot. And
Nice pot for Daniel.
no.
Can I just say I got one vote? I got one. There's one vote for me in there.
For most fashionable poker player, who is it?
I'll take me. I got one vote.
Wait, what do you mean you got one vote?
Someone put my name in the chat. Either they were just shouting at me or they voted for me.
Gotcha. Yeah. I see what you mean. My mistake.
I'll take it.
Someone mentioned Max Steinberg. Someone else seconded. I agree. He was
Steinberg. He dressed up.
Yeah, he looked good. Former heads up sit and go player. I think I've played a fair bit of games against him, but I'm not only because we played on the same sites, but I don't know any of his screen names, but I'm certain we've played a lot of games. Just based on that. Same proximity. Heads up sit and go small world. 24K into 16K on the river from Doug. Quick call from Daniel.
Chunky one. Doug his trips.
Yeah, 65K going Doug's way with trip 8s. Not the hand you want to see when you hero call the overbet. Assuming Daniel hero called. May have had something like an 8 himself, in which case, brutal cooler. Even an ace.
Yeah, tough either way, I think. So yeah, Daniel having to dig into his piggy bank just a little. You know, as we said, just that potential finishing line of Daniel somehow booking a win, but you know, not having his money distributed in the right way. He has had to dig into the piggy bank a little bit on the left-hand table. Nice pot for Doug. Phil Lack's getting some love. I like that. I like people who dress a bit differently. Really an opportunity to name some of the lovely ladies of poker.
Yeah, no kidding. Kristen Bicknell tends to have some good fashion, right? I don't watch too much stuff recently. I haven't watched too many like live tournaments in the past few years, but from what I've seen,
I'm not sure poker players are a great judge of fashion, so I'm not sure as our sample size will we really be getting people who are like maybe on the cusp of haute couture. If they were, I think maybe a Jennifer Tilly would be a better vote because she is always impeccably dressed. And she is a fashionable lady. She's
kind of unfair as an actress, though. Oh, we have Daniel lead shoving the river there on the left. So let me recap that hand. Or no, sorry, that wasn't a lead. So that was a 3-bet pot. Flop came 10-6-2. Daniel c-bet the flop, kind of small, his usual 40%. Double barreled 11K on the 3 turn. 6 river paired the board. Daniel went all in, and Doug folded. Nice pot for Daniel there, dragging about 35K. That was in the middle.
Charlie Carroll getting a shed out, always looking spiritual, ethereal, vibing, meditative, mad cool. That's true. The multicolored sort of what would you call it? I guess sort of hippie fishwear is not fish as in a fish, poker fish, fish PH, like that kind of hippie vibe stuff is what I meant by that.
C-bet in a 3-bet pot from Doug on the left. Then he checks the turn. Daniel bets a third pot. That's something you see a lot in kind of just poker in general, but in heads up in particular, where the in-position player, they call a 3-bet, then call a flop bet. So they've sort of shown they're generally going to have a stronger range than the out-of-position player once the out-of-position player checks. So you get to bet small fairly frequently, like a third pot, to protect your weak hands that don't want to see a river and risk someone hitting an overcard, or even just to get a really efficient bluff in with your draws and stuff like that. But Doug does win that one with the king queen. Daniel electing to just check behind on that board pairing ace river. Ooh, man, the session started really fiery, and it's kind of been, I would say it's been
stop-start kind of, hasn't it? It's been kind of little flashes of excitement, but
right.
little lulls in between. Nice shout out, because you did ask the question, Mike. Nice shout out, and I like this one particularly as an answer. Jennifer Harmon, sort of maybe in the mid 2000s with her biker wear. I agree. I like that. That was an alluring appearance.
Man, I don't know how people wear over-the-ear headphones for like a long period of time. They start to like hurt my ears. Like I think about like DJs, like DJs that play like for like 5 hours or something. Talking about like house DJs, not like those EDM DJs that just play for like 45 minutes. But yeah, I don't know how they do it. Like my ears are like legitimately, like I need to like rub them a little. Hope you guys don't mind me giving myself a little ear rub on stream. 4-bet from Doug on the left, 10.7K.
Ears too Mike big. Here, like Mike's like a sexy Ferengi here.
4-bet does get called. Daniel's got 36K behind with 21K in the middle here.
Has prospect here, guys. This table on the left, eyes down here, guys. We've got an interesting pot, I predict.
Shoot. Oh no, I can't hear you.
Super dry king 6-4 here. 6 pairs a turn.
Testing. All right, we're good.
Hard to believe too many sixes in the 4-betting range. They're going to have a sprinkling at low frequency, but that king certainly more the money card here. Roughly a 1 stack to pot ratio. DNX has checked. 10 on the river. I don't think Doug has capped himself with that check at all. So, yeah, Daniel does check, and action on Doug here. There may be some perfectly fine check backs here, but given that he's gone for this sort of 20 seconds or whatever it is, it feels like there's going to be a bet emanating from his stack any moment, and he has put Daniel all in.
Wager. The maximum wager in this situation. On the right, we also have a pot potentially brewing with Doug 3-betting and Daniel 4-betting. Doug calling. 2 deep stack 4-bet pots happening here. Actually, the left isn't that deep, but somewhat deep. 125 blinds. The right table we could see as big as a 160K pot, would be the second biggest of the challenge, should that one on the right get in there.
You feel like any of Daniel's kings that get to the flop are going to call here, so he's probably got a pocket pair.
Ooh, Doug raises the flop on the right. Thanks for the tip. Thanks for the tips on the earphones, guys. I did not really realize that you could replace like just the cup part. That's a great tip. Thank you.
One third here from Doug.
Yeah, this is a huge pot, man. So if Daniel calls here, there's 85K in the middle. Wow, 85K in the middle. Doug only has 36K behind. This is pretty interesting.
And the flush does get there on the river. So maybe some combo draws of Daniel might call that turn bet for a third. Makes sense.
Yeah. Daniel's not going to have too many like suited hands that 4-bet, but a handful for sure. I mean, we saw
And
him.
actually, for the 1/3 sizing, Daniel could just call with a flush draw and that alone. Oh, and
Ooh,
it is just an
was the bluff from Doug. Daniel with the top 2 pair block with that's not just top 2 pair. He's also blocking the flush and obviously blocking like pocket jacks. Huge pot for Daniel there. Second biggest of the challenge so far. That's going to put him, I believe, at his peak for the day. Nice hand to Daniel there. Doug putting in now a 4-bet on the right. Interesting how the action just all comes like this at once. And we have another call. Yeah, interesting choice from Doug there. So he called the 4-bet with king queen off. Seems pretty standard, and then check raised with the backdoor flush draw on ace 2-2. So he's blocking ace king, blocking ace queen. So that's gonna block a lot of the calling range for Daniel. And then plus, of course, he's got the backdoors. But yeah, interesting hand for sure.
Yeah.
$25K in the middle now, or rather 29K. Doug with 25K behind. See people in chat saying that was a terrible spot to bluff. Ooh, wow. Turn set for Daniel. He's going to win another stack there. That was a really good couple minutes for Daniel. 6
So
spots.
it's all going Daniel's way right now.
Yeah, so Daniel flats the 4-bet with the 6s. Seems like it would actually be a decent hand to shove pre-flop with, but nonetheless, he does call on the flop as he should. Turn a 6, and he stacks Doug. Boom, boom.
Is it fair to say 320K, maybe the biggest stack we've seen in this challenge?
Doug had 400K once.
He did? Okay.
Yeah, but it's close. Yeah, I see the chat on the Doug bluff. I'm not necessarily saying that particular bluff is good or bad. I mean, it seems good. It seems fine to me. But people in the chat are saying really some just classic, it's like stuff that Doug would address in like a YouTube video. But it's like, here's one, for example. He's never folding that river for that sizing after calling the flop and turn. That's not really how poker works. You have to have bluffs in every spot. At least, unless you know something rock solid about your opponent's game. But yeah, maybe you know something about
the simple question is, will Daniel fold ace 10 in that spot? Because that's kind of like what we're talking about, like ace queen, ace 10. Are they the hands that Doug is targeting for even half pot?
Right. Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, let's say Daniel had a hand like ace 6 or something, or like ace 5 that 4-bet pre-flop and then bet small on the flop, call the raise, calls the turn. I mean, that's a pretty tough spot for like an ace 5, pretty tough spot for even an ace queen, ace queen, no club. It's a pretty tough spot.
Yeah,
I mean, I really don't think, I mean, the hand that Daniel called with, let me put it this way. The hand that Daniel called with tells us nothing. If Daniel like snapped him off with like ace 5 there, like then we know, okay, Doug's bluff in practice, well, maybe it's fine in theory, in practice was bad because Daniel called with like the worst bluff catcher in his range. But when Daniel has ace jack with the jack of clubs, one of his best bluff catching hands, probably the best, then it doesn't really tell us anything about whether or not the play in practice was good. But you shouldn't really concern yourself too much with whether or not the play was in practice good in very, very rare spots like 4-bet pot, check raise, triple barrels. Like it's not it's not that important. It's the intuition jungle on those spots, I like to say, because it's just hard to use tools and stuff to study them. So fragile. Doug's gonna win a nice one there.
Raise from Daniel here on the table on the left. Doug calls. Daniel continues the story here with a 75%er. Again, Doug being sticky, so some possible flush draws in there. Maybe some very sticky sixes. More likely a jack. Daniel has checked. So now Doug maybe can decide whether he wants to bluff his miss flush draws, bet his better jacks. Maybe he's made 2 pairs somewhere along the way. 4-5 was a double gutter on the turn, so maybe that.
Doug does bet 11K. What does Daniel want to do?
And Daniel has some, no equity hands here that he quickly folds. So the fact that he's in the tank already is interesting. Possibly Daniel picked up an 8 with a flush draw. I'm not sure. Four bet pot again on the left. 3-3-5, 2 clubs. Is it a lead from Doug? I hope I'm getting the action right here. No, a 3-bet pot. I apologize. 3-bet pot. And now Doug just continuing his story. Sorry, chat.
Doug is double barreling here, right?
He's double barreled here. Queen, obviously, a card that can hit his range. He can have some pairs. He could have some draws. He can probably have some air balls. Probably makes sense to have some air balls too. Turnham in the chat here says that king queen hand was a fine bluff. Yeah, it seems like I kind of thought it was kind of fine as well. Big pickup from what Mike said was that the king and the queen blocked the really strong ace-x hands. You have the back doors, you pick up a back door. Yeah, it seemed okay. It may be the case that Daniel's too sticky and Doug should go for an exploit in that situation, but Doug goes for exploits only very tentatively, only, very carefully. So three bet on the right. Likely to see a C bet from the pre-flop aggressor on King 6-5 Rainbow. We do. Call from Doug. Will Daniel fire that second barrel? He does not. The only draw from the flop has got there here with the 9. Well, not the only draw, but the likely draw on a 3-bet pot.
Sure, 4 straight now. Daniel winning a small showdown on the left, going for a trap with 3 aces on the river. Doug's not having it.
And DX went for no value there with the King Jack. Interesting. Probably feeling like Doug on the turn. Well, is that a turn bet? That's an interesting spot, actually.
It seems like it can certainly be bet. There's so many pair plus gut shots in Doug's range that are gonna call. But then again, maybe some of those will raise, put you in a tough spot. Wow, Daniel misclicking the right. Is that what just happened? He just opened to 6,000. Daniel opened.
I missed that.
Yeah, he opened to 6,000 on the right. Daniel did. Doug called.
Oh, wow.
Interesting spot. So Daniel obviously meant to type in, an amount on another table or something, but he accidentally typed in 6,000. It will be interesting to see what happens here. Check on the
Oh.
flop. 12K in the middle with just one single pre-flop raise.
Well, you're working into the meta game of a misclick. If, as you said, it looks more like he was doing a bet amount belonging to a different table, he's essentially got a dark hand here.
Yeah, I mean, top 85% of hands or whatever he opens on the button, he can have any of them. Interesting spot.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a little bit of fun here. So, when Doug calls, okay, well, I guess he's going to win it here.
Interesting. So Doug just defended Jack 8, like basically thinking like, oh, well, he's probably opening. This is probably his normal range, so I'm just going to defend like, this decent hand. That's super interesting hand. Wow. Well, Doug's going to win. You don't often win a 30 blind pot with no bets going in post flop and just a single raise pre-flop, but Doug just found a way to do it, and all he had was a pair of 8s. 3-bet pot on the left. Daniel is the 3-better, of course, because he's out of position.
Well, I guess you can be so confident that bet never means anything different. So you can just do that, I guess.
Yeah, interesting. I would have no idea how to approach that spot, truly. I would fold Jack 8, probably.
You're out of position, though. So
in-game, I would certainly fold Jack 8. Like, I would just be like, I don't know what to do here and fold, kind of take the nitty approach. That's not really Doug's approach necessarily in spots where he's not sure. Doug actually tends to pick the aggressive option when he's not sure, which is rare. That's not actually what we advocate for new players at Upswing. We always say fold it, note it, study it later. Then next time you can make the call or whatever. But Doug's at a little bit of a different level than the people learning from our articles, so it's reasonable for him to take a different approach. He goes for a second bet here on the left. Someone speculating that Doug may have just clicked call before he noticed the bet size. Possible.
Oh, that's true. That's actually a good point too. It could have been a double misclick.
Possible. I do think he likely would have noticed because like the call button says on it like call $5,600. Like it's so much of it's bigger text on the button. It's like almost hard not to notice. But you never know. We'll definitely ask him. Doug all in on the left. Quick call from Daniel.
Oh wow, what a hand!
This time Doug's on the right side of the cooler. Daniel 3-bet.
So Daniel's sitting out now, maybe down to his last buy-in. Ironically, given he's 8 stacks on the other table, he has sit out, so he's taking a little breather. Obviously, with that pot, Doug will have clawed it back to roughly about 100 again. Are we talking, give
something
or take?
Like that, yeah. And that looks like it's
gonna here we see the dots, so I think that might be it, guys.
Yeah, good stuff. So Doug will be joining us for a post-game session here, post-game chat. Let us know if you have any questions about it. And by the way, you don't have too much longer to enter our giveaway. 15 prizes up for grabs, all prizes that aim to help your skills. So go ahead and check that out. I'll drop the command in the chat right now. You can also find the link in the description below the video on YouTube, and kind of even further below the video on Twitch. There's like a big red button. Click that, join the giveaway. Chance to win either a $1,000 Upswing course, one of 4 $99 Upswing subscriptions to our main course, or the book that David is about to show off, PKO Poker Strategy by Darrow Kearney and Barry Carter. That was good. You will be getting the ebook version, keep in mind, but that just means you get to have it immediately, which is so great. You can play PKOs this Sunday. Read this book tomorrow, PKOs this Sunday. Get back at us with a nice testimonial for the book. I have nothing to do with this book. I have nothing to do with this book, by the way, guys. So just keep in mind, like, I'm shilling this just for the love of the game.
I appreciate the shilling. Just beautiful.
Just for the love of the shill. Just love it.
They're playing another hand. I'm guessing it's something to do with the buttons, is it?
Yeah, I assume Daniel hit sit out next big blind or whatever.
They probably just decided they'll balance up the buttons, and there we go. That's probably it now.
Yep.
Can I just say, give it up, guys, in the chat for the combatants. These two guys are slugging away for what? 4 hours, over 4 hours now. They've done it 2 days in a row. They've done it, 4 of the last 5. That's a proper bit of entertainment they provided for everybody. Obviously, you were a bit of a slacker. You took the day off, once this week, Mike? But, fair play. You've been giving it your all as well.
Thanks. Appreciate the afterthought compliment. Just kidding.
How many days did you take off this week? Were you 3 of the 4?
I did 3 of the 4, yeah.
Lazy.
I just didn't want to have to do 3 in a row. That was kind of the oof.
Oh wait, oh no, they're doing some button fiddling now on the left.
Yeah, they're evening out buttons here, guys. They're probably not going on.
Now a pot can emanate from this, correct?
Most certainly.
Not.
And there you go.
So we are watching hands. So guys, look, one more hand. It's like an encore. It's like the crowd have chanted one more tune, and they're going to provide it.
See if Doug can. Ooh, man, can you imagine how tilted DNX would be if like he gets sacked here?
If your 100k win just suddenly became 60k, that would be funny.
All because like Doug was like, actually, you owe me 1 button. You know, like.
It could go the other way too. Let's see, 6-4 deuce, rainbow. And a call. Okay, we are going to see a chunky pot here with our sort of afterthought.
Yeah, 20k in the middle in this. Yeah, as David said, well put, afterthought of a pot, just to even out the buttons. They played this one last hand, presumably.
Here we go, all in 1.5x pot. And Doug lets it go. So DNX will add to his spoils, probably up to 110, 115k now. A job well done for him. Very much needed to shore up what was a leaking ship for the last few days. So credit to him for sticking in there. He obviously got the wrong side of a set under set very early on. So he was sort of backs to the wall again, but he put together a pretty good 4-hour session there.
Well, it looks like we got 1 more button for Doug.
Oh, wow. This is great fun. We're just like, it's like they are coming back for 1 more tune each time.
Wait. You didn't have to sit down, Doug. No, Doug.
No.
That's not.
Yes. No.
No, Doug. Oh, okay.
Imagine they just came back and started playing now.
That would be amazing. Just like one of them gets tilted over the button pot.
Yeah. No, it is. Okay. Now we're out.
Now it's GG. Good stuff.
It could be the case that there were several buttons, isn't that right? Like it could be a cumulative thing for like maybe there's a fair few out.
Yeah, he could own like 4 buttons or something. Well, it does look like they're still leaving him out.
Well, this makes sense. I suppose you want to just kind of get back to quits before the break. You can sort of start the break knowing you're on a level playing field. You don't have to remember anything.
One more tune, perhaps, guys. Looks like Daniel was owed a button or 2. Maybe 3, maybe 4. It did. I think they gave, like, Doug had the first button when they did these buttons. So it seems like what happened was Daniel was actually owed a button, but then they fucked it up and Doug got the first button. So now Daniel was owed 2 buttons. So now the buttons are even. So for those who aren't familiar, in heads-up matches, it's customary when the 2 people are actually, like, it's a formal match especially, it's customary to make sure the buttons are even because it's obviously more profitable to be on the button. The player on the button is a more plus CV situation, so you want to make sure that's even if you're trying to have a fair match. So that explains that. Sometimes you got to do that. So keep in mind, guys, this is your last chance to enter the giveaway. We're going to talk to Doug, then draw the winners, and we are also not streaming at all next week. There's going to be no sessions. It's just going to be a break week because Daniel's going to play a tournament on the web. So the next session will be Monday, December 21st at the usual time, 22:30 GMT, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time. Ooh, wait, that was a bit of a doozy of a session, honestly. Truly a doozy. So we're going to ask Doug about the Jack 8 off call versus the 15 big blind open. That was pretty funny that we saw a minute ago where it seemed like Daniel... by the way, don't go anywhere, guys. I know the screen says something, but Doug will be joining us shortly for some interview action. If you have a question for him, please let us know in the chat. If there's a hand you want to hear about today.
Yeah.
Want to hear Doug's thoughts? Keep in mind, Doug does tend to just open up the replayer, look at the biggest pots, and kind of talk about the ones that were most interesting that he wants to talk about. So most of the time, whatever hand you want to hear about will be covered. But if there's one in particular that maybe you're not sure, he will. Go ahead and drop it in the chat, and I might ask him. Aceit Just It asks, how will you pick the winners? The app we're using, the Gleam app, that if you clicked over to the giveaway, you see the app that has an automatic draw winners feature. So just like it has the number of entries you have, and then it just draws a random winner. We're gonna draw 15. Once we're done talking to Doug, Doug will just hop off, and then we'll do the giveaway to finish it up.
All right.
Hello, Douglas.
Have you mentioned the giveaway?
We did mention it.
Nice.
Just
Okay, good. Glad to hear.
But,
okay, wow, that was a wild one.
Yeah, doozy. What was the damage?
I think I lost 140. Let me. I have an exact total. 1 sec. I lost 144.
Okay.
There'll be some rakebacks. Might be more like 144.5 or something. But yeah. Let me fix my camera. It always does this, man. Every time.
Casper, the friendly Doug.
That's exactly what we got. How's it going, by the way, David?
Great. Look, congratulations on the last couple of months. Obviously, tonight not going exactly as planned, but very well played overall.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it was a fun one to watch, though not for the usual reason. More so just because there were a lot of interesting pots.
Dude, there was a stretch in there with so much action.
Yeah, it was crazy. Like 45 minutes or so, right? Yeah.
I had a stretch on one table where I got aces, king, queen, kings, and I lost 3 bias. It was just like we were just playing massive pots. That king queen bluff, I don't know, man. I think it had to be done. I don't.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about with the chat. I mean, what other hand are you gonna bluff with on that run out?
I think it had to be done. We'll find out if our robot overlords approve of it or not later, but I think it's gonna be okay. I think it is gonna be an alright one. Just very expensive.
Expensive for sure. For sure.
Deep poker is so weird, man, because you get these spots and it's like not only do you play like a way bigger pot than normal, right? On top of it, if you get stacked, you're back to 100. So there's not just how high the stakes already are. There's also the fact that you'll be back to 100 and now you'll be playing a more shallow stack game. And on top of it, these spots are going to be so rare. It's quite possible we never have a spot like that in the rest of the challenge. You know,
Right.
maybe we do, but they're so unique and massive.
For sure. Well, we got to ask about the Jack 8 defend versus 15 big blind open.
I wasn't looking at his opens. I like at some point you just start to like he opens 2.5. Dude, he opened 2.5 for 4.6.
All right, whoever in chat said Doug didn't see the amount, and I was like, I feel like he had to have seen it. I stand corrected. You were 100% right. Misclick versus misclick in that hand. Lucky for you to take that one down.
I mean, at some point after enough hands, I'm not checking to see how much he's opening because it's just going to be 2.5, and he just misclicked.
Well, my reasoning was like when the call button, doesn't it say the amount you're calling? So it's like call X, right?
Yeah, but I'm very tired.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
when you play a long session and someone, yeah, no, I messaged him and I was like, "It's a misclick, right?" He's like, "Yeah, it's a misclick." And I was like, "Okay, it's cool." It's like I was like,
it's not a new sizing he's experimenting with. We found that out anyway.
That would be really, really something. Yeah, that was kind of wild. I was like, "Wait, what the fuck? Why is this pot so big?" I was like, "Wait, did I 3-bet this?" I was like, "No, you didn't 3-bet. You called." And I was like, "But." It took me like 5-6 seconds of just looking at it just to process what had happened. He must have opened big.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Okay, so Doug, I have a question from you, which is kind of a chat question, but I guess it may seem a little cynical, but it is one that's being asked a lot, and that is, are you almost relieved at some level, a bit like when you said the other day, I think it was like 2 streams ago, oh, maybe if Daniel had been allowed hold that overpair spot, might have been good overall for the game. Are you almost relieved at some level, not right after, but maybe you can imagine this, that you've kept Dean Eggs on the hook?
Well, I actually just don't think that it matters because I think he was gonna
Mm.
play it either way.
Yeah, I think you're
And
right.
my logic is that he sounds very similar to how he sounded about playing the challenge before, right? Like very serious. I'm gonna do this. He has that same tone. So it would be weird to have that tone before the challenge, do it, and then you get halfway like I'm quitting. It doesn't seem congruent. So I think he actually would have just kept going no matter what. So I think me losing on purpose would be, or I'm not saying that that's what happened. I'm saying me losing to like keep him in. I don't think that would be a very good strategy. I'm hoping that the run good continues indefinitely. But we got a few he got a few pots back his way, so that was probably something he was thankful for. The king
Sort of a
queen, man.
continue.
Oh, so crazy.
Before you get into specifics of hands, because Mike is going to basically peel out 3 or 4 of the best hands of the night. But another kind of more general question is, maybe it applies less to tonight. Do you ever get the feeling in game dynamically that D-Negs is tilty and you can kind of push or lean into that? Do you feel like he's maybe acting faster after several beats in a row? Last night would be a good example, I suppose.
I don't really get that vibe from him.
Okay.
I think he plays. So some people tilt in different ways. Some people don't really tilt much. I think he's more of a verbal tilter than like a play tilter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think he's yelling cock fuck at the wall, but I don't think he's actually, fuck this, let's go raise it up. I don't think he's
Mm.
tilting like that. So I haven't seen a big difference.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a good read. That he's an expleader. I'd probably do it myself, to be honest, where I'll shout the swear word at my computer, but then I'll still open the same range.
Anyone that's worth their salt's gonna do that because if you're the kind of person who's like, well, I got stacked, I guess we gotta fucking open everything now, you're not gonna last very long in the online
Right.
poker streets.
Yeah, maybe in the live. Maybe live goes slow enough that you can kind of get bailed out by that. But
It does feel though like Heads Up is a different pressure cooker, and that's the one kind of difference or caveat to this I kind of think exists, which is that there's nowhere to hide. You guys are out there fighting with mediocre and poor cards, and there really is nowhere to hide. Your EV is being found out everywhere. So
Right.
if there ever was a time where the wheels could come off, I feel like it's in this format.
Absolutely. I mean, it takes a lot of mental fortitude. You have to be able to, you know, deal with beats, deal with tough spots, deal with shitty situations, and still keep a clear mind and just try and do your best. And I think that's something that I've always done a good job of. I think I play a very similar game whether I'm winning or losing. Um, so far, it seems similar for Daniel. Um, so I think we're playing at a we're playing high stakes here. We're playing heads up poker at a high level for a lot of money. Y- You're not gonna see real tilty shit, IMO. Yeah, anyway. Maybe if someone gets stuck enough. But probably not.
I got a question about a hand. That
Sure.
ace 8 of diamonds versus aces. What do you think of your spot? I mean, maybe I'm the only one, but I find it a little less interesting. His spot I find pretty interesting. Do you think he should be having like a raise shove turn range? Do you think that's like a reasonable way to approach that spot? I mean, there's so many draws that he could potentially do it with, plus some two pairs, straights. Like, what are your general thoughts on it?
You know, I have not studied this spot, so I don't really want to like it's not something that I do, but I don't want to say that it's bad or good or anything because I really don't know. I've not studied this spot specifically. It's a bit of a weird spot.
No
So
intuition on it.
I think I mean just looking at his hand, it can't be bad. Maybe its call is better, but if you're gonna construct a raise range, that hand makes a lot of sense in it. So I felt like my aces were really nice there because I had the spade and the club, so I didn't block either nut flush draw,
Yeah,
which
nice one
was
blocking.
And
yeah,
then
it's nice
you also
blocking.
block the ace 10, though perhaps he doesn't play it that
Yeah.
way. But
Well, yeah. I would assume he would play it like that some, if he's gonna have a raise range, but
right,
um,
yeah.
A
Of
hand that
my
polarized people
of my
from
aces, this seems like my best one. Yep.
Makes
Hmm.
sense.
A hand that polarized people early on, or at least polarized the commentary booth, was the sevens, the turn set against 6-3. I was on the sort of side of you overbet and then he raised, and I had really I haven't watched every single stream, but I've watched like 80% of this coverage, and I haven't seen that, or maybe if I haven't, maybe I missed it, but that seemed like a really unusual spot. And in my mind, I felt like Ace 3 was like, ugh. And obviously sevens in the end. You found the call. Talk us through that hand.
Let me cut in real quick. Doug, can you recap the action two on the with the? I assume you have it up, just so because that was early in
Yeah.
the session. A lot of
So
people
we're like 55k deep. I open sevens, he calls. 5-4 deuce, check. I bet 40%, he calls. Turn 7, he checks. I bet pot, he calls. River jack, he checks. I overbet, he jams.
That's it.
So I bet like 15k, he jams river. Yeah, it's a shitty spot. It's not a good situation. But if you're just gonna pure bet fold all your sets, you have way too many bet folds. You gotta bet call some stuff. So sometimes you just have to suck it up and make the shitty call you don't want to make. I don't have any he doesn't have. I mean, he had it, so that would have been bad to say anyway. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't play in a way where I assume, because like Daniel's not done this much, but the way that I approach poker is just I assume that he'll bluff. I assume he'll play it correctly, and if he doesn't, that's fine. I'll just win more pots than I should. So when he jams, I'm like, okay, let's call appropriately. I have other hands that can bet fold. Um, I don't think I can bet fold sevens, but maybe I can. I can look it up, but I have a feeling that you can't really bet fold sevens. I don't know.
makes sense.
Seems unlikely to me.
Yeah, it's a set and it's a good one, even better
Sets
than
are
the flop sets.
sets
Yeah,
are
yeah.
strong hands. That's been a cornerstone of my strategy for years.
Ironically, the Upswing article we put out today um, was Maria Ho having a set and then
Ah,
folding it or whatever. Basically,
yeah,
just like repackaging your analysis. Pretty funny.
yeah, that's funny.
Anyway, what do you think about Daniel's 3-bet 4-bet call with 4s and 6s? He had both of those in this session, both at like 100 blinds. 3-bet call,
Um,
4-bet.
I think that they were fine. I think typically pi- there's like there's this thing where people think like, well, but you're set mining for a tailable price, but you're not set mining. You have a pair and like it can show down and you can sometimes station and you're gonna face a lot of small bets. So
Yeah.
I think a lot of times you just have to call if you decide to 3-bet them.
Yeah. It's heads up poker, and the board texture can bail you out, so it's not a set mind spot in the same way.
I mean, you've called river shoves in this challenge with ace high multiple times, so I mean, pairs are clearly good hands.
I mean, very true. Yeah, so it's and then obviously, of course, when you flop a set, obviously, unless I also flop a set, you're looking pretty good. So, um, yeah, I think they tend to play pretty nice. They have like reasonable removal, and they're fine as calls. I mean, the lowest ones you could definitely fold sometimes, but calling's not like, what are you doing? Like, it's totally fine. I mean, like the hand where I had kings and he had sixes, I think he played his hand fine. There's nothing.
Yeah, makes sense. Do you think he can 5-bet shove a little bit with that hand pre-flop, right?
Uh,
Oh, maybe not.
I'd have
Pause.
to I'd have to look at the sizes and stuff.
Gotcha.
Can't be that bad, yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Any hands that? Oh, Lappin, you got a question, please?
No, well, it wasn't going to be about a hand, but I was going to just ask a general question. What does a day in the life of Doug look like right now, balance-wise, from study, and how much downtime are you allowing yourself? How much is the right amount of not poker in your life right now?
We've been grinding extremely hard lately. I would say Monday to Friday, I spend basically all day on poker. I wake up at like 5 or 6 in the morning and I'll do some cardio or lift, and then I'll do poker until the end of the session and the end of this interview. So I'll spend like 12 hours or something on it. Um, and then Saturdays I sometimes do that, sometimes not. And then Sundays I take off to watch football, and that's my life. It's a simple life. It's a very simple. It's been a profitable life, but there's not. It's just this. I'm just all in on this. I said this earlier. I tweeted this earlier today, but it's the truth. I am going to do everything that I can to make sure that I win this challenge as much as possible. Um, we've had a fortune run overall so far. And kind of on that note, I think I'm just done talking about the who got lucky thing. It's just so fucking played out, and and frankly, I don't want to be like, "Hey guys, Daniel got lucky today." It's just fucking stupid. Like
Yeah.
I'm done talking about luck. Like I just don't. I'm done. Like he had a good flop, I had a good flop. Like it's just fucking stupid. Like what are we fucking NL10 players? 5 cent, 10 cent. Yeah, and then I got kings. I'm not doing this shit anymore. We can talk
Yeah.
about hands. I'm done with the luck. It's so silly.
People are upset.
Um,
It's I think it's driven, unfortunately, by sort of the chat a little, like if you will, the audience, because like they really seem
totally.
to fixate on like, oh well, he won, but who ran better? Oh, but who won the all ins? Oh, but
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
just like
Just to push back, Mike, I think it's driven by Daniel. He's the one sounding that bell every second night, saying, "I run so bad, poor me."
could very well could be true. However, I also feel like he could be getting egged on by those same viewers that I'm sort of talking about.
It's
So, like if he wasn't getting, I can't imagine how many tweets and shit he's
I-
getting, man. It's got to be
it,
crazy.
it's a healthy mix of both, but this is the reality. Every session I'm supposed to win like between a fourth of a buy-in and 2/3 of a buy-in. That's how Edge works. And then anytime someone gets above or below that, they ran hot. If I win 2 buy-ins, I ran hot. If he wins a buy-in, he ran hot. If I win a buy-in, I probably ran a little hot. If we break even, I probably ran a little bad. Unless we're break even players, we're not. So I'm not saying that I think he's a terrible heads up player or something, but I have an edge. So it's silly. Like anytime someone ends above or below that mark, the person that what I'm saying, it's like it's just this
Right,
conversation. I just can't do this conversation anymore.
dude. I
I
do
can't.
not blame.
I just can't do it anymore. And you know what? When I lose, I'm not gonna blame bad luck either. If I go on 600K downswing, you're not gonna see me fucking bitching about my cards. Like I went on a 400K downswing before, 450 or whatever it was, and I was just like, just keep my head down and keep grinding. This is just seriously like intro to poker stuff. I just can't do it anymore.
I agree. It's like the
That's the
question.
last I'm talking about it.
It's like the
We're not,
questions you hear at the end of like a tournament where someone says like, do you think you ran well?" Anyway,
yeah,
moving on from that, I promise to never ask you a question in these post match interviews about luck. That said, if I ever have a replacement interviewer, no promises for them. Question from
definitely
Pop,
sure.
question from Papa Beak on Twitch. There was an overbet continuation flop bet from Doug in a 3-bet pot on a somewhat dynamic board, though no flush draw. My sort of to phrase his question, how common are overbet c bets in 3-bet pots? Like what frequency in general, and like how many board textures get those? Any general thoughts if you're willing to share?
It's not too common. Normally those boards will have a couple sizes, but I really can't get into like the super specific dynamics of what's happening on those.
Yeah, sure, makes sense.
Yeah. But it happens a bit. There are some boards. Sometimes there are spots where it really favors the big blind to have a big size. So yeah.
Interesting. All right, there was one that someone asked on Twitter, and they followed up today, so I have to hook them up. Can you please
That's
ask?
dedication. They followed up on it.
Yeah, it really is. Can you please ask Doug? Does he have any tricks to stay mentally strong during sessions when things aren't going well? You actually have an article on Upswing about this called like three
I
things to with a losing session, but
I really I really just don't care when I'm losing. I'm not saying I'm happy I'm losing, but I just don't care. I'm playing poker, man. I'm trying to do my best. I know in the long run I'll win. I'm not worried if I get stacked. I just do my best. I make my best decision. I just really don't care because I know I mean it's easy to not care when you've made your money from poker or a lot of it from poker and you've been successful in poker and you won a lot in poker and you're used to winning. Um and like the amount of work I put in and the level that I'm playing at right now is so high that if he stacks me, I don't even like really. I mean, I'd rather not get stacked, but I don't even mind that much because just like whatevs, like we'll just get dealt another hand. Like I don't know, it's actually funny when I was down 200K 4 or 5 sessions in, I went downstairs and after the session and I was like, I'm just so happy that like I know I'll win. So like I'm just happy that I get this opportunity. Like I don't it doesn't matter to me that like when I lose. I don't know. The tougher part is not getting bored. That's the more difficult thing, and sometimes I get a little unfocused. If someone else has a good solution to that, let me know.
Yeah, from what you've said in past interviews, you might check Twitter a little too frequently while playing 200, 400 versus Dale
Yeah.
Negreanu, but who's to say what too much Twitter is? You know,
I mean, really, right? You
yeah,
know,
exactly.
who's to say?
Who's to say?
One more general question, Doug. You famously left poker a couple of years ago, left the content streets a year ago, whatever it is. Do you love poker again, or is it just purely utilitarian?
We are here to back the truck up. We're loading it up. Okay. If Bulgarian wants to hop in, if BP wants to jump in the back, if we get some perfect. You love to see it. You love that's exactly. I don't know. I hope we're not dumping it out, but
Something into your
anyway,
bank account.
right there we go. No, I don't really enjoy the game. It's all math, it's all science, it's all work, it's just a grind. I'm only doing it because when I do something, I do it to win. But no, I don't enjoy it.
Good shit. I love that. I, I
I'm
love how
serious.
many. I sorry to those of you who I'm describing, but it makes me laugh. All the hearts that just broke, like
Oh,
across
it's
the.
devastating, dude. It's devastating. I think I've told the story before, but I got off a flight once and someone ran into me just like a year or so ago. And they're like, Doug, what are you playing these days, man? What are you playing? You gonna play the series? And I was like, oh, no, I don't play poker anymore. He's like, no, no, what are you playing? What are you playing, dude? And I was like, no, I'm done. I'm done. I don't like playing poker. He's like, no, no. It like slowly died down, but like he wanted to fight on, and he kept saying like, and then by the end he just looked dejected. And he's like, really? Oh, oh, and then he just like hung his head and walked away. It was just the saddest. It was just I was like, it's just
That
brutal.
that
It's
had
just brutal.
that had to impact your day a little bit, like it being in person. It's
I
one thing
mean,
over
yeah.
text,
Well, you try to be nice because I don't want to make people unhappy,
right?
or sad. I don't like poker. I really don't. I don't like poker. I don't enjoy it. Um, this is a job. My hourly is ridiculous. I just have to take that. So
Makes
here
sense.
we are.
Quick aside in case we do go back to. I mean, this could be the last question, but whatever. If we go back to more poker, people want to know who your favorite football team is. I know your. I sort of know your answer, but because they know you love football. So if you want to give your sort of spiel on that,
Well, football, there's a few different teams that I like, but I don't have like a team, Like I don't have like a team I really like. There's a few different teams I like. Like I like the Seahawks, I like the Chargers. I went to some games when I was a kid. I like the Raiders now that they're here. I like the 49ers, but my parents are in the Bay. Those are all teams that I like, but I don't have like a team. You know what I'm saying? I don't have like my team is like this team, ride or
right?
die. I don't have that.
Yeah, you're just your Sundays are always tied up for eternity, just for the love of the game, the love
Love
of
of the game
the face masks and the referees and the
and the drinking
weird.
and gambling,
Yeah, hell yeah, hell
the
yeah.
drinking and the gambling.
This is a different football than you're used to, by the way, Lappin. Just to make
Mm.
sure we're all on the
No,
same
I
page.
no, I no, I get. I kind of glazed over as the conversation went to something I had no knowledge about. But Doug, listen, like it's been great as a fan. It's been great to have a front row seat tonight. But as a fan of this stream for 18 days, and kudos again to Mike and your team of commentators. It's been really entertaining. You've enjoyed, or you've certainly deserved to enjoy a fine Scotch this Christmas, and I hope you can have at least a few downtime days and enjoy a bit of time. Don't be in the lab too much.
We'll definitely have a little scotch. Might even have a little something right now. It's been a long week. This week was really long. We had 4 sessions. They were longer sessions. I got up at like 5 or 6 every day. I put in just countless hours of study. It's been a long ass week. Probably gonna take. I'll definitely take Sunday off. The problem is I'm like, all right, I'll take tomorrow off, and then like it'll be midday, and I'm like, or I could check that king queen hand, and then before you know it, you're just like right back down the rabbit hole.
Amazing,
Um, I'm actually gonna check that after this call.
Check it now so you can sleep at least.
I am going to do that.
amazing. Well, are any hands that come to mind that you want to talk about by chance?
We can call it a
Cool.
session here.
Cool with me. Well, I do have one more question for you,
Sure,
Doug. Have we
sure.
mentioned the giveaway?
Have we? I'm not sure, Mike. Why don't you? You probably should do it. No one said anything yet, so.
I'm pretty surprised. 4 hours and 37 minutes into the stream, our first mention of the giveaway, but we have a really exciting giveaway going for you guys right now. 15 prizes are up for grabs that will help you improve your poker skills. Go ahead and go to bit.ly/dnapkin with a dash between it.
Thanks
That's
for
how
that
you
again.
get to it. Yeah, you're very welcome. Or you can just go to the links below the chat, or below the video. I'm also putting them in the chats right now. Go ahead and join that giveaway. Very shortly, I'm going to draw winners. I'm going to let Doug hop off so he can, live his life. Then David and I will draw the winners for you guys live here on stream.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks for being here on your own channel.
Thank you for having me on my own channel. Yeah, I said it, and I was like, wait. You're
well,
welcome for me having you on.
Yes. Thanks for getting ahead of that.
All right.
Cool, man. Take care.
See you guys. Peace.
All right, boys and girls, we're going to give you a few more seconds here, and then we're going to start drawing winners. So again, we're giving away $1,000 Upswing course, 4 $99 subscriptions to the Upswing Lab, and then 10 copies of PKO.
I have to do it again.
You do. PKO Poker Strategy. I don't know how I don't remember that. PKO Poker Strategy, book about the hot tournament game type that's going these days.
It's what all the cool kids are playing.
Indeed. So yeah, hop in that giveaway right now. And yeah, let's draw the winners. Let's do it. So how can we maybe do this? What if I share my screen and then Jimmy, can you try to pull that up on the stream and see if it works? If it doesn't work, you guys, I'm just gonna have to draw the winners, and you guys are gonna have to take my word for it that I'm not like lying. But
I don't believe you. I don't believe that face.
25 winners unpicked. That's incorrect. Let me edit that. You guys get a little extra time to enter here. Keep in mind, by the way, you don't have to be here to win. So once you join, feel free to dip out.
Darrow Carney has just asked me to point out that he's giving away 10 copies, which is very generous. But he has children who need to eat this Christmas. So if you don't happen to win, you can always purchase it on Amazon yourself.
Very true. And you can also get the hard version, the hard copy version, which,
And when you meet Dara in person in the post-COVID world, he will probably sign it or, scroll on it at least. His signatures are barely legible.
All right, I'm screen sharing, Jimmy. Are you able to pull it up? Yeah, give it a shot. If it doesn't look good, we'll just turn it off, and I'll draw.
Drum roll. Do you need to? Is that drum roll? Is that good? Can you hear that?
I can hear it. Yeah.
Exciting moment.
We're working on it, guys. We're working on getting this up so you can just kind of watch it. Just wait to draw these winners. All right, there it is. Okay. Can you pull it a little bit more to the right, Jimmy?
Here we go.
Thanks for bearing with us, guys.
Totally random, legit.
There we go. Very nice. Okay, so here we go. Can I draw one at a time, or does it have to be all of them? Okay, if this does draw more than one, then the person who's first on the list gets the first win. Oh, good point from Bob the Hobo. Is this going to dox the winners? I'm going to do a test one really quick on another screen. Thank you for checking that. I'm just going to double check that it wouldn't be a dox situation.
Why, do they have to give their info?
No email address or anything even, but I just want to double check that in case, because maybe you can enter in your email or something. Frick, it does. It does show their email, so I can't. Yeah, good. Thank you for whoever pointed that out.
We believe you. We're GDPR friendly here, guys. It's important that we stay GDPR compliant. So Mike is going to do it, and I'm going to do my best soul read, look into his eyes, and I'll tell you if he's lying.
Perfect. Thank you for that. All right, so guys, we're about to draw the winners. Here we go. All right, they've been drawn. Wow, I can't. What did this? This almost feels rigged for one person who won because he's like a long-time Upswing member. I've drawn the 11 winners so far. So the first winner, this is the person who wins the $1,000 Upswing course, Pedro Lage, or O Grande Pedro here on Twitch. Congrats. Then we got
Pedro.
James Franks. He's winning on for the second one. That's for an Upswing free month of Upswing Lab. Nice one for him. Then Train Franks, longtime Upswing community member. Congrats, you won a free month of lab. I feel like you haven't been in the lab in a while, so I guess I'll see you back. Next Upswing Lab winner, Anthony Smith. Congrats to you. Final Upswing Lab winner is very appropriate. I believe it's their Twitter screen name, Mr. PP Poo Poo Zero. Congrats to you. Well done on securing that really valuable Twitter username as well. That had to be pretty well thought over. So then we have 10 more winners. I'm going to go a little faster now. These are all going to win that free ebook copy of the book that David is holding up. I think you guys can see it, right? We have the cameras up. Yeah. Okay, so here we go. PKO book. The winners are Christian Romero Ruiz, Christoph VDE at Chrissy on Twitter, Keanu Bergen, looks like KV3 New 21 on Twitter, Toms, just Toms. Well done, just getting that name in there. I'll email you. You did put your email. Giants fan, Zachary, looks like his name is. Congrats to you. Matthew Goldfarb, at Matthew Goldfar on Twitter. He's going to take that one down. Another book. Dylan Out Loud on Twitter. You're going to win as well. Rado Idak, your Radak Co on Twitch. You're going to win. Claudio Vogue at CJPKR72. You won on from your Twitter entry. And finally, the last winner, 321, Chatting Breeze at Chatting Breeze 1 on Twitter. You are also a book winner. Thank you so much for participating in that giveaway, guys. Appreciate you. Yeah, a lot of shilling for the giveaway today. Giveaway days are just big for shilling, and we appreciate you guys, sticking with us for that. So anyway,
shout out to Darrow Carney, Barry Carter, Uniback for those digital copies. Congrats to all the winners.
For sure. So guys, unfortunately, it's going to be a little while till I'll see you. I will miss you. I don't know if you're going to miss me, but I will certainly miss all of you. We're going to have a 10-day break here, starting from when this stream ends. The next match, is going to be Monday, December 21st. Mark it on your calendar. Same time as usual, 2:30 p.m. Pacific time, 22:30 GMT. We're going to have some more poker going for you. Doug's up about 800K now, maybe a little more overall. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the challenge plays out down the stretch. We're almost at that halfway mark. We got to be within 1,500 hands or so from that halfway mark. So will the quit clause be utilized by whoever's losing? Tune in to find out on the week of the 21st. David, any parting thoughts? I'll let you have the last word.
Just want to say that you've been a big part of my last month or two, Mike, and I'm going to miss you, even if nobody else does.
I appreciate that, man. I'm happy to be a big part of your last few months. It was fun to play that Mafia game with you a while back. And I was supposed to let you have the last word, and then I just talked. I had to respond to your compliment. So please, if you could have one more last word, and then Jimmy can turn us off.
Pleasure to be here, guys. Thank you.